The sound of sobbing beside me dragged me out of a haze. Husband, you still haven't recovered from your injuries. Please don't strain yourself again. If you're willing to live properly from now on, my sister and I will do whatever you say. Please don't sell us to Yihong House. I opened my eyes and first saw a tear-streaked young woman. Only then did I take in my surroundings. Earthen walls that let in the wind, bedding covered in patches, a table and stools with missing legs, and not even one intact porcelain bowl beside the stove. This was definitely not a place I had ever stayed during a mission. A bolt of pain suddenly bored into my skull, followed by the memories of a life that was not mine. I had crossed into the Dali dynasty, and my name was still Lu Feng. The body's original owner had lived in Siwa Village, Wenhuang County, Yuzhou. His father had died in battle more than 10 years ago. His mother had gone looking for her husband, only to encounter a band of routed soldiers and lose her life as well. With no one left to discipline him, the original Lu Feng had scraped by on the few poor fields his parents left behind. In the end, however, he mortgaged every acre for wine. The land was now suffering a once-in-a-century locust plague. The crops had almost completely failed, and people had nearly exhausted even the grass roots and tree bark. Siwa village was remote enough to escape being trampled by refugees and marauding troops, but famine could kill just as surely. Winter was not far away. Once snow sealed the mountain roads, there would not even be wild greens left to dig up. Beyond its borders, the dynasty faced the northern barbarians and southern Yu. Within, it was plagued by bandits and corrupt officials. A new emperor had just taken the throne, and the imperial court could not keep the various powers under control. It could only pass the burden down, layer by layer, until it crushed the poorest commoners. Because Yuzhou still had forests and rivers, the court treated it as a rear base to be taxed and conscripted again and again. Farming households had to surrender 80% of what they produced. Any grown man could be drafted into the army at a moment's notice, while women of marriageable age who remained unwed were punished by the authorities. The court needed a larger population and the next generation of soldiers. Whether the common people agreed did not matter to anyone. Siwa village lay against the mountains, far from the main route the northern barbarians would use to march south. For now, its greatest enemies were not warhorses, but hunger, bitter cold, and villains who preyed on others amid the chaos. That was why the original owner had been assigned the Mu sisters as wives. The elder sister, Mu Wanqing, had gone out to dig for wild greens. The crying young woman in front of me was the younger sister, Mu Wanqing, whom I would call Qinger to keep their names distinct. Although he had been given 2 hard-working wives, the original Lu Feng had never intended to build a life with them. In just over a month, he pawned the Mu family's dowry, ran up a mountain of debt for wine, and even planned to sell one of the sisters to landlord Zhang in the county town to settle the account. Today, before his alcohol-ravaged body had recovered, he tried to force himself on Qinger again. His body finally gave out, allowing me to take his place. When Qinger saw that I remained silent, she hurriedly clutched the torn front of her clothes closed. Husband, Qinger will gather more wild greens from now on. If you're still angry, hit me, but please don't sell my sister or me. If we're sold to a place like that, death will be our only choice. She was not acting coy. She was genuinely terrified of me. I pulled the bedding over her to cover her properly, then turned and climbed out of bed. My vision went black for a moment as I stood, and my stomach cramped as if it were on fire. The body reflected in the mirror was thin and feeble, with an unhealed wound at the temple. It bore no resemblance to the body I had once forged through brutal training. I moved my arms and legs. The bones were sound, and the muscles still obeyed me, but years of hunger and hard drinking had hollowed out my stamina. Fighting a savage animal head-on was out of the question. Fortunately, my knowledge of wilderness survival, tracking, combat, and trap setting was still in my head. As long as I got food into this body first and found a decent weapon, I could recover. The most urgent matter was not sex. It was food. I could take in the whole house at a glance. The grain jar was empty, and only a few blackened wooden bowls sat on the stove. If this continued, the 3 of us would starve to death before landlord Zhang even came to the door. Siwa village might have been remote enough to avoid the war for now, but deep mountains and a river lay right outside it. Other people feared entering the mountains because of the wild animals and their lack of tools. To me, the forest was our only path to survival. The first step was to find something we could eat that day. The second was to trade game for a bow, arrows, grain, salt, and cotton cloth. Only after that would I deal with the debt to landlord Zhang. Once that cycle was running, I could tear open the dead and the original owner had left us, little by little. Get dressed and wait here for your sister to return, I said as gently as I could. I'm going out to find food. Chinger's face went white. She had clearly interpreted my words in an entirely different way. She struggled to sit up, her voice trembling with panic. Husband, are you planning to feed me until I look healthier so you can sell me for a better price? I won't cry anymore, I promise. As long as you don't sell us, I'll do any work you ask. The original owner's mess would be harder to clean up than the empty grain jar. I helped her sit steadily and looked her straight in the eyes. Starting today, no one will ever sell either of you, and I will never again force you to do anything you don't want to do. She stared at me as though she had heard something beyond comprehension. The original Lu Feng had never asked what she wanted, much less cared whether she had eaten. She wanted to believe me, but her body still remembered all the beatings from before. Husband, are you all right? I've finally come to my senses. I pointed around the empty house. First, I'll keep this family alive. Then I'll settle every debt, one by one. I will make up for everything you and your sister have suffered because of me. Chinger was still afraid, but her fingers slowly loosened around her torn clothes. Trust could not be bought with a single promise. First, I had to bring home food and let the sisters see with their own eyes that this household had truly changed. I had barely reached the doorway when Mu Wanqing returned with half a basket of wild greens. The moment she saw her younger sister's swollen eyes, she stepped in front of Chinger. Husband, I'll cook right away. Please spare my sister. I'll do all the work in the house. Wild grass had left several cuts across the back of her hand, and dirt filled the spaces beneath her nails. Yet her basket contained only a handful of small, tough greens. The villagers had already dug up almost everything edible. She had worked outside for most of the day and still found only this much. I asked whether she had any medicine for the cuts. She quickly shook her head, said such little scratches did not matter, and instinctively hid her hand behind her back. This family could barely afford salt. How could they possibly spend money on medicine? Before long, she placed a steaming bowl of wild vegetable soup in front of me. Calling it porridge was generous. It was just clear water with a few grains of brown rice floating in it, along with wild greens, boiled roots, and all. My body was desperately weak, so I could only drink it first. Have either of you eaten? Neither answered. That was answer enough. Is there any left in the pot? Wanqing twisted the corner of her clothes and said quietly, No. Husband, my sister and I will eat less from now on. We promise to make sure you are full first. Please don't hand us over to Landlord Zhang. She could not help swallowing as she spoke. This had clearly been the last food in the house, and neither sister had tasted a bite. I was about to tell them to boil the remaining greens for themselves when someone suddenly kicked the broken door off its hinges. A broad, bald man strode inside. A blood-stained skinning knife hung at his waist, and the soles of his boots planted themselves directly in the muddy water beside the stove. Wanqing and Chinger immediately shrank behind me. The original owner's memories told me his name was Li Ergu, a notorious thug in the village. Before the famine, he had merely been an idle scoundrel. After attaching himself to Landlord Zhang, he used his master's power to seize game, extort villagers, and do every filthy job imaginable. When the original Lu Feng ran up his wine debt, Li Ergu was the man who beat him to the ground and forced him to make a verbal agreement. In 3 days, he would surrender one wife to settle the debt. Li Ergu looked the Mu sisters up and down, exposing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lu Feng, Landlord Zhang sent me to remind you. Hand over one woman and your wine debt disappears. You'll have wine and meat from then on, too. Otherwise, when those 3 days are up, things won't end well for you. Wanqing fought back her fear and refused him anyway. We would rather die than enter the Zhang household. I took her icy hand and placed myself between the sisters and him. The agreement still has 3 days left, correct? So what if it does? Li Ergu sneered. You think you can conjure silver out of thin air in 3 days? He then tried to persuade Wanqing to enter the Zhang household willingly, claiming that Landlord Zhang's interest in them was a blessing. But everyone in Wenhuang County knew that few of the young women carried into the landlord's estate ever came out unharmed. Landlord Zhang ran a gambling den and a wine shop in the county town and kept a group of hired thugs under him. It was at his wine shop that the original Lu Feng had been allowed to buy on credit again and again, falling deeper into the trap with every cup. The account might list silver as the debt, but the Mu sisters had always been the true target. I will bring the money in 3 days, I said. For now, stay away from them. Instead of backing down, Li Ergu reached for Wanqing. He was certain the old Lu Feng would never resist. He was equally certain that no one in this village would offend the Zhang family for the sake of 2 helpless women. I knocked his hand away with my forearm. and the last possibility of settling this peacefully vanished. I will take care of the silver, I said, pointing at the fallen door. First, we settle the cost of you kicking in my door and frightening my wives. Liurgo looked as though he had just heard a joke. You dare demand compensation from me? 50 taels. The room went silent for a moment. The sisters watched me nervously, while Liurgo began laughing in sheer fury. The commotion had already drawn villagers outside, but not one dared come close. In times like these, everyone feared Liurgo, and they feared landlord Zhang behind him even more. Wanqing quietly urged me not to be reckless, while Qing'er clung tightly to the corner of my clothes. They were not worried about the broken door. They simply understood too well what it cost to defy the Zhang family. That last beating taught you nothing, did it? He swung a fist straight at my face. The original owner had indeed been beaten by him before, but the man standing here now was no longer the original owner. As the fist closed in, I shifted half a step aside, used his forward momentum to slip inside his reach, and drove my fist into his temple. This body still lacked strength, so the blow did not drop him outright. Liurgo staggered, grew completely enraged, and ripped the skinning knife from his belt as he lunged back at me. Qing'er cried out a warning. I kicked up the broken door panel, caught the blade against it, then slammed my shoulder into his chest. Liurgo stumbled, and his knife hand opened up. I did not retreat. This fight was about more than a door. If I showed weakness today, landlord Zhang and every village thug would decide this family was still theirs to butcher at will. Liurgo had only begun to raise his second fist when my counterattack landed. I struck Liurgo's wrist with the raised knuckle of my fist. A sharp crack rang out. The skinning knife fell to the floor, his right hand went limp, and the pain dropped him to his knees on the spot. I kicked the knife into a corner, but did not continue beating him. Killing Liurgo would have been easy. The problem was that if he died in my house, landlord Zhang could openly bring men here for revenge. It would be far more useful to let him live and carry my message back. Pay for the damage. Liurgo grabbed the doorframe and tried to leave. I blocked the exit and repeated myself. 50 taels. If even one copper coin is missing, you are not getting through that doorway today. He saw the intent to kill in my eyes and finally lost the courage to posture. Pulling a money pouch from inside his clothes, he threw it onto the floor. Bits of silver and copper coins scattered everywhere. I counted it in front of him. Between the ingots, silver fragments, and copper coins, the total came to almost exactly 50 taels. After committing so many crimes for the Zhang family, Liurgo had apparently carried years of savings on his person. The money clearly had not been earned honestly. An ordinary farming family could save for decades without accumulating so much. I put away the pouch and warned him, "Go back and tell landlord Zhang that if he dares set his sights on my wives again, I will come settle accounts with him myself. Now get out." Cradling his injured hand, Liurgo fled the yard. Only when his back had disappeared did Wanqing ask in a trembling voice, "Husband, you attacked landlord Zhang's man. What will we do now? What needs to be done?" I looked at both sisters. "Remember this, you belong to this family. As long as I am alive, I will never hand you over." I placed the 50 taels in Wanqing's hands and told her to hide it for now. She held it as if it were a burning coal, unable to believe I would entrust her with the money and terrified that the Zhang family would return at any moment to take it back. Once the villagers outside saw Liurgo flee in disgrace, they finally poked their heads out to stare. I did not boast or invite anyone inside. I merely propped the fallen door against its frame again. News of today's commotion would soon spread through Siwa village. It would intimidate some people, but it would also force landlord Zhang to react sooner. Qing'er's eyes reddened again. But in 3 days, I have another way to handle the wine debt. For now, cook the rest of the wild greens and eat until you're full. I am going into the mountains for game. Tonight, I will bring back meat for you." They plainly did not believe a man without even a bow could bring down game, but neither dared stop me. I found a rusty knife in a corner, carved a crude wooden spear, and headed straight out of the village. Starving villagers had repeatedly dragged the little river outside the village, leaving few fish or shrimp behind. Farther downstream, a gang of river bandits occupied the ferry where 7 waterways converged. There was no reason to provoke them now, so I set my sights on the mountains instead. As I left the village, I noted edible plants, vines that could be twisted into rope, and several places where animals came to drink. Even if I caught nothing that day, those locations would form the foundation for future trips into the mountains. A true hunter could not stare only at the rabbit in front of him. He first had to learn to read the entire forest. As the human population dwindled, wild animals had multiplied. Villagers rarely went deep into the mountains, not because the forest lacked food, but because ordinary people had no proper weapons and could not afford the risk of meeting a predator. My stamina had not recovered. Chasing rabbits or catching pheasants head-on was unrealistic. I would have to use the terrain. After studying the game trails for a while, I chose a gentle slope thick with brush. Several rabbit runs crossed there, and nearby I found signs where pheasants had scratched through fallen leaves. I fashioned snares from vines and dug several pits with narrow mouths and wider bottoms. I covered them with thin twigs and leaves, deliberately leaving every apparent escape route pointed in the same direction. The rusty knife was barely sharp enough, and digging the pits almost exhausted this body. By the time I finished the third trap, my hands were trembling. I could only lean against a tree and gasp for breath. Hunger was draining my strength faster than I had expected. If I remained until dark, I might not even have the energy to descend the mountain. Normally, once the traps were set, a hunter needed to wait patiently. But the family at home could not afford patience. Before long, 3-masked palm civets appeared in the grass to forage. I did not attack recklessly. The wooden spear might not land a killing thrust, and if a wounded civet vanished into the brush, I would have wasted my strength for nothing. I circled behind them and used the commotion they created to drive out smaller animals nearby. Sure enough, startled pheasants and wild rabbits burst from the brush together. Pheasants could fly over obstacles, but rabbits instinctively fled along familiar runs. Hidden behind a tree, I threw stones in quick succession to seal off 2 other escape routes and force the animals toward the opening I had left. The first rabbit fell into a pit, followed by a second. A pheasant struck a vine snare and thrashed wildly at the edge of the slope. I still did not reveal myself. Instead, I kept making noise and drove the remaining animals through the brush. Only after the forest fell completely quiet did I collect the traps one by one. 2 rabbits had fallen into pits. A third was caught by the hind leg in a snare, and a fourth was wedged in a crude rope loop beside a rock crevice. 2 pheasants had also failed to escape. I ended the animals' suffering quickly and restored the traps. As long as no one else discovered these spots, I could use them for several more days. The true value of the mountains was not limited to today's catch. It was also the hunting route that could keep bringing us food. An hour later, after checking every trap, I had 4 rabbits and 2 pheasants. To a well-equipped hunter, the catch would not have been remarkable. To me, in my current condition, it was enough to keep 3 people alive for several days and still leave game to trade for a real bow. On my first day in this world, I had taken 50 tails from Li Ergu and brought 6 animals out of the mountains. The money solved our immediate crisis, while the game proved I had not lost my skills. That was the true double windfall. I tied up the game with vines and headed down before dark. Once I acquired a proper weapon, these deep mountains would become the foundation on which my family survived. When I entered the yard carrying the game, both moose sisters froze where they stood. Ching'er stared at the 4 rabbits and 2 pheasants for a long time before asking, Did you catch all of these, husband? The traps caught them. I set 1 pheasant aside. We will eat this one tonight. Tomorrow, I will take the rest to town, exchange them for money, and buy a bow, arrows, and supplies for winter. After hesitating, Wanqing gathered her courage and advised me, Husband, the money Li Ergu paid is already enough to settle the wine debt. Why don't we clear the debt first? Then landlord Zhang will have no reason to force us. The fact that she dared remind me showed that she was still testing whether I had truly changed or was merely planning something else. The debt is not due for another 3 days, and I will not default. But if we pour all 50 taels into that wine pit now, we will have no grain, no blankets, and no hunting tools. We will still die once winter arrives. I explained the plan clearly. I will buy the most urgent supplies first, then use the game to resolve the debt. Landlord Zhang has never wanted only the wine money. Even if I deliver it now, he may still refuse to let this go. The sisters exchanged a glance, and the tension in their faces finally eased a little. I told them to bring bowls for the giblets. Ching'er quietly informed me that only 3 blackened wooden bowls remained in the house. The original Lu Feng had smashed the last porcelain bowl during a drunken rage. Even as she explained, she rushed to make excuses for him, afraid I would grow angry. If it broke, it broke. We will buy another tomorrow. No one in this family will ever be beaten over a bowl again. I took out the 50 taels and separated 30 for Wanqing to hide. I would carry the rest into town. We needed grain, salt, needles, thread, cloth, pots, and bowls. Ironware cost even more. I could not spend without a plan. The clay pot on the stove had just begun to boil. I bled and plucked the pheasant, dressed it, and kept all the organs. In a year of famine, nothing edible could be wasted. Half the meat went into the pot. I rubbed the other half with a thin layer of salt and hung it beside the stove to smoke and dry. At first, the sisters did not know whether they were allowed to come near. Only when I assigned them the tasks of tending the fire and washing the vegetables did they finally start moving. Wanqing repeatedly cut the smallest pieces of meat, trying to make the pot of soup look fuller. Qinger watched the fire. Her stomach growled several times at the smell, but she never stole a bite. The aroma of meat soon filled the broken house. When the food reached the table, the sisters still stood to one side, waiting for me to finish so they could eat whatever I left. That was the rule the original owner had imposed. Sit down. We eat together. Wanqing quickly shook her head. You worked hard in the mountains, husband. The meat should be saved for you. If we are going to build a life, we do not let members of this family go hungry. I divided the meat among 3 wooden bowls. Starting today, we eat at the same table. Only if both of you eat your fill will you have the strength to work. The first piece of meat Qinger picked up had barely reached her mouth when tears fell straight into her bowl. Wanqing tried to push her own portion toward her younger sister, but I pushed it back. They had grown so thin that almost no color remained in their faces. If they kept yielding food to each other, neither would survive the winter. The sisters sat stiffly, taking every bite with care. I did not rush them or make more beautiful promises. One meal could not erase more than a month of harm. Afterward, I hung the remaining meat where the air could circulate, then inspected the broken door, roof, and bedding. The door panel could be put back for the time being, but the roof let in the wind, and the thin quilt would never keep out a winter night. A bow, arrows, grain, salt, cloth, cookware, every single thing cost money. I secured the door panel again with wooden wedges and stuffed dry grass and mud into the worst cracks in the walls. Wanqing found the old needles and thread the original owner had failed to sell. She planned to dry the pheasant feathers and sew them into the bedding. Qinger gathered the inedible bones to boil a second pot of broth. They measured the value of every scrap. These were women who truly knew how to run a household. The original owner had been given family like this and still turned their home into an empty shell. 50 taels looked like a fortune, but once a family began to live properly, there were needs everywhere. Wanqing took it upon herself to clean the feathers, while Qinger washed the wooden bowls beside the stove. They no longer asked over and over whether they would be sold, but whenever I approached, they still tensed without thinking. The original owner had used the title of husband as an excuse to force himself on them. I had no intention of continuing that behavior. At present, they felt nothing toward me except fear. Any intimacy would not be their true choice. I did not touch them. I merely explained, one by one, what we needed to do the next day. Use the feathers and old cloth to add whatever warmth you can to the bedding. I will sell the game in town, buy supplies, and ask a blacksmith to make weapons. Within 3 days, I will make landlord Zhang understand that he cannot take whatever he wants from this household. Wanqing nodded softly. For the first time, she looked at me without fear in her eyes. A truly good life was still far away. But beginning with this meal, the 3 of us finally felt like people protecting the same home together. At first light the next day, I packed the game and prepared to go to town. Wanqing wrapped the 4 rabbits and remaining pheasant in old cloth. Qinger pressed the dried rations she had warmed the previous night into my hand. They were not yet accustomed to showing concern for me, and both sounded a little awkward when they spoke. Brace the door from inside, and do not leave the village alone before I return, I warned them. Li Ergus suffered a loss. Landlord Zhang will not let the matter end here. Wenhuang County's main town was too far away to make the round trip in a day without an ox cart, so I headed first to the nearest market town. After walking for about an hour, I finally saw more vendors and travelers along the streets. The famine had not completely hollowed the town out yet, but there were more people begging along the road than doing business. A long line stretched outside the grain shop, and a peck of mixed grain had already risen to 30 copper coins. At that rate, the price would only climb higher once winter came. Wild game, on the other hand, sold easily at a time like this. Wealthy families did not lack coarse grain. What they lacked was fresh meat. The first restaurant tried to beat down my price, so I turned and went to another. In the end, the 2 shopkeepers competed for the entire catch and divided it between them, paying me 4 taels in total. Once the silver was in my hands, I did not go straight to buy grain. I headed to the blacksmith shop on the west side of town. If I wanted the mountains to support this family in the long run, a rusty knife and a few vine snares would never be enough. Heat rolled through the shop, and the ring of hammer blows could be heard from half a street away. A burly, bare-chested man was forging a blade blank. Sparks landed on his apron and quickly died. Only after he passed the iron to an apprentice did I approach him. Master, How much for a high-quality tempered steel spearhead? 3 taels. For a moment, I thought I had misheard him. An ordinary saber cost less than 1 tael, yet he wanted 3 for a single spearhead. He was clearly raising the price because I was young and unfamiliar. 1 tael, plus a piece of game. What do you say? 3 taels. The price is not negotiable. The blacksmith did not even raise his head. 3 taels could buy a cartload of mixed grain. But without a proper weapon, I would be limited to setting small traps around the edge of the forest. If I wanted to hunt wild boar, bears, or even tigers, I needed something capable of killing with a single strike. I was not asking for an ordinary spearhead, either. Its edges needed to pierce thick hide. The central ridge had to be strong enough not to bend, and the socket had to fit the hardwood available in the mountains. Cheap iron might save money at first, but if it snapped when a wild boar charged, the price would be my life. I studied the swords and spears in his shop. His prices were ruthless, but his workmanship truly was better than that of the surrounding smithies. The steel had been folded and forged with impressive uniformity. Since I could not force the price down, I would have to negotiate another way. Master, let me offer you a business deal. The blacksmith finally looked up. What kind of deal? I want that spearhead so I can go into the mountains, kill a tiger, and bring down wild boar. I pointed at the people gathering outside the shop. If I take a savage beast with a weapon you forged, the reputation of this shop will spread throughout Wanwan County. You will have no shortage of customers ordering blades and spears. I am not asking you to give it away. I will pay the 3 taels, but I also want to take several finished tools on credit. If I fail to kill a savage beast, I will repay twice what I owe. If I succeed, the spearhead and the goods on credit become your prize to me. We can write and sign the agreement. Laughter immediately broke out around us. Some said a scrawny man like me would not even make a mouthful for a tiger. Others decided I had no money and was trying to swindle weapons with a few grand claims. Leaning against his anvil, the blacksmith looked me over. Not a hint of belief showed in his eyes, either. Years of war had kept people out of the forests, allowing large predators to multiply. Merchant caravans had already been attacked on the official road. The county office once organized hunters to kill the beasts, only for the expedition to suffer heavy casualties. Even veteran hunters who had spent their lives in the mountains could not promise they would return alive. For an unfamiliar young man to walk in and announce he would kill a tiger really did sound insane. The blacksmith asked what collateral I had. I placed the 4 taels I had just earned from the game beside his anvil, proving I was not trying to gain something for nothing. The silver could buy a spearhead, but it could not buy a lasting partnership. That wager was what I truly wanted. The laughter around us faded. A man willing to put all his meat money on an anvil was at least not there to beg for a bargain. The blacksmith finally stopped working and examined my palms, gait, and posture again. A lifetime of hunting left marks on a person's body, and this body had none. But the balance and habits of observation created by training could not fool an expert. The blacksmith might still doubt I could kill a tiger, but he had begun to consider whether the agreement was worth making. Boy, do not use a tiger as the punchline to a joke. He raised his hammer again. If you do not have 3 taels, leave. Stop wasting my time. I did not move. If 3 taels was truly his lowest price, I would pay it. But that money had to buy me far more than a single spearhead. Besides, I had not mentioned killing a tiger and spearing wild boar merely to boast. Once my weapons and traps were ready, both kinds of prey would eventually lie before him. After a moment of silence, the blacksmith finally accepted my wager. You pay the 3 taels now. You may choose several other finished items from the shop and take them on credit. If you really bring down a tiger and a wild boar, I will return this money. If you fail, you repay twice the value of everything you owe. Shall we put it in writing? No need. He pushed the silver aside. A man's word is worth more than paper. I nodded in agreement. The wager had merely forced him to reevaluate the deal. What truly persuaded him was that I had produced real silver and was willing to bear the cost if I failed. The spearhead would take at least 2 hours to finish. In the meantime, I chose a sharp axe, several common arrowheads, iron nails, and iron plates that could be used to repair the house. The axe could fell timber and serve as a close-range weapon. Once fitted to the old bow at home, the arrowheads would be enough for small animals around the forest's edge. The blacksmith quoted the price of every item. I did not take things at random simply because he offered credit. I selected only tools I was certain to use within the next 3 months. The hoe and woodcutter's blade at home could still serve for now, so I did not replace them. The iron pot, however, had cracked and had to be replaced. Only by separating needs from wants could I get the greatest value from limited silver. After leaving the smithy, I bought supplies in the order of urgency I had decided in advance. First came fine cotton cloth and durable coarse cloth. The clothes on the Moo sisters had been patched beyond repair and could no longer keep out the winter wind. Then came cotton batting, reed down, and straw to refill the bedding. Pure cotton was too expensive, so we would have to blend several materials. We also needed a pot, bowls, needles, thread, salt, and lamp oil. I bought nothing ornamental, yet the cost still climbed rapidly as the necessities added up. After loading the cloth, bedding materials, and daily supplies onto a cart, I totaled the account on the spot. Aside from the 3 taels paid to the blacksmith, the other purchases had already approached 10 taels. The 50 taels taken from Li Ergu had looked like a fortune, but even that amount could not withstand many shopping trips like this one. The grain prices were the most frightening. A peck of mixed grain cost 30 copper coins. White rice had reached 100, and fine flour cost 60. The coldest part of the famine had not even begun, yet prices were already this high. Rabbits and pheasants alone could not provide enough fat or staple food, and our bodies would eventually fail. I bought enough mixed grain for a reserve, along with some white rice and fine flour to blend into our meals. The shopkeeper encouraged me to buy more white rice, saying wealthy people refused to eat coarse grain. I ignored him. The white rice would improve the flavor and restore our strength, but the mixed grain would form the base of our winter stores. If I spent all our silver on luxury food, the next rise in grain prices would leave us helpless. My final stop was the apothecary. Wanqing had cuts from digging wild greens, while Qing'er had suffered from long-term hunger just as the original owner had. Both were weak. Injuries were also unavoidable when hunting in the mountains. I bought styptic powder, medicinal wine for bruises and sprains, and several common herbs. Money could be earned again. If an injury was allowed to become a chronic illness, the eventual cost would be far greater. By the time I returned to the smithy, the sun was already leaning west. The blacksmith unwrapped a 3-edged spearhead whose sharpened ridges gleamed coldly in the evening sun. To my surprise, he had not only finished the spearhead but also fitted it to a shaft of mountain hardwood. The long spear weighed nearly 5.5 pounds, yet its balance was steady. Holding the butt, I thrust, lifted, then turned into a sweeping strike. The shaft showed no obvious bend under the force, and its 3 sharpened edges were more than capable of piercing the thick hide of a large beast. For easier transport, the shaft had been divided into 2 sections, joined in the middle by a threaded iron sleeve. It could be broken down and carried on my back in the mountains, then assembled quickly in danger. The steel blank cracked while I was forging it, the blacksmith explained. I had to melt in a little pig iron and start over. Somehow, the finished piece became stronger than I expected. I suppose you were lucky. I understood. By accident, he had adjusted the metal ratio and happened upon a stronger alloy. Given the methods of this era, the spear was already near the limit of what he could make. The blacksmith also gave me several tempered steel arrowheads forged from scraps. Common arrowheads bent easily when they struck hard bone or stone. These could survive much greater impact and might truly decide life or death when hunting boar, bears, or tigers. I checked the weight of each arrowhead and set aside the most uniform ones. Common arrows could be used for practice, driving animals, or hunting rabbits. The tempered steel heads would be reserved for large prey. Even the best arrow could be lost. If I fired all my capital into the mountains at once, I would face the next hunt empty-handed. I broke down the long spear, placed it in a cloth bag, and paid the full 3 taels. The axe, nails, and arrowheads taken on credit remained part of our wager. I had bought too much to carry alone. Following the blacksmith's advice, I rented an ox cart and started back towards Siwa village before dark. On the return journey, I placed the grain sacks deepest inside the cart, covered them with cloth and cotton, and hid the spear within easy reach. After Li Ergu's defeat, the Zhang family might not wait for the 3-day deadline. The sparsely traveled stretch between the town and village was perfect for an ambush. Nothing happened along the way, but twice I saw fresh hoof prints. Few people in Siwa village rode horses, meaning someone from the county seat or farther away had recently come through the area. I could not yet tell whether the tracks had anything to do with the Zhang family, so I simply remembered them. The moment the ox cart entered the village, almost everyone stopped working. Grain sacks, cloth, cotton, and a new pot were piled high. In famine-stricken Siwa village, the load drew more attention than chests of silver. Some recognized the tempered steel spear on the cart. Others stared at the rice sacks and swallowed. The previous day, they had regarded me as a useless drunk. Today, their attitude was entirely different. In a famine, no explanation carried as much weight as real grain and weapons. Wanqing and Qing'er ran out of the yard, and were left speechless at the sight. Several villagers immediately surrounded them to beg for grain, while others made filthy jokes about the Moose sisters. I jumped from the cart and stood in front of the gate. If you want to trade for grain, you may. Send the men and your families into the mountains. Timber, medicinal herbs, wild fruit, anything useful will be accepted at a fair value. The crowd immediately fell silent. But the grain is not a gift. If anyone surrounds my home to beg again, or says something filthy about my wives, do not blame me for what happens next. News that I had injured Li Ergu had already spread. No one wanted to be the first to test my limit. The onlookers soon dispersed, leaving only the sisters beside the fully loaded cart. These supplies did not make us wealthy, but for the first time, the broken household had enough foundation to imagine surviving the winter. I handed the 2 bolts of cloth to Wan Qing. Tomorrow, make a new set of clothes for yourself and Qing'er. Use the coarse cloth for the outer layers and the fine cotton next to the skin. Save the rest for repairs. Wan Qing ran her fingers over the fine weave, and her eyes reddened. Our old clothes can still be worn. Return the fine cloth and exchange it for more grain. They no longer cover you properly. How can you call that wearable? I pointed to the rice sacks on the cart. The grain has already been bought, and new clothes are also necessary. You have been married into this family for so long, without one decent outfit between you. I owe both of you that much. Qing'er opened one sack, saw the white rice inside, and hurriedly tied it shut again. Sister, if we traded this white rice for mixed grain, it would feed us for a very long time. We will cook the white rice together with the coarse grain and add a little minced meat, I said. Saving food is wise, but not if you ruin your health doing it. We inventoried the purchases one by one. The grain went onto a wooden rack raised off the floor to protect it from dampness and mice. The medicine was wrapped separately so Qing'er would not mistake it for seasoning. The tempered steel arrowheads were kept apart from ordinary ironware. Wan Qing knew some characters, so I asked her to record every grain sack and each expense on old paper. From now on, everything entering or leaving the household would be checked against that ledger. The sisters competed to carry the cookware and grain inside and refused to let me near the stove. In Dali, a man who cooked would be mocked. They clearly did not want gossip to fall on me for doing such work again. I did not argue and turned instead to the door Li Ergu had kicked down. The newly purchased iron plates covered its weakest places. Iron nails and wooden joints secured the door back in its frame. The hinges were still stiff, but at least no one could kick it open casually anymore. The original bar had been nothing more than a rotten stick. I replaced it with thicker hardwood and added an angled brace behind the door. If men rushed the house at night, it might not hold off an entire gang, but it could by several breaths. That was enough time for me to reach the spear and for the sisters to escape through the rear window. I inspected the courtyard wall and back window again. Once Li Ergu returned, he would certainly complain to landlord Zhang. Because the authorities enforced marriage assignments, the landlord might not dare openly abduct the sisters. He could easily arrange an accident. However, the broken house was almost impossible to defend, so we needed to remain alert in shifts at night. I also explained their escape route. If they heard me shout, "Put out the lamp," they were to take the cloth bundle containing silver and medicine, climb through the rear window, and go to Tian Laoba's house. No matter what happened outside, they were not to turn back. Qing'er wanted to stay and help me, but Wan Qing stopped her. Neither had combat experience. Forcing themselves to be brave would only distract me. Before sunset, the Moose sisters prepared our first real dinner. A rich soup with minced meat filled a clay basin, wild scallions floating among beads of oil. 2 dishes of wild greens had been fried in the pheasant fat saved from the previous night. The thick porridge combined white rice and mixed grain. Compared with a restaurant in town, the meal was humble. One day earlier, however, we would not have dared dream of it. My dear wife, you are an excellent cook. The praise made Wan Qing a little uncomfortable, and she only urged me to wash my hands and eat. Qing'er filled my bowl to the brim with porridge, then transferred almost all the meat from the basin into it. I looked at their bowls. They contained only thin broth and wild greens. Where is your meat? We do not perform heavy labor at home. Vegetables are enough for us. Wan Qing covered her bowl with one hand. You have to enter the mountains, husband. You should eat more. I set down my chopsticks. Did we not make this clear yesterday? If a family sits at the same table, everyone eats together. If you starve yourselves sick, who will sew the clothes, cook the meals, and care for this home? The grain was bought with money, and I brought the meat from the mountains. We eat it now, so we can earn more tomorrow. If all we know how to do is starve beside full grain sacks, no amount of stored food will save us. Neither sister could bring herself to take meat from the basin. I simply placed pieces into their bowls. Open your mouths. Wanqing still tried to refuse, so I hardened my expression. Only then did she take a small bite. Qing'er followed her example. Their eyes brightened as the flavor spread, yet both ate extremely slowly, as if they wanted every mouthful to last longer. I did not need them to prove their virtue by starving, and I did not want a home where I alone could eat my fill. Wanqing finally finished the meat in her bowl. When Qing'er saw that her sister was not scolded, she relaxed and quietly asked whether we could save some broth the next day for a sick child next door. I did not immediately agree to give away food. Instead, I said the child's family could exchange useful herbs or firewood for it. We could help in an emergency, but this household first needed clear rules. After dinner, Wanqing brushed a wood shaving from my eyebrow. She was still nervous when she came close, but unlike the previous day, she did not immediately shrink away. I did not use the opportunity to pull her into my arms. I only handed her the salve I was holding. Clean the cuts on your hand and apply this. Qing'er, check yourself for any old injuries as well. Medicine is purchased to be used, not displayed on a shelf. The sisters took the medicine into the inner room. I leaned the tempered steel spear within arm's reach and braced the back window with another wooden bar. Landlord Zhang had only 2 days left. On the surface, it seemed we could finally enjoy one peaceful dinner. In reality, the true trouble was drawing closer. Night had just fallen when someone outside the yard called my name. I took the long spear and went out. 3 villagers stood there, each carrying timber. Tian Laoba led them. The other 2 were Wang San and Yang Guizi, both known throughout the village as honest farmers. Tian Laoba lowered the log from his shoulder and smiled guilelessly. My wife said Brother Lu was willing to trade grain for things from the mountains. I figured you had just bought iron nails and would need to repair the house sooner or later, so I cut several useful logs first. Carrying those logs from the mountains to the village had not been easy. They had worked before knowing how much grain they would receive, partly because their families were truly desperate, and partly to test whether the promise I made that afternoon meant anything. I checked the fresh cuts and the species of wood to confirm they were not old beams stolen from another family. Nothing destroyed a new trade faster than allowing the very first exchange to break the rules. If I accepted anything merely to win people over, others would soon bring me trash and demand grain. Wanqing, Qing'er, bring out 6 bowls of mixed grain. 2 for each man. Tian Laoba hurriedly waved his hands. 1 bowl is enough. The wood is not worth that much. The person buying decides what it is worth. I made him accept the grain. This is how we will do business from now on. If what you bring is useful, I will not let the person who worked suffer a loss. The expressions of all 3 men changed as they held the grain. To me, exchanging a few bowls of mixed grain for 3 logs was a good bargain. To them, the grain could keep their families alive for several more days. A trade could continue only when both parties received something they needed. I also asked how many people lived in each household and how much grain they had left. I was not gathering information for charity. I needed to judge how much labor a bowl of grain truly represented. A man too hungry to stand could not carry a large log. Paying too little would force him to risk his life, but paying too much would empty my reserves. The rules had to let people survive while leaving me able to keep buying. I asked whether they had seen quedrania trees in the rear mountains. The body of the old bough at home had cracked, but its deer sinew string had somehow remained in excellent condition. If we found the right quedrania wood for a new bough stave, I could reuse that string. There are some in the rear mountains, Tian Laoba said. I will take the grain home, then go cut one now. The paths are slippery after dark. Tomorrow morning is soon enough. He insisted on leaving immediately while the grain had given him strength. Wang San and Yang Guizi also offered to collect timber, wild fruit, and medicinal herbs for me in the future. I did not make empty promises about leading the entire village to wealth. I gave them only the most practical rule. Honest work would be paid according to its result. Anyone who shirked or mixed in worthless material would never trade with me again. After the 3 men left, I walked around the yard and planned it anew. The thatched hut leaked wind from every direction and would be uninhabitable in winter. The most practical solution was to build 3 earthen and timber rooms, separating the kitchen, main room, and bedroom, then add a large heated clay bed that could keep us warm with a fire beneath it. The problem was the amount of labor. Walls more than 2 feet thick would require at least 10,000 mud bricks, as well as timber beams, thatch, stone, and many workers. If I slowly exchanged game for each item alone, we might not finish before the first heavy snow. I needed more villagers to participate in a stable system for exchanging their labor for grain. We could make bricks from the clay beside the village mixed with chopped straw, shape them in molds, and dry them before construction. The true difficulty was time. The autumn days were shortening, and a single stretch of rain could ruin thousands of bricks. We needed to organize people quickly to dig earth, shape bricks, and transport timber at the same time, while I supplied food and tools. But grain would be consumed, the house would cost money, and landlord Zhang's debt still hung over us. A few tales of the original owner's wine debt had become dozens through compounding interest. Unless I removed that problem first, every improvement to our household would only make us a more tempting target. After dinner, I took apart the old bow. Moisture and exposure to the sun had cracked the bow stave, and it might snap under the slightest force. The deer sinew string still had elasticity, however, and could be reused after cleaning. The original owner had not been entirely without hunting equipment. He simply never maintained any of it. The bow had been left for years in a damp corner. The arrow shafts were warped and their fletching incomplete. I selected those that could still be straightened and removed the arrowheads from the rest for later use. When resources were scarce, an old item could not be discarded merely for being old. Footsteps sounded outside again. Tian Laoba returned, gasping for breath, with several Cudrania branches as thick as a small bowl in his arms. The wood had a slight natural curve and was the right length, exactly what I needed for bow staves. They will work. I accepted the wood. In fact, they are better than I expected. I gave him another portion of grain and told him to go home and rest. Tian Laoba refused to take extra, so I recorded the credit instead and promised to offer him suitable work first in the future. With Cudrania wood, deer sinew, and tempered steel arrowheads, I would no longer have to depend on the simplest traps and luck the next day. The real hunt could begin. After Tian Laoba left, I worked on the Cudrania wood through the night. First, I used the axe to shape a rough bow stave. Then I held it near the stove and slowly drove the surface moisture from the wood. Too much heat would crack it, so I kept turning the stave, warmed it evenly, and bent the curve a little at a time. I washed and twisted the old deer sinew tight again. Only after confirming that no fibers were broken did I string the new bow. The Cudrania wood was still too damp. Under normal circumstances, bow wood should be seasoned in the shade for much longer. I did not have that time, so I made an emergency bow first and left the two remaining staves to dry slowly. Once stable, they could become stronger permanent bows or be saved for a hunting team in the future. The sisters sat beneath the lamp sewing the quilt. They layered reed down, straw, and a little cotton into the old cover. Bedding once thin enough to see light through finally gained some thickness. Each of us focused on our own work. The only sounds in the room were the axe blades scraping wood and needles passing through cloth. It was very late when I finished the bow. I drew it several times. The stave took the force evenly, and the sinew string held. It was not a powerful military bow, but it was far more reliable than the broken weapon the original owner left behind. With tempered steel arrowheads, it could penetrate medium-sized game. To avoid discovering a flaw only after entering the mountains, I stood a rotten board upright in the yard for a test. From more than 10 paces away, an ordinary arrow buried itself in the wood, and the bow made no strange sound. I then fitted a tempered steel head and drew the string to only 70%. The arrow pierced the thin board. The sisters came out at the sound. When they saw the shaft still trembling, they finally believed that luck alone had not caught the previous day's game. Before dawn, I trained this body as usual. Long-distance running on an empty stomach would place too much strain on my current condition, so I switched to short bursts of movement, squats, push-ups, and basic spear drills. After an hour, sweat had soaked my undershirt. My strength could not return overnight, but my breathing and coordination were clearly steadier than on my first day in this world. The weight of the long spear was ideal for rebuilding my core, shoulders, and back. I practiced no flashy movements, only thrusts, withdrawals, and sidesteps. Against a wild boar, only two things mattered: whether the first strike landed and whether I could instantly leave the line of its charge if I missed. After breakfast, I took the bow, long spear, rope, and arrows into the mountains. Wanqing checked my cloth bag, while Qing'er reminded me again and again not to enter tiger territory. Morning mist pressed between the trees, and dew soon soaked the legs of my pants. Thick patches of chestnut roses grew at the foot of the mountain. I tasted one. It was juicy, sweet, and tart, so I gathered a bag to bring home. Wild fruit could not replace grain, but it supplied nutrients our bodies lacked and gave the sisters a change in flavor. The branches bristled with hard thorns, making the fruit slow to pick. I chose only ripe fruit and refused to delay the hunt merely to fill the bag. Along the way, I also saw several medicinal plants that could stop bleeding. I memorized their locations so villagers familiar with the trails could collect them later. Farther in, I found a trail of fresh pellets on the ground. Fibers from grass stalks remained clearly visible, meaning a group of wild rabbits had passed not long ago. Their direction led straight toward the traps I had left the previous day. I took down my bow and moved quietly toward the downwind side. The grass the rabbits had crossed was still moving, so they could not be far. Before approaching the traps, I checked the wind and rubbed soil over the sweat on my hands. Rabbits had average vision, but extraordinarily sharp hearing and smell. One tiny mistake could send the entire group fleeing. 4 or 5 rabbits soon appeared among the bushes. As the leading buck approached the traps, it suddenly stood upright and twitched its nose rapidly. It had clearly smelled something wrong. If it turned, the entire group would leave. I immediately shot a common arrow at a tree trunk beside them. The arrow deliberately skimmed past the rabbits and struck the bark. Startled, the animals had no time to judge the direction. They turned and rushed into the trap passage I had prepared. Of the 5 traps, 2 caught rabbits and 2 others were trampled apart. It was not a large catch, but the plan had worked. I reset the traps and tied the rabbits securely. The broken traps also revealed a flaw. The camouflage at the entrances had been too loose. When a rabbit stepped down, the edge collapsed and gave it leverage to jump free. I straightened the stakes and packed the pit walls more firmly. The next time the same group returned, the traps would have a higher success rate. Rabbit meat contained too little fat. A person who ate rabbit alone for too long would actually grow weaker. If I wanted to restore my family's health, we needed large game rich in fat, such as wild boar. As though the forest had heard my thought, a sharp snorting sound came from ahead. I immediately crouched and replaced the common arrow with a tempered steel head. Through the gaps between the trees, I saw a young boar that had not yet reached its full size, ears raised warily. The fleeing rabbits had probably disturbed it, but it had not detected me downwind. A wild boar had thick hide and an even harder skull from the front. A shot to the head looked deadly, but bone could easily stop the arrow. Using trees for cover, I approached slowly and aimed at the side of its chest just behind the front leg. The closer I came, the more dangerous a miss became. I identified a thick tree to my right that I could circle and positioned the long spear where my hand could reach it most naturally. If the arrow failed to cripple the boar, I would need to use the trunk to evade its first charge, then find an opening for the spear. When the distance closed enough, I drew the bow fully and steadied my breath. The tempered steel arrow cut through the air and struck precisely into the boar's side. The tempered steel arrow passed through the boar and buried itself in the earth behind it. The animal did not collapse at once. Instead, before the full pain reached it, the boar sprinted away. Branches and leaves thrashed through the woods, and within moments, only a broken trail of blood remained. You took that arrow and still think you can run? I retrieved the steel arrow, wiped off the soil, and followed the blood. A wounded animal was the most dangerous kind. The boar might hide behind brush, turn suddenly, and charge. I did not follow the blood in a straight line. Instead, I kept to higher ground along the side and studied the terrain ahead. After tracking it for about 2/3 of a mile, sweat had soaked my coarse clothes and my breathing grew heavy. At one point, the blood trail vanished. I went back more than 10 paces and reassessed the direction from broken brush and churned wet soil. The injured boar had instinctively moved downhill toward water, then turned into dense forest halfway there. It was clearly still alert. The long spear, bow and arrows, 2 rabbits, and bag of fruit all weighed on me. In my former body, the load would have meant nothing. This starved body, however, was already nearing its limit. I rested against a tree and examined the blood on the ground. It was still bright red, but the drops were becoming more frequent. The arrow had injured something vital. The boar could not hold out much longer. After another 1/6 of a mile, I finally found it on a bed of rotting leaves. The animal weighed more than 220 pounds and lay on its side, still struggling weakly. I did not risk approaching the head. From behind, I drove the spear into a vital point and began dressing it only after confirming it could no longer threaten me. The tempered steel arrow had created a complete pass-through wound, but it had not immediately struck the heart. A common arrow would probably have lodged in the thick hide and muscle, allowing the boar to escape with the shaft still in it. This catch proved the blacksmith's work was worth 3 taels and showed me the true power of my emergency bow. I could not carry an entire boar down the mountain alone. I fashioned a crude drag sled from thick branches, tied the animal to it, and hauled it toward the village with ropes a little at a time. The sled saved effort downhill, but uphill sections and rocky ground were brutally difficult. Several times I stopped to repair the ropes and placed branches beneath the carcass so the stones would not ruin the hide. The intact pelt, tusks, organs, and fat all had value. Dragging it carelessly would have been like scattering money all the way home. Just inside the village, I encountered village chief Wang Chongsheng and his wife leading hired laborers to the fields. Wang Chongsheng's family owned roughly 16 acres of good farmland and the only ox cart in Siwa village. The authorities relied on him to help coordinate conscription, assign marriages, and taxation. He had indeed been involved in arranging the original owner's marriage to the Mu sisters, but he had never done a favor without expecting payment. When Wang Chongsheng saw the boar on the sled, he froze, then immediately adopted the tone of a benevolent elder. The hired men around him also stopped. Catching rabbits the previous day might still be dismissed as luck. Today, with me dragging home a boar of more than 220 pounds, no one dared regard me as a man who could only boast. Lu Feng, no one in town will want that boar's head. Since we are from the same village, sell it to me for 3/10 of a tael and save yourself the wasted effort. 3/10 of a tael was not even a fraction of the true value. His wife stood beside him, looking back and forth between me and the boar, then remarked that the head was just what Wang Chongsheng needed to restore his vitality. His expression darkened. Clearly, he did not want her mentioning that in public. I asked, "Chief, your family owns more than 16 acres of fertile land. You must have tasted every kind of meat, correct?" "Naturally. Have you ever eaten swan?" He hesitated. "Then stop standing here dreaming about delicacies you have never tasted. 3/10 of a tael for the head of a 200-pound boar? Do you still think I am the drunk I used to be?" Wang Chongsheng's face turned black. He tried to crush me with his authority as village chief, warning that a man who failed to appreciate favors would find it difficult to conduct any business in the village. I reminded him that the boar was private property I had hunted in the mountains and that I alone chose the buyer. The authorities empowered a village chief to assist with taxes and conscription. They had never granted him the right to seize game at a fraction of its value. I dragged the boar past him. Wang Chongsheng was left speechless, but his wife continued watching my back. Her stare made me uncomfortable and reminded me that this family would probably approach me again. When I returned to the yard, the Mu sisters immediately came to help. They were not strong, but they voluntarily fetched rope, moved the wooden frame, and heated water to prepare the carcass. Wanqing also told me that two unfamiliar men had lingered outside the yard for a long time that morning. The sisters had remained inside and seen them only through a crack in the door. One had a cloth wrapped around his right hand and looked very much like Li Ergu, whom I had just injured. Several sets of fresh footprints remained outside the wall. The wooden bar on the rear window also bore scratches where someone had tested it. They had not merely passed by. They were observing when I entered the mountains and whether the sisters would ever be alone. It seemed landlord Zhang had already begun watching the house. The fact that his men had not forced their way inside did not mean he had given up. They were waiting for me to be isolated or absent. I stored that information away and first dealt with the boar. On the descent, I had also discovered a patch of wild Solomon's seal. The rhizomes could be eaten or used as medicine, but they were best infused into liquor for sale. Landlord Zhang had trapped me with a wine debt. Wine could also become the path that opened a new source of income for me. Ordinary liquor in town did not sell for much, but once infused with Solomon's seal, it could be marketed as medicinal wine. With the proper ratio and steeping time, it would preserve the mount and produce and sell for more than the raw roots. There was no need to make a large first batch. I would test the flavor and demand, then decide whether to expand. After dressing the boar, I took a hoe and returned to the mountains. This time, I was going to dig up more than a few rhizomes. I was bringing home the beginning of my next source of income. A wild boar weighing more than 200 pounds might not fetch its true price in the market town. I decided to take it to Wenhuang County's main town, but the journey was too long to haul it there on a drag sled. Only Wang Chongsheng's household owned an ox cart capable of transporting cargo over that distance. Asking to borrow it just hours after he tried to buy my boar's head for almost nothing was awkward, but business could not be delayed over wounded pride. Wang Chongsheng was away when I reached his home. After hearing why I had come, the old steward did not dare decide for himself and invited Madame Wang out to speak with me. Fresh marks showed on her neck. She covered them as soon as she saw me, then called me into a room alone. Madame Wang had once worked at Yihong House in the county town before Wang Chongsheng married her and brought her to the village. Instead of discussing a rental price, she hinted that if I agreed to an improper personal condition, I could use the cart for free and borrow it whenever I wished in the future. I understood her meaning immediately. Borrowing one cart was not worth dragging myself into the rotten affairs of the Wong marriage, much less giving the Moose sisters a new reason to feel insecure. I did not expose her openly. I merely went along with her suggestion that we first needed to build trust, then left as soon as she entered the inner room to prepare. Believing the arrangement settled, the steward had already led the ox cart into the yard. I did not waste time. I took the reins and returned home to load the goods. Madame Wong might be angry when she realized I had brushed her off, but at least she could not complain to Wang Changsheng without revealing the true reason. I wrapped the butchered boar meat, lard, hide, and tusks separately, then loaded a small jar of experimental Solomon seal wine. The freshly dug rhizomes had been washed, sliced, and steeped in strong distilled liquor, with a small amount of herbal decoction added to balance it. The medicinal compounds had not been fully extracted yet, but the sample was enough for an apothecary to judge its value. This trip would keep me away for at least one night. Before leaving, I reinforced the door bar again, ordered the sisters not to open the door after dark, and asked Tian Laoba to stay in the yard and watch the grain, cattle shed, and chicks. During a famine, I could not gamble on human nature. If the property stood unguarded, I might return the next day to find even the roof thatch stolen. I set out that afternoon and finally reached the county town before nightfall. For 10 copper coins, I hired a local boy familiar with the market to lead me past the small shops that would suppress the price and straight to the largest restaurant. I sold the boar meat by cut. Separate buyers took the lard, organs, hide, and tusks. After tasting the Solomon seal wine, an apothecary owner became very interested in both its strength and the way the herb had been processed. He bought the sample and placed an order for the next batch. Together with the smaller mountain goods, the trip brought in more than 50 taels. The wild boar was valuable, but the medicinal wine was the true surprise. Meat could be sold only once. If I established a consistent formula for the wine, it could become a lasting business. I divided the silver among inner pockets, my belt, and a hidden layer of the cargo bag, so a county pickpocket could not steal everything at once. Then I bought 50 pecks of mixed grain and replenished our coarse salt and arrowheads. Soon, almost no empty space remained in the ox cart. After dark, I saw a crowd of wounded soldiers who had returned from the front gathered outside the county offices. By law, they were entitled to disability compensation and a small grain ration, but the officials kept delaying payment, so the men had blocked the entrance. One man on crutches, missing an eye, stopped me in my tracks. He was the Mu family's second son, Mu Xiaoguang. For months earlier, he had marched to war as a healthy young man with all 4 limbs. Now he had returned with one leg ruined and an eye destroyed. The sisters had been praying for his safety, and for a moment I did not know how to carry this news home. The situation at the front was even more alarming. A continuous stream of wounded soldiers returning home meant the pressure from the northern barbarians had reached Yozhou's interior. If the defenses failed over the winter, even remote Siwa village might not remain safe the following year. After leaving the county offices, I went to the livestock market. Dali now allowed private trade in draft cattle, but strictly forbade slaughtering them at will. The famine had devastated livestock numbers. Even an ox so thin its ribs showed cost 10 taels. I bought it anyway. An ox could pull a cart, plow fields, and help transport timber and bricks. It was the most important productive asset for building a household. I then bought a group of chicks and a new ox cart. The dealer rarely saw a customer purchase so much at once and threw in several bundles of fodder. I did not stay overnight. I wanted to minimize the time the Moose sisters spent alone, so I traveled through the night. At dawn the next morning, 2 ox carts entered our yard one behind the other. When Wanqing saw that we now owned an ox, she did not ask what it cost. Her first reaction was to cut grass and bring water. Qing'er used old boards and dry straw to build a shelter for the chicks. Grain solved our immediate hunger. The ox and chickens represented food and labor that could continue producing in the future. Only then did this family truly gain a path to survival that did not depend entirely on my entering the mountains. I cleaned the borrowed ox cart and returned it to the Wang household that same day. Madame Wang's expression turned ugly when she saw me. She had clearly realized I had brushed her off. She did not make a scene in front of others and simply took the reins coldly. I did not mention our conversation inside the house. Both of us understood that exposing it would benefit neither party. After returning home, I inspected the axle, wheel hubs, and harness ropes of our new cart one by one. We would depend on it to transport game, timber, and grain. A single loose part could cause an accident on a mountain road. The ox was too thin to haul heavy loads for now, so I told Wanqing to add more grass and a small portion of beans to its feed each day until its strength returned. When those tasks were complete, I called the sisters into the main room. You have not made a formal return visit to your parents since marrying into this family. Once things are arranged here, I will take both of you to the county town to see them. Qinger shot to her feet. Husband, do you really mean it? Wanqing could not hide her excitement either, but she first asked whether we could leave the household unattended. They had been away from home for more than a month. Apart from their parents, the person they worried about most was their second brother, Mu Xiaowang, who had gone to the front. I did not hide the truth until the last moment. I told them I had seen Mu Xiaowang at the county offices. He had returned, but he was badly wounded. It would be best for the family to explain the details in person. Wanqing gripped her younger sister's hand, tears circling in her eyes, but insisted that we leave as soon as possible. Over the next several days, we first arranged the yard so it could safely be left unattended. Tian Laoba would guard the house at night, while Wang San and Yang Guizi continued transporting timber. I recorded each man's grain allotment and enclosed the chicken shelter more securely so weasels could not slip in while no one was home. I divided the silver among several hiding places and never stored the medicine, grain, and weapons together. The ox's coat gradually became smoother, and its spirit improved from the day I bought it. Only then did I hitch it to the new cart and prepare to visit the Mu family. The gifts were not chosen for display, but I made them as practical as possible. Mixed grain, white rice, wild boar meat, cloth, common medicinal herbs, and a jar of Solomon seal wine. Mu Xiaowang was badly injured, and my father-in-law was a physician. These goods were far more valuable to them than ornaments. I also gave Wanqing several taels to present to her parents with her own hands. This is for winter clothes and medicine for your parents. It is my gift, no matter the amount. Do not save it back once you reach home. Wanqing looked at the pouch and touched her new clothes, then quietly promised she would convey every word clearly. On the road to the county town, both sisters repeatedly asked about their second brother. I told them only that he had returned alive and would need long-term care. Too much speculation would only frighten them. We could decide how to help after they had seen him. We suffered no delay and reached the Mu household before dark. My father-in-law, Mu Linfeng, had once been a respected physician in the county town. He had owned an apothecary and lived in a large four-courtyard stone residence. Later, his health weakened, and the government imposed extra taxes because his two daughters remained unmarried beyond the expected age. He was forced to sell his land, transfer the apothecary, and move into a small earthen courtyard at the edge of town. The courtyard was modest, but the entrance and ground had been swept immaculately clean. When my mother-in-law opened the door and saw the sisters, tears immediately fell. Wanqing and Qinger knelt at the threshold and held their mother as they wept for a long time. Mu Xiaowang lay on a bamboo chair in the yard. Fresh medicine covered his broken leg, and cloth wrapped his ruined eye. Once the sisters saw his injuries, the last of the hope they had clung to on the road disappeared. Mu Linfeng was changing his son's dressing. His expression was complicated when he saw me, but he still invited me inside according to proper etiquette. We had met only briefly on the wedding day. In his memory, I was still the son-in-law who drank constantly and pawned his daughter's dowry. Please stay with them and talk, father and mother. I will unload the gifts. I carried the grain, meat, cloth, and wine into the yard load after load. With each trip, Mu Linfeng grew more tense. He had probably mistaken the gifts for the return of the dowry and believed I had come to repudiate the marriages. The Mu family could no longer provide another dowry. If his two daughters were sent home, they would again face government penalties and forced marriage assignments. Good son-in-law, if your household lacks anything, I will find a way, Mu Linfeng said, stopping me. Live properly with my two girls. Do not make a reckless decision. It took me a moment to understand. Father, these are not the return dowry. They are gifts from Wanqing, Qinger, and me for their formal visit home. The sisters were surrounding their second brother and asking about the front, paying no attention to us. Mu Linfeng still did not dare believe me completely. He could only watch and wait for his daughters to confirm it themselves. Wanqing finally noticed her father's misunderstanding and hurriedly placed the pouch of silver in his hands. Father, husband gives this to you and mother out of respect. Winter is almost here. It is for clothes and medicine. The grain and meat on the cart were also prepared especially by him. He is not returning our dowry. Qinger took her father's arm and explained how I had entered the mountains, bought grain, acquired an ox cart, and made the sisters sit at the table and eat with me over the past several days. Mu Linfeng first studied their complexions, then their new clothes. Both were still a little pale, but they looked much healthier than when they married, and neither bore fresh injuries. At last, the tension left his shoulders. This is too much. You two are just beginning your life together. Take it home. Father, our household still has stored grain, I said. Second brother needs to recover, and this family cannot go without food. If accepting help from a son-in-law injures your pride, consider it advance payment for identifying medicinal herbs for me. The reason allowed him to preserve his dignity. Wan Qing deliberately put on a stern face and asked why one family needed to divide everything so clearly. Only then did her father accept the gifts. When Mu Linfeng went outside and saw the ox and new cart with his own eyes, his expression changed again. Horses were tightly controlled in Dali. To an ordinary farm household, a draft ox was the most important possession. Owning one signified more than wealth. It meant the ability to cultivate more land and transport more goods the following year. Good, good. He clasped my hand. I misjudged you before. As long as you treat my daughters sincerely, the Mu family will always recognize you as our son-in-law. While my mother-in-law prepared food, I opened the Solomon seal wine. I warned my father-in-law that the liquor was strong and he should take only a small sip. He did not believe me and raised an entire bowl. A moment later, he choked and coughed repeatedly. Most liquor in Dali was weak rice wine. My simple distillation process had raised this batch above 80 proof, so of course it tasted entirely different. Once Mu Linfeng caught his breath, he carefully smelled the wine and studied its color instead of complaining. Did you make this yourself? The liquor was distilled several times. The Solomon seal was washed, sliced, treated, and then steeped in it. In small amounts, it can be taken as medicinal wine. The high-proof alcohol can also clean skin and instruments, but I will not claim it cures every disease. He questioned me about the distillation and the ratio of herbs. I explained only the principles and did not exaggerate the benefits. With many years of medical practice, Mu Linfeng quickly recognized the value of high-proof alcohol for cleaning wounds and extracting compounds from herbs. He also warned me that the nature and dosage of Solomon's seal had to remain consistent. Otherwise, each batch would produce a different effect. That conversation made me realize my father-in-law was more than an elderly man who needed care. His pharmacological experience filled precisely the gap in my own knowledge. If I expanded the medicinal wine business, having him review the formula would be far safer than experimenting alone. After dinner, I asked Mu Xiaoguang what had truly happened at the front. He was silent for a long time before speaking. The northern barbarian army had already pressed against Yozhou's border. Small groups of scouts and riders were infiltrating ahead of the main force, destroying roads and locating grain depots. Casualties were severe, yet the county offices continued drafting men. If the line failed this winter, the invaders might sweep directly across Yuzhou the following year. I had believed the famine and landlord Zhang were our greatest immediate threats. Mu Xiaoguang's news shortened my timetable further. The house had to be repaired, grain stockpiled, and villagers organized. A few animals and several dozen tails were nowhere near enough to prepare for war. I needed to find a larger source of income, and quickly. The gambling den and wine shop in the county town both belonged to landlord Zhang. They were the foundation on which he trapped debtors and maintained his thugs. If I could recover the money the original Lu Feng had lost there, I would strengthen my own household and weaken the Zhang family at the same time. The idea took shape in my mind, but I still needed to observe the location and plan carefully. That night, I first gave the ox more fodder, then inspected the wheels and cargo. Tian Laoba was guarding the yard while we were away, but in chaotic times, no arrangement guaranteed absolute safety. We needed to return as early as possible the next day. The sisters spent a long time talking with their parents and second brother. Before going to their room, they thanked me. I told them only to remember that if they wanted to visit their parents again, they could simply say so. Seeing family should never be treated as a favor granted to them. The misunderstanding with the Mu family had been resolved, but the danger at the front was clearer than ever. That formal visit gave me family who truly accepted me. It also gave me a war for which I had to prepare in advance. After breakfast the next day, I took the sisters to buy more medicine, needles, and thread in the county town. We began the drive back to Siwa village that afternoon. The moment the ox cart entered the village, I noticed that the thin twig wedged into the door crack had fallen to the ground. Before leaving, I had placed it in an inconspicuous position. If Tian Laoba opened the door normally, he was supposed to put it back. Now the twig lay on the ground and fresh scratches marked the frame, meaning someone had entered after he left. I told Wan Qing and Qing'er to stop the cart at a distance and hide behind a tree from which they could see the gate. No matter what you hear, do not come closer. If anyone circles around toward you, drive into the village and call for help immediately. The long spear lay beneath the cart. Taking it out would alert whoever waited inside. I kept only the hand axe hidden beside my sleeve and approached the house as though I had noticed nothing. The instant I pushed the door open, a blade chopped down from above. I caught it with the axe, locked my left hand around the attacker's wrist, and used his forward momentum to throw him out of the house. A second saber swept in from the side with far more force than Li Ergu could produce. I retreated into the yard to evade it, and someone immediately shut the gate behind me. More than 10 knife-wielding thugs emerged from the house, woodpile, and behind the walls. Their leader was a one-armed man with a scarred face whom the original owner had seen before. He ranked among Landlord Zhang's most capable enforcers. He had lost an arm while collecting a debt and had become particularly vicious afterward. Li Ergu was among them, his injured right hand still wrapped in cloth. Scarface glanced at the cattle shed and stacked timber, then laughed. A few days pass, and now you even own an ox cart. You refuse to repay Master Zhang, but your life keeps improving. Has the deadline arrived? We want the money and the women. He pointed his saber toward the outside. As for you, you stay here today. Several thugs spread out to block my escape. For others remained behind Scarface. The steadiness of their steps and grips showed much more training than ordinary street bullies possessed. They knew I had injured Li Ergu and still came, meaning they had planned from the beginning to kill me and silence every witness. I deliberately prompted Scarface to call out everyone in hiding. Once more than 10 men revealed themselves, I heard no further footsteps outside the wall. Their main force was all here. If I prevented even one from escaping to carry news back, I could seize the initiative. Believing I was trapped, Scarface advanced first. The narrow yard prevented many men from swinging long sabers at once, but it also restricted my movement. To survive, I needed to remove the strongest leader first, then use the doorway and wooden racks to narrow the directions from which the others could attack. I suddenly rushed forward. Scarface raised his saber to block, never expecting that my target was not his head, but the only wrist still capable of holding a weapon. The axe edge split his bracer, and his saber fell immediately. Continuing the motion, I drove the back of the axe into his jaw and knocked him down beside the door. Two thugs lunged from the side at the same time. I retreated beside a wooden rack and used it to stop the first blade, then kicked over a grain sieve and forced the other man to change his footing. The moment their formation broke, I slipped through the gap, struck the weapon hand first, and rammed the man into his companion behind him. An axe was poorly suited to repeated blocks. After colliding with a long saber for the third time, its edge had already curled. I could not continue meeting weapons with it directly. I had to use angles to attack wrists, the sides of knees, and necks, making every strike remove a threat as quickly as possible. Li Ergu had hidden behind the crowd. When he saw his companions fall, he turned to open the yard gate. I picked up a short knife and threw it. The blade struck the door panel right beside his hand and stopped him. Two thugs attacked me from both sides at that instant, forcing me to turn and defend. Li Ergu used the opening to climb the low wall and tumble into the brush behind the house. The remaining thugs began to panic, but they had already lost their escape route. When they tried to charge together, I circled the house post and made the front men obstruct those behind them. The brief collisions continued for a while before silence finally settled over the yard. Apart from Li Ergu, every one of the more than 10 thugs had lost the ability to fight. Some died where they fell. Others lay gravely wounded. Scarface never rose again. I did not lose myself in victory. First, I searched the house and perimeter to confirm there was no second ambush team. Li Ergu had already used the village homes as cover and escaped too far to pursue, so I could only open the gate. Wanqing and Qing'er remained behind the tree, their faces pale. When they saw me emerge alone, they relaxed for an instant. Then they came closer and froze at the sight inside the yard. Do not go in. I blocked their view. Drive the ox cart to Tian Laoba's house and ask him to come immediately. Today's matter is not over. This ambush proved Landlord Zhang no longer intended to wait for the debt deadline. He wanted more than the sisters. He wanted me erased from Siwa village entirely. Since he had struck to kill first, my next move could not be to sit at home and wait. When Tian Laoba arrived and saw the thugs in the yard, he was speechless for a long time. Qing'er kept asking whether I had once led some organization of assassins and deliberately pretended to be a drunk after growing tired of the martial world. Wanqing did not join in the speculation, but she was equally unable to explain how a man Li Ergu once beat at will could suddenly defeat more than 10 armed thugs alone. What happened before is not important. I wiped the blood from my face. You need to know only that I will never use these skills to hurt my family. The answer could not remove all their questions, but at least it quieted them. Our first task was to deal with the scene. Tian Laoba helped me bind those still breathing. We moved the dead to a secluded place for temporary storage and would dispose of them together at night. If the Zhang family's enforcers failed to return for too long, the county town would quickly notice. We had to act before the news traveled back. While cleaning the yard, I asked Tian Laoba which villagers were trustworthy. The original Lu Feng had avoided respectable villagers, so his memories offered little information. Repairing the house, making bricks, raising cattle, and perhaps forming a hunting team in the future could not always depend on 3 men. I needed to know which young men worked hard, who understood mountain trails, and who knew carpentry or masonry. I also had to avoid gossips, shirkers, and anyone likely to betray a secret. Tian Laoba believed I was only seeking labor to repair the house. He recommended several dependable young men and a few households skilled at firing bricks or cutting timber. I recorded every name and skill without recruiting anyone immediately. Grain could purchase labor for a time. Genuine trust still had to be proven through events. After the yard was dealt with, I built a simple cattle shed. Several days of feeding had restored some strength to the new ox, but it still feared the cold. The roof had to keep out rain and snow, while the floor needed proper drainage. Otherwise, a draft animal worth 10 taels could be lost to a single illness. After dark, I took out the components I had brought from the county town. They formed a heavy crossbow that had not yet been assembled. I had commissioned the limbs, trigger mechanism, and stock from 3 different blacksmith shops, ensuring none had seen the complete design. The deer sinew string had cost 1 tael and could be used only after drying and twisting. Wanqing studied the strange structure. "Husband, what is this?" "A crossbow. It is more powerful than a normal bow and fires when you press the trigger." Weapons like this were almost never seen among Dali's common people. Either the court strictly controlled their circulation or the local craftsmen did not possess a mature design. Whichever explanation was true, I could not display it publicly before learning more. I used a foot stirrup and the strength of my waist to draw the heavy string, then placed a bolt into the groove. The crossbow was slow to cock and unsuitable for repeated attacks at close range. But with time to prepare, even a minimally trained person could fire one extremely powerful shot. Besides hunting large beasts, it could become the household's final defense. I had also prepared 2 smaller sets of parts. Later, I would assemble them into light crossbows for the sisters. They did not need to rush outside and fight. They needed only to learn how to aim at the doorway from inside the house, so they would not be entirely defenseless when I was away. Once the crossbow was sighted in, I moved the quiver and weapons onto the ox cart. When Wanqing saw that I intended to leave again, she immediately stopped me. "Husband, it is too late. Can you not wait until tomorrow?" "Every man who fell in the yard today came from the Zhang family's gambling den or wine shop," I said. "If they remain missing all night, landlord Zhang will know the ambush failed. By tomorrow, he may have gathered more thugs or gone to the county office first and reversed right and wrong." Qing'er feared I was going to Yihong House and feared even more that I would never return. I told them this journey was not for pleasure and not a reckless adventure. I intended to cut off the danger before the enemy realized what had happened. I explained the signals and escape route again and asked Tian Laoba to guard outside the yard. If I had not returned before dawn, they were to load the grain, silver, and medicine and drive to the Mu household first. Lock the door and keep the lamps low. I climbed onto the ox cart. I will return before sunrise. The sisters did not try to stop me again. They stood beside the door and watched me drive into the darkness. Landlord Zhang had turned a wine debt into a plot to kill me. Tonight, I would settle the account with principal and interest. The sound of an ox cart carried far at night. I did not drive straight to the Zhang estate. Instead, I hid the cart inside an abandoned shed outside the county town, took down the heavy crossbow and quiver, and approached the rear of the compound on foot. Landlord Zhang's estate covered a large area, with guards at both the front and side gates. Lanterns hung beneath the eaves, and roughly 30 men patrolled in several groups. Charging inside with one crossbow would not be bravery. It would be suicide. Following the outer wall, I found an old tree close to the roof ridge and climbed from the unlit side. After lifting 2 roof tiles, I could observe everything between the front hall and the storerooms. My objective was not merely to kill Landlord Zhang. The news Mu Xiaowang brought from the front proved the northern barbarians could press into Yuzhou at any moment. Grain, weapons, houses, and manpower all required silver. For years, the Zhang family had squeezed Wenhuang County through its gambling den, wine shop, and predatory loans. In the hours before dawn each day, the cash from those businesses was delivered to the estate. Since I had taken the risk of entering, I would wait for that money first. Time passed slowly. The night guards changed shifts twice before several enclosed carts finally entered through the side gate. The accountant led men in carrying wooden chests into the front hall. When the lids opened, I saw loose silver and stacks of banknotes inside. After entering, the men who transported the silver first verified the seals with the accountant. Two guards then carried each chest toward the inner vault. The entire process took about 15 minutes. I noted the number of guards at each door, the location of the keys, and the direction in which the drivers departed. After striking, I needed to find the money quickly and avoid anyone uninvolved. Landlord Zhang appeared soon afterward with the chief guard, Yang Laosan, a man missing one finger. Yang Laosan had once crawled out from beneath a pile of corpses on a battlefield. His saber technique and vigilance far exceeded those of an ordinary thug. In a low voice, he reported that the men sent to Siwa village that afternoon had still not returned. Landlord Zhang cursed them publicly as useless and ordered Yang Laosan to lead another group into the village at dawn. Their conversation confirmed that Landlord Zhang had personally ordered the ambush at my home. If he was allowed to gather more men, more than a dozen would come the next time. There was no longer room to negotiate or repay a debt. I braced the heavy crossbow on the roof ridge and calculated the wind and distance. It had enough power. The true issue was my escape route after the first bolt. People constantly moved around Landlord Zhang. I waited until Yang Laosan leaned close to his ear and the other guards looked toward the silver chests, then pressed the trigger. The trigger mechanism was quiet, but the arms recoiling would shake the tiles. Once the first bolt flew, this hiding place would be exposed. I had already placed a rope on the neighboring roof and confirmed no servants were passing through the covered walkway below. The bolt cut through the night and struck the side of Landlord Zhang's neck. He had time only to clutch the wound before collapsing beside the steps. Assassin! Chaos exploded through the front hall. Yang Laosan did not look up for the shooter. He overturned a wooden table first and ducked behind it. The reaction proved he had truly survived a battlefield and understood that a second projectile often followed the first immediately. What he did not understand was the penetration of a heavy crossbow. The second bolt punched through the tabletop and buried itself in his shoulder. It missed a vital point, but the injury clearly slowed his sword arm. The guards began climbing toward the roof. I slung the crossbow across my back and moved to the next ridge, deliberately making noise so Yang Laosan would misjudge where I intended to land. Enduring the pain, he rushed through a side window and swung upward to block me. I dropped into the corridor from the opposite direction. Yang Laosan turned half a step too slowly. I used the long saber taken from Scarface to deflect his attack and moved inside on his injured side. My first cut knocked away his weapon. The second blow struck his throat. Even after he fell, he tried to seize my ankle, so I finished restraining him completely. With Landlord Zhang and his chief guard down one after another, order in the estate collapsed instantly. Maids, servants, and accountants fled in every direction. Some used the chaos to carry away jewelry, cloth, and small pieces of silverware. I did not stop them, and I did not treat anyone without a weapon as a target. The only men I needed to deal with were the guards still sealing the exits. I blended into the fleeing crowd and used lantern shadows and covered walkways to defeat the pursuing thugs one by one. They had superior numbers, but none knew where I was, and they had to divide their force between protecting the silver and guarding the gates. Whenever they gathered, I changed routes. The moment one became isolated, I struck. One squad tried to raise torches and illuminate the roof. I kicked over a water vat beneath the corridor. The flood extinguished two lanterns and made the stone paving slick. As soon as the pursuers slowed, I circled back to the front hall through the kitchen side door. The more chaotic the courtyard became, the harder it was to use an advantage in numbers. After more than 10 guards fell, the remaining men finally located me. The Zhang estate's third expert was nicknamed Big Head and fought with a pair of metal knuckles. He dragged Landlord Zhang's body behind the steps, then shouted to the other guards, "Kill him, and every man gets 100 taels." The enormous reward made men who had begun to waver tighten their grips again. Big Head hid behind the front row instead of attacking immediately. He was more cautious than Scarface and more treacherous than Yang Laosan. If the crowd pinned me down, his metal knuckles would strike from the hardest angle to defend. Only overturned tables, open silver chests, and a closing wall of blades remained in the front hall. The scourge called Landlord Zhang had fallen, but if I wanted to leave alive with the silver, I still had to pass one final obstacle. I seized a gambling table and hurled it at the charging guards. The wooden table could not stop a saber, but it made the front men dodge instinctively. As their formation loosened, I pushed a young servant who was stuffing silver into his clothes out of the fighting and toward a side door. I then charged straight at Big Head. The common guards were merely paid employees. The man who could organize another hunt and continue threatening Siwa village was standing in front of me. Big Head did not dodge. He pulled a companion in front of him to catch my saber, while his concealed right fist drove toward my abdomen. A direct hit from those metal knuckles could break ribs and damage organs. I released the saber handle trapped against his human shield and snatched up a short stool to block the punch. The stool cracked apart, and the impact still numbed my arm. Seeing me without a weapon, Big Head closed in. He clearly intended to drag the fight into the close range where he excelled. I abandoned the saber for the moment, turned my body aside from the fist, and used a knee strike to force him back. Big Head shed most of the force, then drove his left fist upward from below. The two attacks linked together extremely quickly, proving his close-range combat truly exceeded that of the men before him. But his habit of making someone else block the first strike also revealed the placement of his weight. During our third exchange, I deliberately placed the path of my saber where he could see it. As expected, Big Head grabbed another man to block and stepped to the right. I withdrew the blade early and redirected it. The hilt knocked his fist aside, and the point entered his unprotected flank. He endured the injury and tried to counterattack. I gave him no chance to prolong the fight. After repeatedly sealing both fists, I kicked him into the overturned furniture. Once Big Head fell, the remaining guards lost all organization. Some threw away their weapons and fled, while others still tried to seize the silver chests. I retrieved my saber, but did not chase the defeated men down. Every extra moment increased the chance that the county night watch would arrive. My objective had been achieved. I now needed to spend the remaining time collecting evidence, transferring assets, and withdrawing. I did not pursue anyone who fled through the estate gates. I struck down only those who continued attacking with weapons. Once the front hall fell quiet, I first extinguished several lamps that could spread fire to neighboring homes. Then I searched the accounting room and vaults. That day's gambling den revenue was only one part of the wealth. Hidden compartments contained high-denomination banknotes, loose silver, and a small amount of gold. I packed the easiest banknotes, gold, and silver into two strong chests, covered them with cloth, and carried them in several trips through the rear gate to the ox cart outside town. Grain contracts, debt agreements, and gambling ledgers went with them. Those papers might not be directly exchangeable for money, but they could prove how the Zhang family had swallowed the people's land. On the first trip, I moved the banknotes and gold, the lightest and most valuable items. Only on the second did I take the loose silver and ledgers. I left the heavy copper coins and furniture behind. I was not there to empty the entire estate. Greed would only slow my retreat. After confirming the servants and maids had escaped, I set fire to several main buildings. The accounting office, guard quarters, and storehouse burned first. By the time the neighborhood watchman discovered the flames, I had already driven the cart away. Before dawn, fire swallowed the largest mansion in the county town. Outsiders would assume the Zhang household had been looted after an internal conflict. I left nothing that pointed towards Siwa village. On the road home, I changed routes several times. Only after confirming no one followed did I enter Siwa village. Wang Changsheng was in his fields, ordering laborers to fertilize and weed vegetables. He intended to sell the produce to county restaurants before winter, but colder weather had stunted its growth. He promised the workers white rice porridge if they moved faster, yet the bowls delivered to the field contained only watery gruel. I did not interfere. News of the Zhang family's destruction would soon spread throughout the county. My priority was hiding the assets I had brought back. No one could see those two chests. At home, I stored the banknotes, precious metals, and ledgers separately, then cleaned the heavy crossbow completely. The overnight operation had drained me. I did not enter the mountains that day and remained in the yard organizing arrows, rope, traps, and medicine. Li Ergu had not appeared since escaping over my wall. I could not confirm whether he had returned to the Zhang estate, so I asked Tian Laoba to strengthen the night watch and invited Third Aunt Huang to stay with the sisters during the day. Third Aunt Huang had no children and had always been close to the Moose sisters. She was skilled with needlework and willing to sit in the yard whenever I entered the mountains. One extra person might not stop a powerful enemy, but she could sound an alarm in time. After one night of rest, I rose during the pre-dawn hours to train. My body recovered much faster than at first, but soreness from the previous two battles remained. I limited the session to what allowed me to maintain proper form instead of exhausting myself to prove toughness. After breakfast, I took the spear and bow and prepared to enter the mountains again. Greater food reserves did not mean production could stop, especially with winter and war both approaching. Wanqing tightened my medicine pouch, and Qing'er checked the quiver. They worried about tigers. I did not repeat empty claims that a tiger was nothing. I promised to avoid known tiger territory and evaluate any signs of large predators instead of blindly pursuing them. Not long after leaving the yard, I detected a confusion of footsteps behind me. There were several trackers, but they neither controlled their distance nor avoided dry branches. When I crossed a patch of mud, I even saw a footprint with the right toe angled outward, identical to one Liurgu had left outside my house. I did not turn and deliberately maintain my original speed. After entering the forest, I finally heard a muffled curse behind me. Liurgu was alive and had gathered new followers. Landlord Zhang was dead, but Liurgu had not stopped. He might even have scavenged money from the ruins and decided to establish his own power amid the chaos. As the mountain trail narrowed, I suddenly accelerated and turned into hunting ground I already knew well. Someone behind shouted that they had been discovered, and the pursuing footsteps immediately quickened. They thought I was fleeing. In reality, I knew every trap, wind current, and retreat route in this forest better than they did. After the first turn, I left the obvious game trail and circled along a side slope to a position ahead of my pursuers. The men Liurgu brought continued charging along my footprints. They saw me accelerate but failed to notice that my tracks ended among a patch of stones. I had counted the footsteps. Apart from Liurgu, there were 5 men. They carried no bows, only chopping blades and wooden clubs. The group was not large, but if even one returned to the village with information, the Moose sisters would become targets again. I had to contain the battlefield in the mountains. The lead man stepped into a spring snare I had set the previous day. A sharpened hardwood stake snapped up from the ground and drove heavily into his chest and abdomen. He fell immediately. The men behind stopped in terror, but Liurgu waved his blade and forced them to continue searching. The snare had originally been intended for wild boar. Its trigger lay concealed beneath low fallen leaves. After seeing their companion fall, the remaining men began probing the earth with their blades, forcing their formation to stretch out. That was precisely the condition a ranged attacker wanted. Lu Feng, come out if you are a man. He kept shouting insults and deliberately invoked the Moose sisters to provoke me. Angering a hidden opponent until he lost patience was the most common tactic. I did not answer and shifted from downwind to another tree. I was still confident I could win a direct battle. But blades had no eyes, and even one cut could become infected in the mountains. If the terrain could weaken my enemy, there was no need to risk my life to prove courage. I first used an ordinary bow to shoot the man at the rear. The sound of the arrow made Liurgu misjudge my direction, and he immediately led the others to the right. I had already shifted through low ground on the left, and my second arrow struck another follower who had left the formation. A third man noticed the angle of the arrow was wrong and looked toward higher ground. I did not shoot him at once. Instead, I threw a stone into another patch of brush. 2 men turned together and nearly struck each other with their blades. Fear magnified every sound. They could no longer tell which noises were real and which were bait. Only 3 enemies remained. Liurgu finally realized that remaining crowded along one path would only expose them to more arrows. He ordered 2 men to circle from the left and right while he advanced with his blade toward my previous hiding place. Liurgu finally realized that staying together only made them targets. He ordered 2 men to flank me from both sides while he charged with his blade toward my previous hiding place. I put away the bow, took up my spear, and appeared between 2 trees. The 2 followers spread out on my flanks, trying to drive me away from the trunks. Liurgu pressed the center and repeatedly tested the reach of my spear with his blade. I retreated half a step and drew them into a narrower passage between rocks, where the 3 could not attack side by side. Liurgu chopped at me. The tempered steel spear shaft caught the back of his blade. The collision numbed his arm and confirmed that he possessed considerable strength, but all his movements relied on brute force. After escaping over my wall, he clearly had not suffered a serious injury. I drove the spear forward and forced him back several steps, then suddenly turned and stabbed down the follower attempting to ambush me from the right. When the other saw his companion fall, he turned to run. I did not pursue him into unfamiliar brush. I ended the threat with my bow. The final follower attacked from behind. I swept his wrist with the butt of the spear. After his club fell, he dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, claiming he had only accepted Liurgu's silver. I did not turn my back because of one plea. I disarmed him, tied him to a tree, and first made certain he could no longer fight. Liurgu stood alone. He still refused to retreat and chased me while cursing. I deliberately controlled my speed and drew him away from the bodies and his route back. The extended run quickly exhausted him. His blade cut obstructing branches more slowly with each swing, and his breathing lost all rhythm. Several times he tried to stop, and each time I deliberately revealed myself ahead. His anger and lust for the Moose sisters drove him onward. By the time he entered open ground, he was far from the last surviving follower and could no longer receive help. I stopped in a clearing among the trees. Twice you came to my home for the Jean family. The first time, you kicked down my door and demanded the debt. The second time, you brought men to kill me. Today, you entered the mountains to murder me again. I pointed the long spear at him. This account ends here. Liurgu spat blood, raised his blade, and charged. In fury and exhaustion, he had only broad, reckless attacks left. I slipped past the blade from the front and struck the side of his knee with the spear butt. Liurgu dropped to one knee, then immediately raised his saber across his upper body. I stabbed repeatedly, leaving wounds on his arms and shoulder without rushing into range of a hidden blade. Liurgu suddenly threw his saber at my face and lunged inside the spear's reach. I turned my head past the blade and held the shaft across my chest to catch his impact. Both of us lost our balance, and he drew a dagger from behind his waist. I pinned his wrist with my knee, then rolled away and created distance, refusing to give him a chance to die with me. After several more exchanges, his movements had visibly slowed. I was preparing to end the battle when a faint tremor passed through the ground beneath my feet. Birds erupted from the forest all at once. A tiger's roar followed, shaking leaves from the trees. No human throat had made that sound. I retreated to a place with a wider field of view and turned the spear toward the deep brush. Liurgu also froze. The rage on his face became terror in an instant. A tremendous force parted the low bushes. A pair of black-striped, golden forepaws stepped onto the rotting leaves. The true hunter had arrived. A full-grown tiger slowly emerged from behind the brush. Its shoulders stood nearly 4 feet high. Mud stained its black and gold coat, but both eyes and ears were intact. The man-eating tiger from Siwa village's stories bore 3 old scars beside its left eye. This was not the same animal. That meant at least 2 adult tigers lived nearby. Already badly wounded, Liurgu suddenly scooped up soil and gravel and flung it at me, then swung his blade desperately. He wanted to pin me in place so the tiger would attack the target, making the more obvious movement. I turned my head away from the dirt and did not meet his blade directly. Instead, I shifted half a step away from the direction of the tiger's leap. The tiger attacked at that exact moment. It crossed several yards in one bound, closed its jaws around Liurgu's weapon arm, and threw him to the ground. His blade vanished into the leaves, and his screams tore through the forest. He begged me to save him as though he had not been trying to kill me only a moment before. The tiger did not go straight for his throat. It pinned its prey beneath its weight. The harder Liurgu struggled, the more completely its attention focused on him. I forced myself not to look at the wound and studied only the placement of its paws, the drive of its forelegs, and each turn of its head. I did not approach. The tiger was choosing between 2 targets. Turning to run would instantly trigger a pursuit. Remaining still would only make it notice me later. My only chance was to damage the leg that controlled its speed while its attention remained on Liurgu. I braced myself against a thick pine and drew 3 arrows. The first aimed at its eye and forced it to turn its head. The second flew toward its throat but glanced off the raised shoulder. The third, fitted with a tempered steel head, buried itself in the joint of a foreleg. The first 2 ordinary arrows caused no serious harm, but they provided cover. The third arrow inflicted the real damage. Once the steel point entered the joint, the tiger's balance visibly tilted when it landed. Only then did I have a chance of surviving its next leap. The tiger reared upright in pain, abandoned the motionless Liurgu, and turned toward me. I dropped the bow and assembled the spear. The tiger's first swat struck the shaft with such tremendous force that the web between my thumb and index finger went numb. Using a tree trunk to shield my side, I refused to meet it head-on. Its injured foreleg dipped visibly when it touched the ground. I immediately advanced on that weak side and sliced the flesh across its chest with the spear point. The point opened only a surface wound and did not reach anything vital. A tiger's hide and muscle were thicker than a boar's, and the animal moved much faster. If I remained even half a breath longer to thrust more deeply, the other paw would land on me. The wound did not stop its attack. After landing, the tiger swept its tail. I could not evade completely. My waist felt as if a thick club had struck it, and I rolled through the fallen leaves. The tiger followed immediately. Bracing the spear against the ground, I leaned backward and let its jaws pass over my head, then drove the point upward into the side of its chest. Its momentum still threw me against a tree. My back went dull, and I almost lost my breath. I could not prolong the fight. My strength and stamina had not recovered. If I continued trading force, I might kill the tiger only to be gravely wounded by its final struggle. No one waited to support me in the mountains. One broken bone might keep me from ever reaching the village. My bow lay to the left. The heavy crossbow remained across my back, and the long spear was my only tool for maintaining distance. As I circled the tree, I calculated the time needed to cock the crossbow and load a bolt. I had to worsen the limp before I could create an opening to use it. When the tiger turned again, it no longer dared place full weight on the injured foreleg. I seized the moment in which it adjusted its balance, circled toward the rear flank, struck near a hind leg with my hunting knife, and withdrew immediately. It spun in fury, and one forepaw shattered the rotten tree against which I had just leaned. I picked up the heavy crossbow. It had been cocked in advance, giving me one chance. When the tiger turned its head again, I did not aim for the eye. I fired at the junction of chest and shoulder. The bolt penetrated flesh and made the tiger lose its balance for a second time during its leap. It still did not fall. Pain only made it more savage. I threw the empty crossbow toward my escape route so the sling would not obstruct me and gripped the spear in both hands again. If I failed to injure the leg further in the next exchange, I would have no strength left to run. I met the charge by driving the spear into the wounded forelimb, then pulled it free and rolled aside. With two legs injured one after the other, the tiger's speed finally dropped significantly. That was my window to withdraw. I did not covet the hide or bones, and I did not continue risking my life merely to fulfill the wager with the blacksmith. After recovering the bow, crossbow, and quiver that I could carry, I retreated at full speed along the downhill route I had studied earlier. The tiger pursued for a distance, but its footsteps gradually faded. Only when I could no longer hear its roar did I stop in an open stretch of forest. The tiger's tail had split my side, and blood had soaked through the coarse cloth. My right arm ached and felt numb from blocking its paw, but fortunately no bone was broken. The place where my back struck the tree carried only a dull pain, without difficulty breathing. Liurgo had not emerged. He had already lost the ability to move before I left, and there was no need to guess his fate. There was no victory in this encounter. I had escaped the tiger's jaws alive and badly wounded the beast, but I had failed to kill it. More importantly, another man-eater with scars near one I remained in the mountains. When I returned, I would need stronger weapons, more people, and a complete withdrawal plan. The scent of blood might attract other predators. I bandaged my side roughly, abandoned every hunting plan for the day, and descended the mountain directly. A tiger's hide and bones were indeed valuable, but only the living had the right to return and claim them. When I returned to the yard covered in blood, Third Aunt Huang was helping the sisters cut cloth for their new clothes. She saw me first and immediately called for help. Wanqing ran out of the house and went pale. Qing'er reacted faster, supporting the shoulder on my uninjured side. Together, the three women helped me inside. The people working in the yard also gathered. I ordered Tian Laoba to close the gate and sent Wang San to warn the villagers that no one was to enter the rear mountains that day. The wounded tiger might follow the scent of blood. An ordinary person who encountered it would have almost no chance of survival. The injuries are not fatal, I told them. The tiger's tail caught my side, and the shock injured my right arm. The bones are all intact. The moment they heard the word tiger, their tears fell faster. I asked Wanqing to boil water and Qing'er to fetch the styptic medicine and clean cloth bought in the county town. Third Aunt Huang helped cut away the damaged clothes and confirmed the wound had not reached my abdominal cavity. After washing it and stopping the bleeding, they applied fresh bandages. My right arm was immobilized and rested for the time being. I did not leave again that day. Instead, I described the entire encounter in the mountains. I was not boasting. The household needed to know that 2 adult tigers lived nearby, and that one was wounded and possibly more dangerous. For the next several days, no one could enter that hunting ground alone. I also drew the location of the encounter, the tiger's direction of travel, and the clearing where Li Ergu had last remained. Tian Laoba knew the trails and confirmed it was not far from the villagers' common firewood area. Beginning the next morning, we needed warnings at several entrances until the tiger's territory was confirmed. After one night of rest, the wound showed no fever and I could move my right arm. Even so, I waited until the following morning to drive into the county town and expand our reserves before grain prices rose further. A notice about the fire at the Zhang estate had already been posted inside the gate. My wife's eldest brother, Mu Xiaoyang, was leading constables in examining the ruins. I spoke with him under the pretext of visiting the Mu family. Several days had passed since the incident. Servants and nearby residents had looted the scene before the fire destroyed it, and the county office had found no clear suspect. Mu Xiaoyang only warned me that the county town had become dangerous and urged me to leave before dark. I asked no further questions and did not linger near the ruins. At the grain shop, I purchased more rice, flour, coarse salt, and entire baskets of sesame oil. We had a little boar fat at home, enough only to grease the pot during ordinary cooking. Sesame oil could be stored for a long time, and even silver might fail to buy it during war. I also replenished medicinal herbs, fire-starting materials, rope, and shelf-stable beans. The ox cart was fully loaded again when I returned to Siwa village. As Wanqing unloaded the goods, she urged me to stop traveling until my injuries healed. She said the grain we already possessed would last a long time and more would only occupy space. I explained that the reserves were not just for the three of us. Repairing houses, building workshops, and organizing villagers would all require payment in grain. If the northern barbarians marched south, grain would become life itself. Once the goods were stored, I brought out all the assets taken from the Zhang estate and asked the sisters to count them with me. There were banknotes worth roughly 1,000 taels, more than 600 taels in physical silver, broken pieces of gold, jewelry, and smaller amounts of loose silver. By a conservative estimate, the total exceeded 2,000 taels. In addition, we had a stack of debt agreements, land deeds, and gambling den ledgers. We verified every amount 3 times to avoid mistakes made in panic. Wanqing recorded the totals. Qing'er sorted the ingots by size. I destroyed every chest and cloth wrapper that could be traced to the Zhang estate seal. The money would also have to be spent in separate batches. We could never produce the Zhang family's distinctive high-denomination notes all at once. Halfway through counting, Qing'er no longer dared continue and kept asking whether she was dreaming. Wanqing worried more about whether the money would attract the authorities. I did not hide the source. I told them landlord Zhang had first sent men to kill me and that these assets had originally been extracted from the common people he harmed. Even so, we had to disperse our spending and never reveal the full extent of our wealth in the village. The first step was to redeem the land the original Lu Feng had pawned. Most village households did not control their own fields either. Pawnshops and predatory debt held the deeds. The agreements taken from the Zhang estate could clarify some of those claims. I did not intend simply to seize every parcel for myself. First, I would acquire the pawn tickets and deeds. Then I would create a system allowing villagers to redeem their land gradually through labor, grain, or long-term tenancy. If I returned the land free, villagers would be grateful for a short time, but another famine the following year might force them to pawn it again. If I enforced the original usurious debts, I would merely become a second landlord Zhang. A better method was to convert debt into labor needed for brick kills, clearing land, and common defense. The fields would return to those who farmed them, while the village built industries capable of resisting the next crisis. The second step was to establish workshops that could produce continuously. The brick kiln was most urgent. 3 new rooms required more than 10,000 bricks, and many other village homes were falling apart. Clay, firewood, and labor were all available locally. Once we selected the kiln site and controlled the firing process, work could begin quickly. The kiln had to be near clay and water without allowing sparks or smoke to threaten village homes. The timber supply also had to continue. We could fire a small test batch first and measure its strength before expanding. If we committed the entire labor force at once and failed to control the temperature, we would lose all the fuel and several weeks of work. After that came a blacksmith shop and woodworking workshop. Weapons, farming tools, cart frames, doors, and windows all required specialized skill. My temporary repairs could never reach scale. These 2 operations required true craftsmen, not merely drawings and ideas. I wrote the plan in 3 columns: land and grain, brick kilns and housing, ironwork and carpentry. Beneath each, I listed the required people, materials, silver, and risk of failure. When I said the sisters would become landladies, both laughed. Wanqing said she did not seek great wealth, only a peaceful life for the family. But in the world before us, anyone who did not actively build the strength to protect peace could have it taken away at any moment. 2,000 taels was not the destination. It was only the first capital that allowed the great plan to begin. After my injury stabilized, Wanqing and Qing'er asked to have a serious conversation with me. They were not worried about the silver. They feared Dali's harsh rules for families without children. Yuzhou lacked both soldiers and population. To force people to produce more children, local officials imposed extra taxes on households that remained childless for too long. In serious cases, they could even confiscate part of the family's property and place its men at the front of the conscription lists. Mu Xiaowang had just returned from the front disabled. The sisters had seen their brother's condition with their own eyes and naturally did not want the authorities to take me away as well. Husband, we know it is too early to discuss this, Wanqing said, placing an unwritten letter on the table. But our household is growing. Sooner or later, the officials will notice. It would be terrible to give them leverage merely because of the number of people in our family. They mentioned a friend they had known in the county town. The woman was educated and came from a respectable family, but she had repeatedly refused marriages arranged by the government. Wanqing wanted only to write and ask about her situation, not make an immediate decision about marriage. Wanqing also recited the government's notice on marriage and childbirth. Local ward officials periodically registered the population of each household. Families whose numbers did not change for several years could be assigned additional forced labor. The original Lu Feng had never cared, but the sisters had remembered every deadline clearly. I had no intention of treating another person as a tool for avoiding the law. I certainly would not agree to anything before meeting her and understanding what she wanted. You may write the letter, but ask only whether she needs help. Do not decide anyone's life for her, I said. As for the authorities, if anyone tries to seize our property under the excuse that we have no children, I will find another way to answer them. I told Wanqing to describe Siwa village's true condition, the changes in our household, and the risk that the northern barbarians might march south. If her friend merely needed to escape a forced marriage, we could offer temporary lodging or work. Help did not have to be tied to marriage. Wanqing still worried that I was too confident. I finally agreed that we would read the reply before discussing anything further. Only then did she unfold the paper, with Qing'er beside her helping remember the old address. When I stepped outside the yard, 4 young men were waiting at the gate. They were Wang Dian, Zhang Hongda, Li Long, and Wang Fei. Each had a cloth bag containing eggs, dried vegetables, an old hunting knife, or even the last bit of grain in the family. Their gifts differed, but each was among the most valuable things the household could offer. Brother Lu, we have come to become your apprentices, Li Long said first. We want to learn hunting and feed our families. Tian Laoba had previously mentioned Wang Dian, Zhang Hongda, and Li Long, describing all 3 as honest and hardworking. Wang Fei was quick-witted but inclined to chase shortcuts. Their gifts reflected that difference. Although the first 3 families were struggling, they had prepared carefully. Wang Fei's bag mostly contained small things gathered at the last minute. I did not judge a man from one gift alone, but I remembered the detail. The 4 also had different physical strengths. Wang Dian was strongest. Zhang Hongda had the steadiest footing. Li Long observed his surroundings most carefully, while Wang Fei always rushed to answer. If they truly became a hunting team, roles could not be assigned by age alone. Each man had to suit tracking, trap setting, or hauling. I will accept the gifts, but there is no need to kneel and formally become disciples. I asked Qing'er to record who had brought each item. Hunting is not a way to become rich after learning 2 tricks. There are boars, bears, and tigers in the mountains. One wrong judgment will cost your life. All 4 still wanted to join. I needed a hunting team to repair the house and expand our supply of mountain products, so I explained the distribution rules directly. I would provide ordinary bows, arrows, ropes, and traps and teach them to recognize game trails, wind, and dangerous signs. After the game was brought home, I would take 1/3. The remaining 2/3 would be divided equally among those who actually participated. Anyone who concealed a catch or stole another person's prey would be expelled immediately. At first, you may operate only around the foothills and forest edge. Your targets are rabbits, pheasants, and masked palm civets. Without my permission, you may not pursue wild boar, and you must never enter an area marked by bears or tigers. I also required teams of 3. No one could chase game alone. Before entering the mountains, each group would record its direction and expected return time. Even if they found nothing, they had to turn back with enough time to arrive before sunset. If anyone was injured, saving that person came first. The prey could be abandoned. Li Long understood the calculation first. I provided the equipment, and they supplied only labor. Even after surrendering 1/3, they would be far safer than entering the mountains empty-handed. All 4 accepted. I brought out several freshly carved bow staves and adjusted each to the user's arm length. The strings were ordinary hemp fiber, and the arrowheads were hardened wood. They lacked the power of my emergency bow, but were sufficient for small game. Iron heads were expensive and might also make beginners believe they could challenge large prey. Withholding them for now was safer. The heavy crossbow was even less suitable to share. It was easy to use and extremely lethal, the family's hidden trump card. None of the team had yet been tested for loyalty or discipline. If its construction leaked, bandits might copy it, while the government could accuse me of privately manufacturing military weapons. I had the four practice against a fixed target outside the yard and demonstrated how to inspect bow staves for cracks, shafts for warping, and rope loops for wear. The most important rule was to retreat and report any track they could not identify. They were never to follow it. The target stood only a dozen paces away, yet half their arrows still missed. Wang Fei treated one lucky hit as proof that he had mastered the bow and immediately asked when he could receive a share of wild boar. I reduced his draw weight on the spot and told him to land 10 consecutive arrows somewhere on the straw target first. With only 4 novices, the hunting team had not truly taken shape. But beginning that day, I was no longer the only person bringing food from the mountains. If the rules and training held, this team could hunt and eventually become Siwa Village's earliest defense force. The 4 men became overexcited after receiving their bows. I had arranged for them to practice outside the village for half a day before Tian Laoba taught them several safe hunting routes. But in the short time it took me to enter the house for rope, they slung the bows over their backs and ran toward the rear mountain. Tian Laoba chased them to the village entrance, but could not call them back. Wang Fei said they would only circle the forest edge. Provoked by him, the other 3 refused to look cowardly. By the time I learned what happened, they had already crossed the tree line. I still had time to pursue and order them home, but I also needed to know whether they would actually obey the rules. I asked Tian Laoba to watch their direction and prepared medicine and materials for a stretcher. The cost of that test proved greater than expected. That afternoon, Wang Dian, Zhang Hongda, and Li Long staggered back to the village entrance carrying Wang Fei together. Deep tiger claw wounds crossed Wang Fei's chest and face, and he was no longer breathing. The other 3 had torn clothes and scratches on their arms and backs. Fortunately, those injuries were superficial. I examined Wang Fei first and confirmed he could not be saved, then washed the others' wounds, stopped the bleeding, and bandaged them. What did I say before I left the yard? All 3 lowered their heads. They had found a wounded deer near the forest edge. Wang Fei insisted on tracking it, believing 4 men with bows could divide a large animal. They followed it into a river valley, failed to find the deer, and encountered a limping tiger instead. According to Li Long's broken account, the tiger appeared first on a side slope. Wang Dian saw an old wound on one foreleg and assumed it could not run fast. All 4 men actually released arrows at it together. Most wooden heads bounced away. One merely cut its hide, enraging it completely. The wooden arrows could not penetrate the tiger's skin. Wang Fei stood closest and was struck in the first attack. The other 3 scattered among trees and rocky slopes. They survived only because the tiger's old foreleg injury limited its speed. A bow is not a protective charm, I said, forcing down my anger. If hunting were so easy, why would your fathers choose hunger over entering the deep mountains? A tool magnifies sound judgment, but it magnifies stupidity as well. None argued. Li Long admitted he should have insisted on retreat when he saw the large tracks. Wang Dian said the tiger had moved close to the foothills, near the area where villagers cut firewood. I gave each man copper coins and sent them to a physician in Shango village for further treatment. Their disobedience caused the injuries, but the hunting team had only just been formed. If I punished them and ignored their wounds, everyone would hide future accidents. Once treated, they would still share responsibility for Wang Fei's burial and compensation to his family. I separately converted the value of Wang Fei's initiation gift and assigned equipment into grain for his family. From then on, a small portion of every catch would also go into a casualty reserve. Without that protection, poor families could not survive one accident, and the team could never last. The sound of weeping did not stop after Wang Fei's family learned of his death. On its first outing, the hunting team paid 1 life to prove my warning had not been meant to frighten them. Their descriptions also confirmed that the limping animal was the tiger I had wounded before. Its foreleg had not healed, yet it had moved from a deeper valley to the forest edge. Difficulty catching prey was probably driving it toward human activity. A wounded predator was often more dangerous than a healthy one. If it could not catch deer, it might attack woodcutters, livestock, or even enter the village at night. The government offered a reward of 20 taels for killing a tiger that attacked people. The hunter also kept the hide, bones, and every other usable part. A complete tiger carcass was already worth a great deal in Wenhuan County, and even more in Tianyong City or Yuzhou City. But the reward was not my primary reason to act. As long as the tiger remained near the foothills, the hunting team could not enter the mountain and villagers could not cut wood or gather herbs. It remembered arrow wounds and the scent of humans and might easily follow livestock to the village. Then the moose sisters, our ox, and the chickens would all be in danger. I asked Tian Laoba to notify every household that no one was to enter the western forest edge until at least the following day. I also told Li Long to draw the location of the encounter, their escape route, and the terrain he remembered. The three men had to stop hunting and recover. Once healed, they would retake tests on fixed targets and track recognition. Disobedience did not end with an apology, but Wang Fei's death was already the heaviest lesson. I would not humiliate them into more reckless behavior. The wound on my side had scabbed over, and my right arm had mostly recovered. Compared with our previous encounter, I now possessed a heavy crossbow, a tempered steel spear, greater strength, and knowledge of which leg was injured. This time, I would not stumble into the tiger and flee unprepared. I would find it on my terms, prepare the terrain and escape route, and truly finish the battle we had left incomplete. Before dawn, I took the heavy crossbow, spear, snares, axe, and styptic medicine into the mountains. According to Li Long, the encounter occurred in a shallower river valley roughly parallel to the place where I had fought the tiger before. I searched from downwind first and avoided the route on which they had escaped, so I would not destroy its tracks. I found fresh droppings and bloody paw prints in the valley, but no tiger. The tracks alternated between deep and shallow, further confirming a foreleg injury. The animal had not continued toward the village. It crossed a side slope and entered the rear mountains. Fresh claw marks remained on several trees at the same height as the previous tigers. The blood trail had faded, meaning the wound was healing. If I delayed several more days, the tiger would recover speed and become harder to kill. I followed the signs for a long time. If I abandoned the trail, the wounded animal might circle back. If I continued, I would enter unfamiliar ground. After weighing the risk, I left return marks at several obvious landmarks and pushed deeper into the rear mountain. Beyond the ridge, a second valley appeared. The stream was shallow, and the rock walls narrowed gradually on both sides. A dark shape lay beside the water ahead, with fresh blood nearby. I approached with an arrow nocked and discovered a dead horse. Its belly had been torn open and some organs eaten, but most of the flesh remained untouched. The body was not yet fully stiff, and the blood was fresh. A tiger usually abandoned a meal so quickly only when nearby people or other prey made it wary. I did not step into the clearing. First, I circled it to inspect the tracks. A man lay dead several dozen paces away. He wore a sheepskin vest and boots, and his injuries also came from a large animal's claws. There was none of the equipment commonly carried by Dali soldiers. He looked more like a mountain bandit. More than one set of hoofprints marked the ground. Judging from their direction, these men had discovered a small herd of wild horses and encountered the tiger during the pursuit. The dead man's companions might have scattered, while the remaining horses fled toward the source of the valley. Black mountain mud clung to the soles of his sheepskin boots, unlike the soil along Wanhuang County's official roads. He carried no government papers, only a length of coarse rope commonly used in mountain stockades. I could not establish his identity with absolute certainty, but he was not an ordinary traveler who had simply lost his way. A healthy warhorse was worth far more than an ordinary draft ox. Horses from the northern steppes were especially hardy, suitable both for riding and improving local bloodlines. I did not let that value cloud my judgment. I first checked for a bandit ambush, then followed the hoofprints. A rock wall sealed the end of the valley, with water emerging from cracks beneath the cliff. Porous rock and limestone formations made the terrain complicated, and the tracks disappeared there. I hid behind a boulder and observed until the situation became clear. A tall, pure black stallion was trapped beside the cliff. An armed bandit crouched in the grass. The limping tiger guarded the valley exit. The horse did not dare charge the tiger, and the bandit did not dare move. The tiger paced between them, choosing the easier prey. The bandit had concealed himself well, but could not control his rapid breathing. Each step backward from the stallion knocked loose stones from the cliff. It had nowhere left to go. The limping tiger still controlled the only exit. Whichever side moved first would make the other two react at once. And I was hidden farther outside them all. Whether the final watcher claimed everything depended on the order of action. If I shot the tiger first, the bandit might steal the horse amid the confusion. If I dealt with the bandit first, I would reveal my location. The best moment would come when the tiger attacked and the stallion broke toward the exit at the same time. I tied a lasso in advance and wrapped its other end around a thick tree. The stallion stood roughly 500 paces away. Throwing the loop that far was impossible, so I had to wait for it to run through the passage itself. I also cocked the heavy crossbow and placed a tempered steel bolt in the groove. If the stallion charged first, I would rope it. If the tiger came directly at my hiding place, I would abandon the horse and retreat among the boulders and trees. No target, however valuable, justified a plan with only one possible outcome. After a long standoff, the tiger lost patience and suddenly attacked the bandit in the grass. Startled, the stallion raced down the only exit exactly as expected. I rushed out from behind the boulder and threw the loop into its path. The rope dropped around its neck, and the enormous force instantly pulled it taut against the tree. I did not try to oppose the animal directly. Instead, I wound the rope around the trunk and gradually bled away its momentum until I secured the stallion beside another thick tree. The rope smoked against the bark, and the strain cut bloody lines into my palms. Without wrapping it around a tree first, human strength alone could never have stopped a horse of that size. The stallion tried several times to kick. I always stayed at a safe angle behind its flank. Then I climbed a tree immediately. The tiger had already brought down the bandit and noticed the commotion on my side. Perched in the branches, I braced the heavy crossbow, aimed at the chest and shoulder, and pressed the trigger. The animal remembered the sound of the string. At the whistle of the bolt, it accelerated suddenly. The projectile only opened the flesh across its back and missed anything vital. The next moment, the tiger reached the tree. It could not climb like a monkey, but its momentum allowed it to jump astonishingly high. On the first leap, a claw passed beneath my foot. On the second, it caught the edge of the bark near me. The black stallion screamed nearby, and the lasso grew looser with every struggle. I could continue firing arrows and wear the tiger down, but every leap brought it closer to my foothold. If it caught my ankle, I would lose my balance before I could even use the spear. I stopped worrying about preserving the hide. I had two choices: wait in the tree until the stallion broke the rope and lose both horse and tiger, or descend voluntarily and draw the wounded predator onto the spear point I had prepared. When the tiger backed away to gather strength again, I seized a higher branch and swung to the side. Before descending, I hung the heavy crossbow from a lower branch within easy reach after landing. I had also screwed the two spear sections together. If even one component was unprepared, I would become an unarmed target the instant I jumped. The tiger looked up at the sound. Using the force of my descent, I kicked the side of its neck. The collision sent it tumbling down a rocky slope, while I landed beside the boulder, immediately discarded the crossbow, and raised the assembled spear. The kick could not truly injure the animal. It merely bought time for me to regain my feet and take up the spear. The tiger rolled upright and attacked again. Its old foreleg injury made the turn half a step slow. I did not thrust at its head from the front. I shifted beside a tree root and used the spear point to force it to change where it landed. A claw tore away part of my sleeve without touching flesh. I could have continued circling the tree and shooting arrows, but the stallion was struggling violently and might slip the lasso at any moment. The battle had to end quickly. Before the second leap, I planted the butt of the spear against a massive root and controlled the point's height with both hands. Human strength might not stop a tiger weighing several hundred pounds, but the root could absorb the impact. I placed thick wood between the spear butt and root to prevent slipping. My left foot braced in a crack between stones, while my right remained ready to withdraw sideways. The position was not intended to match the tiger's strength. It would guide the animal's own weight onto the spear point. The tiger adjusted from its injured side, but still instinctively opened its jaws toward my upper body. At the instant it leaped, I did not retreat. I aimed the spear point beneath its throat. Driven by our combined momentum, the three-edged tempered steel point pierced a vital area. The shaft bent violently, but the root held the butt in place. The tiger thrashed and struck the ground. I released the spear and moved aside, approaching again only after it stopped completely. I first touched its eye and paw with a long stick to confirm there was no reflex, then recovered my weapon. The lesson from my previous escape was clear. A large predator that appeared dead could still make one final attack. I had finally completed the other half of my wager with the blacksmith. I did not dress the tiger immediately. First, I calmed the stallion. It was tall, long-legged, and completely black without a single patch of another color, an excellent breed commonly seen among the northern barbarians. It had probably strayed during grazing or war and become feral in the mountains. The stallion pulled violently when I approached. I did not injure it with the spear. Instead, I used the tree trunk to control the distance, so every burst of force failed to free it. After several struggles, its strength faded, and it finally lowered its head to smell the chestnut roses and grass leaves I offered. I examined all four hooves and legs. There were no obvious injuries. The horse was merely thirsty after being trapped so long. I allowed it a small amount of stream water, then gradually more, preventing it from drinking too much at once. I also moved the rope from its neck into a crude halter that offered better control. Follow me and you will have fodder, beans, and no more tigers blocking you in a valley. If you cooperate, you may even have a herd of your own someday. It could not understand every word, but animals read posture and emotion. I loosened the rope enough to let it choose its stance. The stallion did not charge again and temporarily accepted being led. The tiger's body was larger than a calf and impossible to lift onto the horse by human strength alone. I cut thick branches and tied them into a drag sled with vines, then used levers and the slope to move the carcass onto it. The stallion provided the pulling force, while I guided from behind and kept the sled away from rocks. The uphill road back to the village was slow. The scent of blood made dogs shrink into corners and caused everyone who saw us to stop. The villagers first noticed the black stallion, then the tiger on the sled. Conversations followed us from the roadside into the village. Some marveled that I had truly killed a tiger. Some calculated the government's 20-tael reward. Others estimated what the hide and bones might bring in a major city. Wang Chongqing stopped me beside his field, unable to conceal his shock. Did you truly kill this alone? It moved near the forest edge and already killed Wang Fei. If left alive, it would only continue attacking people. The news spread throughout Siwa village. Within 15 minutes, the yard was surrounded. Some wanted to join the hunting team. Others offered land or possessions for tiger meat. Several suddenly proposed marriage ties, as though they had not called me a drunken waste only days before. I refused them all. Tiger meat differed from ordinary boar meat and could carry risks if handled improperly. The hide, bones, sinews, and valuable organs had to be preserved whole. The county office also needed to inspect the body before releasing the reward. No one was allowed to cut pieces away amid the chaos. I asked Tian Laoba and Li Long to maintain order at the gate and had Third Aunt Huang take the Moose sisters inside. The crowd continued growing, but no one dared make filthy remarks anymore. We temporarily stored the carcass in the shade on wooden blocks to keep it out of the mud. I sent Wang Dian to find someone familiar with the route to the county offices and carry word, asking officials to inspect the animal in the village. We would remove nothing until the reward process was complete. Several days earlier, villagers surrounded the ox cart because they were hungry. Now they surrounded the tiger because, for the first time, they believed I could turn danger in the mountains into resources. That respect could help me build the hunting team, but it could also attract jealousy and conflict. The tiger had never been the only difficult thing to handle. I was leading the black stallion and pulling the tiger toward our yard when Wang Chongqing blocked the road again. His hired workers had all been discussing the tiger and horse. Some even asked whether they could leave his fields and work for me. Wang Chongqing first threatened their wages and rations to silence them, then turned all his anger on me. Lu Feng, you are the scourge of Siwa village. I stopped. What wisdom does the village chief have for me? He first claimed my parents had died because of me and somehow blamed the locust plague and villagers' poverty on me as well. Then he accused me of slaughtering living creatures through hunting and corrupting young men. Even Wang Fei's death, he said, belonged on my head. None of the accusations had anything to do with the others, but his purpose was clear. He wanted to turn the villagers' newfound respect into fear and convince them that following me would bring disaster. Wang Fei disobeyed orders and entered tiger territory, but his death did reveal a problem in the hunting team's management. I said without denying all responsibility. I will cover the burial and compensation and rewrite the training rules. But I did not bring the tiger to the foothills, and I did not cause the famine. Wang Chongqing refused to listen. He then said I had humiliated the Wang family and destroyed order in the village. He would not explain in public what I had supposedly done. He repeated only that he was the village chief and everyone had to obey the Wang family's arrangements. I could roughly understand the true source of his anger. In the past, villagers without grain had no choice but to work short-term jobs for the Wangs. Now Tian Laoba and the others could trade timber for food, while young men wanted to enter my hunting team. Every step that expanded my household reduced Wang Chongqing's control over the village's labor and resources. That day, even Wang family workers openly called me Brother Lu. To a village chief who maintained authority through title and grain, that insult was harder to accept than losing a few pounds of vegetables. The improper condition Madame Wang proposed in exchange for the ox cart might also have inspired his claim that I humiliated the family. I had not initiated or accepted it, but Wang Chongqing clearly preferred blaming an outsider. As village chief, I hereby banish you from Siwa village, he said, pointing beyond the settlement. Go home. Pack your belongings and never return. I asked which village rule granted that authority, who had attended a clan council, and how he planned to dispose of my house and fields. Wang Chongsheng could answer none of those questions. He said only that his word ruled the village. The surrounding villagers fell silent. I asked, does a village chief have the right to seize a villager's home and household registration whenever he pleases? Do you have a written order from the county office? My word is the rule. Then you are not a village chief. You are trying to become a petty emperor. The words enraged Wang Chongsheng completely, and he rushed forward to seize the reins. The startled stallion reared. I hurriedly shoved him away before the hooves could trample him. His body was weak. He staggered several steps and fell straight into a paddy beside the road. After climbing out, he reminded everyone that he once fed the original Lu Feng a meal, cursed me as ungrateful, and ordered his hired men to surround me. Not one worker moved. I took the short axe from beside the sled without raising it and told him calmly, if you conduct yourself according to the government's rules, I will still address you as chief. If you harm my family, steal my grain, or seize my land while I am away, I will submit every account to the county office and make certain the whole village learns what the Wang family has done. I also reminded the workers present that if Wang Chongsheng withheld their wages because they refused to attack me that day, they could bring their original contracts and ask me to review them. What Wang Chongsheng feared most was not my axe. It was the discovery by those who depended on him that another path to survival existed. At the sight of the axe blade and tiger carcass, Wang Chongsheng finally lost his bluster. He backed away shouting that I intended to murder him, then fled in disgrace. I did not pursue. He was still the village chief recognized by the county office. Attacking him in public would only give the authorities a crime to place on my head. Besides, the confrontation had occurred before many witnesses. Every villager saw who blocked the road and who tried to seize the reins first. But the incident also proved the Wang family now viewed me as a threat. Whenever I left the village, someone had to remain with the Moose sisters. The granary, cattle shed, and new brick kiln would also require guards and shifts. Wang Chongsheng might not dare act personally, but his cousin Wang Chongshuan and the idlers attached to the Wang household could resort to underhanded methods. The tiger was dead, but another struggle inside the village had just begun. I took the stallion's lead and continued home. Wang Chongsheng had called me a scourge without realizing that what I intended to change next was the old order his family had built over generations. When Wang Chongsheng fled in disgrace, his cousin Wang Chongshuan immediately stepped forward to support him. I knew this man. Several days earlier, while I was recovering, he had approached the yard under the pretense of delivering something and harassed the Moose sisters. I was inside at the time, drove him out, and injured one of his arms. That hand was still wrapped in cloth, and his eyes now held nothing but resentment. After reaching the edge of the field, the two cousins leaned together and spoke in low voices. Several times, they looked back at the black stallion and tiger carcass. I could not hear their words, but I knew they would not let the matter go. Wang Chongsheng's position as village chief restrained him from acting openly for now. Wang Chongshuan had no such judgment. When I entered the county town to collect the reward, the household would need stronger protection. Third Aunt Huang was helping when I returned to the yard. She was not originally from Siwa village. She had fled there as a refugee when she was young and later married an honest man who lived near the mountain. Both sons were conscripted one after the other, and neither had sent news. Her only daughter died in childbirth. When the Moose sisters first married into my family, the original Lu Feng beat them while drunk. They survived the worst days of their injuries and illness only because Third Aunt Huang secretly brought wild greens and cared for them. That kindness could not be forgotten. When Wanqing saw me sit down to rest, she hesitantly raised a matter. Husband, Third Aunt Huang's household has run out of grain. Could we give her some of our mixed grain? She asked cautiously, clearly still believing the household's food and silver belonged to me alone. You will manage the household's daily accounts. Reasonable expenses do not require my approval every time. I handed her the inventory ledger. Third Aunt Huang saved both of you before, so now we help her. First, send enough grain to last a while. Then ask whether she is willing to sew clothes and watch the chicks for wages. Giving grain directly repaid the old kindness. Arranging regular work meant she would not have to ask for help again and again. At first, Wanqing and Qing'er could not believe they were allowed to decide together. Then they immediately went to fill a grain bag. Third Aunt Huang repeatedly refused when she learned about it, but eventually agreed to visit the yard during the day and help with sewing and guarding the house. Only when she first reached the gate did she see the tiger and black stallion. Frightened, she stopped in her tracks. It was enough to kill the great cat. Why did you drag it home? And you cannot keep this horse. A commoner who privately raises a warhorse can lose his head. Wan Qing had the same concern. Dali strictly controlled military horses. A commoner who concealed a government or northern barbarian warhorse could indeed be convicted of treason. It is an unclaimed wild horse I subdued in the mountains, and many villagers saw it on the road, I explained. When I enter the county town, I will report its origin to the chief warden and ask him to inspect it. If it bears no military brand, it is not stolen. Third Aunt Huang still suggested hiding the horse at her home first. If constables came to search, it might buy us time. I appreciated the intent, but could not accept. The stallion was extremely valuable and essential for rapid transportation and escape in the future. Moving it to her home could drag the elderly couple into danger instead. Besides, the Wang cousins and half the village had already seen it. There was no hiding it. I led the stallion into the rear yard and enclosed a separate pen, giving it water, dry grass, and a small quantity of beans. A feral horse could not suddenly consume too much rich feed. We also had to watch for bloating and hoof injuries. We placed the tiger in a cool, ventilated spot and used coarse salt and cloth to protect the parts most likely to spoil. It was already afternoon. Even if I reached the county town that day, the inspection could not be completed, so I had to leave the next morning. I had also collected 2 pheasants from traps on the return journey. We stewed one for dinner and served it with wild greens and mixed grain porridge. At the table, we did not discuss how much silver the tiger might suddenly bring. We decided who would guard the yard the next day and how to sound an alarm if the Wangs came. Third Aunt Huang would stay with the sisters during the day. Tian Laoba, Wang San, and Yang Guizi would pass the yard in shifts. I also needed to finish the light crossbows as soon as possible so my family did not depend entirely on other people for protection. The arrangement could not remain verbal. I had Wan Qing write down the next day's watch schedule and physically walk Qinger through the rear window route. We left the light crossbows unloaded. For now, the sisters practiced only taking one from its wall hook, bracing the stock, and withdrawing beside the doorway. If Third Aunt Huang noticed danger, she would strike a copper basin 3 times. When Tian Laoba and the others heard it, they would not charge straight into the yard. They would call people from 2 directions to avoid being trapped together by an ambush. We also wrote a 1-page record of the stallion and tiger's origin, the discovery location, witnesses along the road, items left by the bandits, and the absence of any brand on the horse. I would submit it voluntarily upon entering the county town. The more valuable a possession, the less acceptable it was to wave away questions by claiming I had found it in the mountains. At the time, I did not know what the Wang cousins had discussed beside the field, but the repeated way they looked toward the Moose sisters and our thatched hut was enough for me to raise the threat level. After dinner, I prepared the things needed for the trip. The tiger's body had to remain intact for the county inspection. I could not damage its teeth or fatal wound in advance. I reinforced the drag sled, laid dry grass and thick cloth beneath the carcass, and prepared coarse salt, a shade cloth, and cold well water to slow spoilage on the road. The hide, bones, and medicinal parts held the real value, but Siwa village was too far from Tianyong City. The weather had not fully cooled. If I waited for a buyer from a major city, the whole carcass might rot. The safest option was to collect the official 20-tael reward in Wanhuang County, then sell the body quickly through a county apothecary or escort agency. The black stallion would remain at home. I would still use the ox cart for the tiger in the morning. The feral horse had not been fully trained. Carrying a blood-soaked tiger into town might frighten it into injuring people on the street. After the preparations, I heated water and washed the weapons and blood from my body. The sisters had also worked all day and took turns bathing simply in a large wooden tub. Our largest tub had originally been used to dress game and was inconvenient for bathing. I added commission a proper bath barrel from a carpenter to the supply list to be made once the woodworking shop found a suitable craftsman. Wanqing called from the inner room. "Husband, I am finished. I saved the hot water for you." After changing into clean clothes, she came to inspect the old wound at my side. It had scabbed over since the fight with the tiger, but I still needed to avoid violent strain while driving the cart the next day. Qinger packed medicine, dried rations, and water bags one by one. Nothing else disturbed us that night. The Wang family's intentions remained uncertain, and the tiger needed to be transported early. The 3 of us inspected the doors and windows and went to rest. At first light, I hitched the ox cart. The tiger, sled, and dry grass pushed the thin ox close to its limit. I did not lash it hard merely to meet an hour. Every 3 miles or so, I stopped to inspect the axle temperature, ropes, and hooves. On downhill stretches, I used wooden chocks to control the cart and prevent the heavy load from overturning it. Spending another hour on the road was better than ruining the tiger or injuring our draft animal. Before leaving, I repeated the instructions. The sisters were not to open the rear door until third Aunt Huang arrived. No member of the Wong family was allowed inside. If they heard the agreed 3 knocks, they had to confirm the person's identity through the window crack first. If anyone forced entry, they would aim the light crossbows at the doorway and immediately withdraw through the rear window to Tian Laoba's home. People gathered to watch all along the road from Siwa village to the county town. The tiger was larger than an ordinary calf, and its black and gold hide was unmistakable on the sled. Some travelers marveled. Others insisted at least a dozen hunters must have died bringing it down. Dolly hunting parties usually sent 20 or 30 people after a tiger and considered themselves fortunate if half returned. When they saw only me on the cart, they refused to believe I had killed it alone. I did not argue. In my first encounter with the tiger, I had nearly died in the mountains. This time, I won because of its old injury, the terrain, the heavy crossbow, the spear, and advanced preparation, not some supernatural strength. Those poor hunters who gambled their lives for tiger parts worth several hundred taels clarified one point for me. If I formed a professional hunting team, I could not advertise only how much men might earn from victory. Casualty protection, withdrawal rules, and the cost of failure had to come first. After I entered the county town, the crowd grew. Guests on the second floor of Drunken Immortal restaurant opened the windows to watch. A street peddler nearly walked into a stone lion. I had to raise my voice and ask people to clear the road toward the county offices. The ox cart stopped before the Vermilion Gate. The guard first looked at the tiger and then at me, but did not report my arrival. I placed more than 10 copper coins for tea in his hand. It was not a system worth praising, but it was how the county office actually operated. Spending all day outside in the sun for the sake of moral purity would not improve the institution. It would only allow the tiger to spoil. The guard weighed the coins in his palm, and his attitude softened immediately. "Wait here. I will report it." He turned and went inside. Standing beside the ox cart, I watched one gate after another open inside the county compound. Landlord Zhang was dead, and the Wang family had become hostile. Whether I could legally keep the black stallion and obtain a fair price for the tiger would depend on the official I met that day. The most important result of this journey might not be the 20-tael reward. The man who came to receive me was my wife's eldest brother, Mu Xiaoyang. He was on duty at the county office. After seeing the tiger, he walked around the cart twice and still could not believe it. "Brother-in-law, did you truly kill this by yourself? Inspect the body first. I will tell you what happened after the paperwork is complete." Mu Xiaoyang led me and the ox cart to the warden's office, which managed local security, bandit suppression, and dangerous animals throughout Wenhuang County. The chief warden had to inspect the tiger and issue an approval before I could collect the reward from the registrar. On the way, he reminded me that an ordinary constable earned only several hundred copper coins a month. The 20-tael reward equaled years of official income. Together with the hide and bones, the animal was worth too much to let a merchant suppress the price. The doors of the warden's office opened, and a very large man came outside. His name was Chunbai. Short whiskers covered his face, and the long saber at his waist was larger than an ordinary constable's. Mu Xiaoyang had told me that Chunbai was originally a county butcher. After conscription, he earned merit in battle and became an instructor in the Imperial Guard. Severe wounds forced him to retire, and he returned home as chief warden. He was almost twice my size, and his approach truly carried pressure. Mu Xiaoyang reported, "My lord, Lu Feng of Siwa village hunted this tiger." Chunbai first looked at me, open doubt in his eyes. The original Lu Feng's reputation as a drunk was known in the county town. No one would easily believe that a chronically starved man had suddenly killed a tiger alone. He did not question me immediately. He inspected the carcass with his own hands. The arrow wound at the foreleg joint and crossbow wound between chest and shoulder had already scabbed and came from the previous battle. The scrape across the back was fresh. The wound penetrating the throat was the actual cause of death. Chunbai also examined the teeth, claws, and stiffness of the body, confirming it was an adult tiger killed not long before. "How many men killed it?" "I did alone." He raised his head. Defrauding the government of a reward is a serious crime. Yuzhou punishes it especially harshly, and severe cases can bring execution. Think carefully before answering. I have already answered. This tiger carried grave old injuries. You may have found it dead in the mountains and added one spear wound. I caused the old wounds as well. I pointed to the foreleg and chest. During the first encounter, I could only injure its leg and escape. This time, I tracked it into the valley, planted the spear but against a tree root, and used the force of its leap to pierce the throat. The wound angle will confirm it. My explanation did not make Chun Bai believe me immediately. He stared into my eyes instead. A constable beside him ordered me to kneel and drew his saber halfway. Mu Xiaoyang anxiously began apologizing. I did not argue with the minor officer and kept my attention on Chun Bai. If you judge by the wounds and evidence, I will cooperate, my lord. If you reject my claim solely because of my old reputation, then write that reason into the official record. Chun Bai raised one hand and ordered the constable to sheath his blade. A hint of interest appeared at the corner of his mouth. He ordered 2 tiger teeth removed as proof for paying the bounty and retiring the official notice. Then he examined the black stallion. The horse had no Dali military brand, and the style of its shoes did not belong to this county. Given the discovery location and characteristics of the northern breed, he accepted that it was an unclaimed feral horse. However, I had to register its color and origin. If the army later identified it as lost property, another inspection would be required. Registration required more than verbal permission. A clerk measured the shoulder height and recorded the white star on its forehead, an old split in the left rear hoof, and a scar at the base of its tail. I also had to provide 2 witnesses who had seen the horse when it was found. The document was made in duplicate. The warden's office retained one, while I received a certified copy. Anyone who later accused me of theft would first have to overturn the same-day inspection. I also asked the clerk to record the tiger's old arrow wounds, fresh fatal injury, and time of inspection on the approval. I was not showing off my hunting method. Once the apothecary divided the carcass, I wanted no one to accuse me of using an unrelated hide to claim the reward. When those procedures were complete, I assumed I could collect the silver. Chun Bai did not sign. The wounds can be explained, and you have courage, he said. But I still want to see whether you truly possess the ability to kill a tiger alone. I knew words would not carry me through the next test. Chun Bai sent for Chief Constable Wang. If you cannot even defeat him, I will not sign a document stating that you killed the tiger alone. I did not care about fighting once for 20 taels, but the county office's formal record would affect the hunting team, the stallion, and any future action against bandits. Turning away now would amount to admitting I could not prove my claim. Chief Constable Wang was of average build, with an old saber scar between his eyebrows. When he entered, he picked up 2 disciplinary staffs and suddenly flicked one toward me. The wooden staff spun through the air. I caught it and took half a step back to absorb its momentum. Chun Bai ordered the others to clear the ground, then quietly told Chief Constable Wang he could use his full strength but was not allowed to kill. Constables surrounded the yard, eager to see a drunken villager embarrass himself. Chief Constable Wang held the staff vertically, with his hands close enough to switch instantly among chops, lifts, and thrusts. He was not an ordinary officer skilled only at frightening prisoners. His footing was also extremely stable. I lowered the end of my staff slightly and did not attack first. We circled the open ground for a moment before he suddenly chopped at my shoulder. I turned aside and let my staff slide along his weapon without meeting it head-on. His second strike lifted from below. I stepped back and let it pass, then swept the butt of my staff toward the outside of his knee. Chief Constable Wang withdrew in time, then converted the motion into a straight thrust. His transition was fast, but the hurried change of grip reduced its power. I did not dodge. When the staffs met, I drove upward beneath the middle of his weapon. The rebound sent his own staff but toward his face and forced him to close his eyes. In that instant, I moved inside, pinned his wrist with my staff, and swept his supporting leg. Chief Constable Wang fell, and his weapon was knocked away. I stopped my staff point before his chest and struck no further. He did not become angry in defeat. After rising, he moved his knee and admitted he had revealed an opening while changing grip for the thrust. He also pointed out that the injury on my right side slowed my turn by half a beat. If we had used real blades, another opponent could have cut in from behind that side. That reminder was more useful than the crowd's praise. I remembered it immediately. Until my body recovered fully, repeated victories could not make my old experience equivalent to my present physical ability. The yard remained quiet for a moment. Then Chun Bai stood and loudly said, "Good." The contest did not prove I could kill a tiger barehanded. It established that my practical combat skill far exceeded an ordinary hunter's. Together with the wounds and weapons, that was enough to support my account. Chun Bai asked someone to help Chief Constable Wang, then directly asked whether I would join the warden's office. I have plenty of constables under me, but few can stand their ground against a true criminal or bandit. Join me, and I will give you an official post. Mu Xiaoyang became even more excited than I was. He had entered the county office only through his father's connections and a payment. With the famine worsening, an official post provided food, lodging, and a fixed grain stipend. To an ordinary person, this really was an opportunity sent by heaven. Brother-in-law, accept quickly. Once you join the county office, all of you can move into town instead of guarding that mountain hollow forever. I thanked Chinbai, but refused. Becoming a constable meant obeying the magistrate, chief warden, and every relationship inside officialdom. It would also prevent me from freely organizing production and defense in Siwa village. I had grain, assets, and a plan of my own. There was no reason to surrender initiative for a stable ration. For now, I want only to protect my family and village, I said. If the warden's office later hunts dangerous animals or bandits who harm the people and needs someone familiar with the mountain roads, I can cooperate by assignment. Chun Bai's expression darkened. Few people refused when he personally recruited them. Mu Xiaoyang hurriedly tried to smooth things over and continued persuading me. Just then, a constable approached Chun Bai and reminded him that the county magistrate's nephew would soon take office. The vacant position in the warden's office had already caught the magistrate's private attention. The man spoke quietly but deliberately allowed all of us to hear. He was reminding Chun Bai to preserve his superior's pride and warning me not to reject a favor foolishly. Chun Bai cursed the rules of officialdom but did not force the matter again. He valued ability, yet he remained part of the county government. The unexpected recruitment introduced me to a strong man who might become an ally and showed me that even true strength in an official post remained constrained by favors and connections. Mu Xiaoyang continued lamenting my decision throughout the walk. Chief Warden Chen asked you personally. A chance like that may never come twice in a lifetime. If you had accepted then, even the magistrate's nephew could not easily remove you after arriving later. I knew he was sincerely thinking of his two sisters and did not blame him. Elder brother, every man chooses his own path. I can cooperate when the county office needs me, but I do not want to place my entire family's fate in an officer's badge. In the end, Chun Bai signed the tiger approval. I collected the 20-tael reward from the registrar, then followed the warden's office procedure and delivered the carcass to an apothecary license to process medicinal materials. After inspecting the completeness of the hide, bones, and every part, the owner offered more than 400 taels. I would not risk spoilage while waiting for other buyers. Once I verified the weight and authenticity of the banknotes, I sold it on the spot. Before leaving, I also bought pastries and shelf-stable foods for the Mu sisters. The receipt stated the price of the whole tiger, the government bounty, and the time the apothecary accepted delivery. I did not retain the hides separately, preventing the same batch from being counted twice in later accounts. I sealed the 20-tael bounty as the hunting team's casualty fund. The payment of more than 400 taels was divided among house construction, grain purchases, and emergencies. Before entering the village, I recorded every amount. One great catch could not allow a single ingot to lose its assigned purpose. As soon as the ox cart reached the village entrance, I saw Tian Laobao waiting. Mud covered his clothes, and his face was anxious. Yang Guizi also had scrapes across his face. Brother Lu, you are finally back. Something happened at home. I jumped down and first asked whether the sisters were alive. Tian Laobao said they were, but told me to return and see for myself. The image of the Wang cousins whispering beside the field immediately returned to my mind. The yard gate had been knocked crooked. Timber and chicken feed lay scattered everywhere. Third Aunt Huang lay disheveled beside the wall with blood at the corner of her mouth. Rope marks circled Wanqing and Qing'er's arms as they crouched beside her. When the sisters saw me, they first made certain I had truly returned, then rushed into my arms and wept. Tian Laobao explained what happened. The three men had come to deliver timber and heard shouting from the yard at the crossroads. When they rushed inside, Wang Changshuan was trying to bind and abduct the Mu sisters. Third Aunt Huang had already been clubbed down while protecting them. Together, the men subdued him before he could succeed. All three witnesses gave the same account. Broken rope, a bloody club, and drag marks remained in the yard. I examined my family first. The sisters had injuries only on their wrists and palms, but Third Aunt Huang might have internal damage. I gave Tian Laobao 2 taels and ordered him to hitch the other cart immediately. He was to take Third Aunt Huang and all 3 men who helped to the physician in Shango village. Bring back whatever remains, but do not save money when a life is at stake. Tian Laobao protested that it was too much. I urged him to leave at once. Without Third Aunt Huang's desperate delay and the 3 men arriving in time, the result would have been unthinkable. Wang Changshuan was tied with his hands behind him in a corner of the yard, cloth stuffed in his mouth. The others had beaten him while subduing him, but he still struggled constantly. The moment he saw me, those movements became pleas for mercy. I told the sisters to enter the house. They did not need to see what followed. Husband, third aunt saved us, Wanqing said through her tears. Save her first. She is already on the way to a physician. Lock the door behind you. I removed the cloth from Wang Changshuan's mouth and asked who had sent him. He refused to answer, repeatedly saying he had lost his senses for a moment and that nothing had actually happened. You forced your way into a home, bound people, and injured the person who stopped you. 3 men witnessed it, and the evidence remains, I said. You did not enter the wrong door. You waited specifically until I went into the county town. When pleading failed, Wang Changshuan invoked Wang Changxing's authority as village chief. He claimed that if I killed him, the Wang family would make me repay the life. The threat only confirmed that the matter could not be separated from the Wang household. I did not torture him as the original owner might have, nor did I turn my anger into a prolonged beating. Wang Changshuan had proven through his actions that if he remained alive, he would harm my family again. Before the club fell, I looked at the house door one final time. The sisters had withdrawn beyond sight, and only Wang Changshuan and I remained in the yard. One blow ended it. The second Wang brother would never enter this yard again. But Wang Changxing remained village chief. Whether he planned the abduction and how he might use the county office to accuse me in return were the true difficulties ahead. After Wang Changshuan fell, I did not strike a second time. He had brought men to break into my home, bind people, and injure them. Third Aunt Huang and the Mu sisters were all witnesses. Torturing a corpse further would accomplish nothing except turn me into a man who delighted in killing. First, I cut the ropes from Wanqing and Qinger's wrists, then inspected the house. Grain sacks had been opened and the contents of chests and cabinets scattered across the floor. The light crossbows still hung on the wall in the inner room. Although the sisters had practiced loading them, the attackers entered suddenly through the rear yard, leaving no time to reach the weapons. I returned too late. I forced down my anger. First, we go see third Aunt Huang. Tian Laoba had already hitched a cart and taken her to Mu Linfeng's home. I converted 2 strings of copper cash into 2 taels of broken silver and gave it to Wang San, ordering him to catch up. Whatever medicine she needed was to be used without concern for cost. Wang Changshuan's 2 helpers were tied beneath the courtyard wall and still begging. I placed Zhang Hongda and Yang Guizi on guard and questioned the prisoners separately. Their stories matched. After I entered the county town, Wang Changshuan brought them over the rear wall. They planned to steal silver, burn the house, and drag the sisters away. Third Aunt Huang discovered them and shouted for help, so they beat her down. I had Wang San write each confession on paper and made the men press their thumbprints beneath it. Siwa village had no formal courtroom procedure, but preserved evidence was stronger than one person's spoken claim. We wrapped the broken ropes, bloody club, and pried door bars separately and labeled where each had been found. After Mu Linfeng examined the rope injuries on Wanqing and Qinger, he would issue a written medical record. Third Aunt Huang's condition would be added after the physician reported. Even if every villager knew what happened, physical evidence that could be independently checked carried more weight at the county office than anger. The commotion soon drew half the village. Wang Changxing pushed through the crowd. When he saw his cousin's body, his face turned from white to green. Lu Feng, you killed a man in public. Is there no law? He climbed the wall, entered my home, bound my family, and gravely injured third Aunt Huang. I held up the confessions. There are witnesses in the yard, pry marks on the door, and 2 accomplices who admitted everything. If you believe I should have waited helplessly to die, we can carry the body and evidence to the county office right now and let Chief Warden Chen judge. Wang Changxing opened his mouth but did not dare respond. He knew better than anyone why Wang Changshuan had come. Going to the county office would not restore the dead man. The living accomplices, however, might reveal more crimes. Besides, I had just returned with the government reward, and Chun Bai's signed document still hung at my waist. I did not prevent the Wang family from collecting the body. I required the wounds to be examined and the time recorded in front of the crowd, with 3 village elders serving as witnesses. Before leaving, Wang Changxing stared at me for a long time, making almost no effort to conceal his hatred. This matter was not over. Once the crowd dispersed, I nailed the rear door securely and moved the light crossbows where the sisters could reach them immediately. The 2 roast chickens I had bought were still wrapped in oiled paper. I opened one and set it on the table, but neither sister touched her chopsticks. Wanqing said quietly, "Husband, do we do nothing but cause trouble for you?" The people who forced their way inside were wrong today, not you. I demonstrated the loading steps again. If someone breaks in, withdraw first and sound the alarm. If the house cannot be defended, abandon it. A burned home can be rebuilt. A person's life cannot be wagered. Chinger's eyes reddened, but she nodded seriously. She repeated every step until she could hook the crossbow string without looking down. I also reorganized the guard schedule. Until the house was finished, Tian Laoba, Wang San, and Yang Guizi would pass the yard at assigned times each day. Third Aunt Huang would no longer guard the gate while she recovered. Whenever I entered the mountains or county town, at least 2 reliable people had to remain. Killing Wang Changshuan had prevented only that day's danger. To make the household truly secure, I needed a stronger home, more trustworthy people, and enough influence to stop Wang Changxing from manipulating the village at will. Early the next morning, Wang Dian, Zhang Hongda, and Li Long limped to the yard. Claw marks remained on all 3 faces, and a long tear split Zhang Hongda's pant leg. They had not waited as agreed and had again entered the mountains without permission. Fortunately, they encountered only a sounder of wild boar and escaped by climbing trees. Before I could speak, Wang Dian lowered his head. Brother Feng, we know we were wrong. But another great cat has appeared in the mountains, larger than the one you killed before. We saw it carrying a deer below the slope. It had a white patch across its forehead and a tail almost as long as a shoulder pole. It was a white forehead tiger with glaring eyes, and it was not the one I had just sold. Famine drove deer and boar lower, and predators followed them toward human settlements. If nothing was done, someone would eventually die at the foot of the mountain. But the incident with Wang Changshuan had just occurred. I could not rush into the mountains at the mere mention of a tiger. Over the next several days, I guarded the household and rebuilt my strength. Every morning, I ran the mountain road carrying weight, then practiced with the spear, bow, and heavy crossbow. The original owner's body had been depleted for too long. Although I remembered the movements, the muscles and stamina could not keep pace. I survived the previous tiger largely through terrain and luck. This time, I needed to reduce luck's role as much as possible. I also called the 3 men in for training. We repeatedly rehearsed positions, hand signals, withdrawal routes, who released the first bolt, and who managed the rope. Wang Fei's death was the lesson. One unauthorized pursuit could drag the whole team into danger. On the 5th day, the household defenses had been reorganized, and one of Mu Xiaoguang's former comrades sent word that no large northern barbarian force had recently crossed the border. Only then did I decide to enter the mountains. Before departing, I had each man inspect a companion's bowstring, quiver, and water bag so no one focused only on his own equipment. Each also carried a strip of red cloth to hang high if rescue was needed. If anyone became separated, he had to remain in place for 15 minutes and could not blindly follow an unfamiliar blood trail. We are not going out to seize a tiger hide, I made clear. First, we determine whether it has moved near the village. Then we decide whether to hunt it. Everyone obeys commands. If anyone leaves formation, I withdraw the team immediately and never take that man into the mountains again. All 3 agreed at once. We carried 4 heavy crossbows, 2 coils of hemp rope, styptic medicine, salt, and 2 days of dried rations. I led with the 3-edged spear. Wang Dian carried the rope, while Zhang Hongda and Li Long divided the bows and crossbows. In case trouble struck home, I made another arrangement with Tian Laoba. If 2 columns of smoke rose from the village, he would fire a signaling arrow along the mountain road, and I would return immediately. Less than an hour after entering the forest, a golden pheasant burst from a nest in the grass. Zhang Hongda had just raised his bow when I pressed his hand down. Do not alert the entire forest. Farther ahead, we found a stag. An old injury slowed its left hind leg, and its body could provide dozens of pounds of meat. Li Long watched eagerly, but I still gave no order. Beside the deer's hoofprints lay a tiger track wider than my palm. The edge of the mud had not fully collapsed, so it was no more than half a day old. Fresh blood remained on nearby grass, meaning the tiger had just hunted there. I crouched and determined the direction. The track circled a rocky slope and entered a deeper pine forest, running parallel to the village rather than away from it. The target is nearby. I raised a hand and signaled everyone to lower their voices. From now on, stop every 3 steps. Do not fire without my command. The 3 men suppressed their excitement at seeing prey and resumed the triangular formation we had trained. The forest was very quiet. The deeper the silence, the more likely the true hunter had already noticed us. The tiger tracks vanished at the edge of the pine forest. I did not rush after them and checked the sheltered side first. Droppings beneath the brush were still damp. Claws had split the bark nearby, leaving marks higher than my shoulder. This tiger was larger and younger than the previous one. I stationed Wang Jian on the left and Zhang Hongda and Li Long on the right, then advanced with the heavy crossbow. No more than 5 paces separated any two of us. If one was attacked, the other 3 could release bolts at once. Near a fallen tree, I smelled a heavy stench of blood. A deer carcass had been dragged behind the roots, its abdomen torn open. Tigers usually guarded unfinished prey. I had just raised the crossbow when the brush to the right moved without wind. The first things I saw were several crows suddenly leaving the canopy. They did not descend toward the carcass, meaning a living animal still guarded the ground. The wind came from the right front, carrying our scent into the brush. It was already too late to withdraw quietly. Back! Before the word left my mouth, a black and gold shape leaped down from the slope. An old arrow protruded from its shoulder, evidently fired by another hunter not long before, but it had not slowed the animal at all. Our first volley of crossbow bolts flew almost simultaneously. My bolt entered a foreleg. Wang Dian struck the shoulder. The other 2 passed through its fur. The tiger rolled as it landed, then turned toward Li Long, the nearest man. Li Long did not run. Following his training, he dropped to one knee and raised the crossbow, but mud fouled the mechanism and the trigger did not release. I charged and swept the spear across the tiger's face. One paw knocked the shaft away, and the tail struck my side immediately afterward. I slammed into a tree and could barely draw breath. Rope! Wang Dian threw the lasso from the side. The loop caught the tiger's hind leg. He circled a stump and hauled hard. He could not pull the beast down, but he shifted its leap toward Li Long by 6 inches. Those 6 inches were the distance between life and death. I rolled to my knees, pressed the heavy crossbow close to the tiger's belly, and fired repeatedly. 3 short bolts buried themselves in the softer area one after another. The tiger turned in pain. Zhang Hongdao and Li Long finally completed their reloads, sending bolts into its hind leg and the side of its neck. It staggered 2 steps and collapsed beside the deer carcass. No one cheered immediately. I signaled everyone to maintain distance. But when Zhang Hongdao saw the unmoving body, he still stepped forward twice without thinking, intending to inspect the wounds. Come back. The fallen tiger suddenly raised its head and sprang. Li Long had no time to pull Zhang Hongdao away. He could only ram him aside with his shoulder. The tiger's claw tore across Li Long's upper body and flung him to the ground. A wound ran from his shoulder to the side of his abdomen, and blood immediately soaked his clothes. I had no time to inspect him. I planted the butt of the 3-edged spear against a root and aimed the point into the tiger's mouth. When it attacked again, the blade entered the upper palate under the animal's own weight. Zhang Hongda finally recovered from his panic and shot another bolt into the side of its throat. Wang Dian tightened the lasso and bound the hind leg firmly. After struggling for a moment, the tiger finally went still. I touched its eye with a long pole to confirm there was no reaction, then rushed to Li Long. The wound was long, but neither chest nor abdomen had been fully opened, and he was still breathing. I pressed clean cloth to the bleeding and scattered styptic powder along its edges. Wang Dian, send up red smoke. Zhang Hongda, build a stretcher. Zhang Hongdao's face was white, and his lips shook constantly. Brother Feng, I did this to him. This is not the time to confess. I held pressure on Li Long's wound. Remember his pulse and breathing. If he dies, a lifetime of regret will not bring him back. A column of red smoke rose through the canopy. The tiger carcass was worth several hundred taels, perhaps more. At that moment, however, I watched only the faint rise and fall of Li Long's chest. The hunting team had killed a tiger through true cooperation for the first time. It also understood for the first time that every rule I imposed might have a human life behind it. Less than an hour after the red smoke rose, an answering sound came from the foot of the mountain. As arranged, Tian Laoba arrived with 6 young men. Wang San and Yang Guizi were among them. They froze at the sight of the tiger, but the moment they saw Li Long on the stretcher, no one gathered around the animal to marvel. I assigned 2 men to each end of the stretcher. Wang Dian and Zhang Hongda took turns supporting the injured side, and the group headed directly for the neighboring village physician. The rough mountain road could worsen Li Long's wounds, so faster was not necessarily safer. Tell the physician I will pay. Save his life first. I looked at Zhang Hongda. You remain throughout the treatment. When you return, record every medicine and every change in his condition. They stopped periodically to examine him. If his breathing became shallow, his lips whitened, or the pressure cloth soaked rapidly, they had to seek the nearest village physician immediately rather than forcing the journey to someone familiar. Wang Dian called out the time along the way, so every cloth change and rest remained documented. The remaining men built a heavy drag sled and transported the giant tiger down the mountain. It was nearly dark when we reached the yard. I first stored the carcass in the shade. This time, I would not rush to sell the hide. It could become armor against arrows and a symbol for the team. The bones and medicinal parts would be divided only after the county inspection. Only after learning that Li Long's bleeding had temporarily stopped that night did I sit down and count the pawn tickets Tian Laoba had brought. Several days earlier, I had asked him to quietly recover the documents villagers had pledged to the Zhang and Wang families. There was only one rule: buy each ticket for what the villager had actually received, without suppressing the price during famine or forcing anyone to sell. Those who wished to redeem them later could recover the documents at the original price, plus reasonable travel costs. More than 40 tickets lay on the table, covering nearly 16 acres of land. Most were thin hillside fields with little water and too much stone, producing poorly even in normal years. The truly fertile property consisted of several acres of paddies beside the Xinjiang River, all in Wang Chongqing's name. The chief's family ate well from irrigated rice and lending. Ordinary villagers struggled with the sky for grain on dry slopes. Distributing food alone would not bring Siwa village through the famine. I needed irrigation ditches to direct water from the Xinjiang River toward the slopes, drought-resistant crops planted in a coordinated plan, seed grain reserved, and a public granary established. But when the land's ownership was unclear, Zhang holding one ticket today and Wang collecting rent tomorrow, no project could last. The pawn tickets first had to become legal deeds. I sorted the tickets by household, acreage, and redemption price and discovered that more than an acre of good land at the outer edge was not included. It belonged to an elderly man who lived alone on the hill. He was more than 80 years old. Villagers called him the old gentleman and said he understood medicine and geomancy. Chrysanthemums and several neat herb beds grew outside his courtyard despite the famine. The next day, I took a bag of rice and a piece of tiger meat up the hill to visit him. The old gentleman did not ask why I had come. He merely told me to put the gifts down and pointed to the stool opposite him. Sit. The Wang daughter-in-law brought food yesterday and told me most of your story. I did not ask how he had reached his conclusions. I first described my plans for irrigation, redeeming land, and building a granary. The old gentleman listened slowly, occasionally asking, if there was not enough water, how would it be divided? If someone refused to work, what would happen? What if the drought continued the following year? Those questions mattered far more than how much money could be earned. After I answered each, he studied me for a long time. The face is still Lu Feng's, he said. But the old Lu Feng could never have thought of this. He had not read my mind. An employment ledger Wanqing left when delivering food lay beside the table, and from the courtyard one could see the irrigation markers I had placed. He had simply compared the village's recent changes with the original Lu Feng's reputation and formed the same doubt any observant person might have. I held the tea bowl without answering. He did not pursue the question. Instead, he took a ring of keys from his sleeve. Come with me. If you intend to do these things, begin by taking responsibility for this land. The old gentleman led me into the inner room. At the bottom of a wooden chest lay the house deed, land deeds, and an old sachet sewn with dense stitches. He pushed the deeds for more than an acre of fields and the courtyard toward me, then placed the sachet on top. The land and house are yours. I have only two conditions. First, after his death, he wanted to be buried at the northwestern corner behind the house without a marker bearing his name. Second, while he remained alive, he wanted one bowl of hot food delivered each day. It did not need to contain delicacies, and no one needed to stay and watch him. It did not resemble a business transaction so much as an old man alone arranging his final resting place. I can accept the deeds, but I will pay a fair price, I said. Delivering food is not an exchange condition. If you are willing, you can move beside our new home below the hill, where someone can care for you when you are ill. The old gentleman waved a hand and told me only to keep the deeds safe. Save your silver for the waterworks. Do not open the sachet unless life and death are at stake. Opening it too early will do you no good. I did not know what it contained. I felt only several thin objects, with no smell of medicine and none of the texture of banknotes. He refused to explain. In front of him, I sealed the sachet in a hidden pocket against my body. Then I wrote the burial location and care agreement on the back of the deed and asked him to press his thumbprint. Before I left, he suddenly asked, "What if the people of Siwa village refuse to appreciate what you do?" I am saving those willing to obey fair rules and work, not forcing everyone to feel grateful, I answered. If someone wants to leave, I will not stop him. If someone steals another person's means of survival, I will not retreat either. The old gentleman laughed once and said nothing more. After returning home, I took his deeds and the more than 40 pawn tickets into the county town. Tian Laoba had made a rough calculation. The villagers had originally received only several dozen taels for the tickets. Redeeming them now at the written amount, interest and fees might cost 300 or 400. After landlord Zhang died, the pawnshop acquired a new manager but retained its old clerks. I did not carry the only evidence straight to the counter. First, I copied every ticket's number, owner, acreage, date, and redemption price into 2 ledgers. Wanqing kept one and Tian Laoba the other. 3 original landholders also pressed their thumbprints to certify that I had obtained the documents from them. The clerk behind the counter accepted the first ticket. It covered roughly 1/8 of an acre of thin soil, pawned for only 700 copper coins. He immediately demanded 1 tael and 8/10. I did not haggle. I placed the silver on the counter and demanded to inspect the deed. When he saw that I would truly pay, the smile faded from his face. The second and third tickets carried increasingly high redemption prices. When I placed the entire stack before him, his hand visibly stiffened. Once nearly 16 acres were redeemed, the pawnshop would lose not only the interest but also its leverage over Siwa village. Worse, some tickets might have been secretly resold, leaving the shop unable to produce the corresponding deed. The amount is too large. I must call the manager, the clerk said. He lifted the tickets and walked toward the back room. As he passed a basin, his foot slipped, and the entire stack fell into the water. The paper softened at once, and the ink began to bleed. The clerk apologized repeatedly while deliberately rubbing his sleeve back and forth across the writing. I stepped forward, locked his wrist, retrieved every ticket that remained legible, and laid them in order across the counter. I copied the number, owner, acreage, and date of every ticket. I told him, if the originals are destroyed, the copies and witnesses remain. Think carefully about whether this basin was an accident or the deliberate destruction of property records. Quick footsteps sounded from the back room. 6 or 7 guards with staffs blocked the entrance. The manager came out last, moving slowly. He first looked at the soaked tickets, then at the saber at my waist. Hunter Liu, anything can be ruined during a famine, he said with a smile. If the tickets can no longer be read, the land cannot be redeemed. As for the silver you brought inside, I am afraid it must remain as compensation for our counter. The door panels closed behind me. I folded one still legible ticket and slipped it into my sleeve, then placed my other hand on the 3-edged spear. It appeared that land was not the only thing I needed to redeem that day. When the guards raised their staffs together, I retreated to the side of the counter. In the narrow entrance hall, their superior numbers left them unable to maneuver. The first staff chopped down at my shoulder. I caught it against the back of my axe and twisted its owner's wrist aside. The second man had barely squeezed forward when I swept the hollow behind his knee. With 2 men blocking the doorway, every staff from behind struck their own companions. I want only to redeem the land according to the tickets. I placed a silver ingot beside the wet paper. Bring out the deeds, and we can still conduct this as business. The manager sneered and ordered the front door barred. Since they had attacked with weapons first, I no longer remained outside the counter. The 3-edged spear slid along a staff and struck wrist after wrist and shoulder joint after shoulder joint. 5 of the 7 guards soon fell. The last 2 abandoned their weapons and retreated into the back rooms. A growing crowd gathered outside. I kicked open the door, raised the wet but still legible tickets, and told everyone how the clerk had deliberately ruined them, and the guards then attacked. People in the crowd immediately recognized the method. One man's 3-month forfeiture period had not expired, yet his family's heirloom wooden box had already been sold. Someone else brought silver to redeem a bracelet and was told the ticket could not be read. Other farmers discovered that the acreage on their land deeds had been altered. My words had not incited them from nothing. Years of accumulated accounts had been waiting only for an open door. Several victims pushed into the shop with their own tickets and demanded the return of their property. The manager still tried to order his guards to drive them out, and the scene instantly escaped control. I did not join the crowd in seizing silver. I held the clerk who had ruined my tickets and made him point out the deed room. 2 locks protected the east wing of the rear courtyard, where deeds were stored by village. The Siwa village bundle lay separately beneath everything else, and Wang Chongxing's name was written on the cover. When compared with the pawn tickets, the acreage, landholders, and dates largely matched. I collected the deeds belonging to Siwa village and found a secret ledger on the desk. Its pages recorded which pledged objects had been sold early to county dignitaries and which parcels of land had already changed hands in private. It also identified the true owner as the county magistrate's nephew. That ledger was more dangerous than a bag of silver and far more valuable. A tremendous crash from the front announced the counter collapsing. When I returned, the manager had been trampled and injured amid the shoving. Several guards had escaped in the confusion. Some people smashed locks and recovered their pledged belongings. Some grabbed loose silver in passing, while others wanted only to profit from the chaos. I could not stop an entire street and had no intention of guarding the pawnshop's property. A county gong sounded at the street entrance. I hid the Siwa village deeds and secret ledger beneath the ox cart cushion and left through the rear alley. By the time Chief Constable Wong arrived with men, the crowd had scattered, leaving only a pawnshop turned upside down. Before leaving, I noted where the injured manager and guards had fallen. I also left 3 wet but legible tickets on the counter. If the county truly investigated, they would prove the conflict began with the destruction of tickets and the attempt to trap me. If the officers wanted only to recover silver for the owner, at least I knew where their inquiry would begin. I moved to the second floor of a tea house across the road and watched through a window. Chief Constable Wong first sealed the doors, then ordered his men to register the injured and remaining documents. He did not immediately arrest the watching townspeople, suggesting he at least wanted to determine the cause. But the pawnshop belonged to the magistrate's family. One constable's attitude could not determine the final result. I could not openly use the deeds for now. I finished a cup of tea and considered where to sell the tiger bones. Wonwon County's apothecaries could not pay their true price. Tianyong City was far away, and bandits or frontier soldiers might stop me along the road. Escorting tiger material worth thousands of taels by myself would be like hanging a sign on the official road saying, "Rob me." A tea house attendant told me that the Dai escort agency in the southern district traveled frequently to Tianyong City. Its people knew every stockade and checkpoint on the route and had not lost a major shipment in more than 10 years. I drove there immediately. The deeds had been recovered, but the upheaval at the magistrate's pawnshop meant the account was far from settled. I now needed a partner that could travel long distances, exchange intelligence, and remain outside Wang Changxing's control. Dai Escort Agency occupied 2 connected courtyards in southern Wenwan. A large banner at the entrance carried only the character for escort. Inside, 20 or 30 people practiced boxing in formation. The stables and carriage house were clearly separated. A glance at the horseshoes, axle grease, and gate guards' positions showed this was a true organization, not a temporary group thrown together. I explained why I had come, but did not lift the entire cover in the street. I took out only one complete section of tiger bone. The gate escort immediately grew serious. This kind of merchandise will never obtain a good price in Wonwon County. Do you want it transported to Tianyong City, sir? Not merely transported, I said. I want your agency to solicit competitive bids from apothecaries and deliver the proceeds, less commission, to Siwa Village. I have records of the tiger's origin, the county inspection, and the closed reward notice. Every document can be checked. Once he heard the paperwork was complete, he immediately invited me inside. On the training ground, a woman in purple was directing a spear formation. She did not stand aside and shout orders. She personally corrected each person's stride and spear point height. Her thrusts were clean, her recovery steady. She had clearly traveled on real escort missions. When she saw an unfamiliar ox cart enter, she leveled her spear and blocked the way. Valuable cargo must be inspected before entering the rear yard. Open the cover. The escort who led me hurriedly explained that I was a client. The woman did not relax. She kept the spear point at a safe distance and asked only about the cargo, destination, and origin. My name is Lu Feng. I am commissioning an escort for Tiger Bone. I handed over the county documents. You may inspect the cargo, but the chief escort and accountant should be present. If everyone passing through the yard can see it, secrecy becomes meaningless. She took the papers, checked the official seal first, then examined the wound marks on the bone. She asked how many people hunted the tiger, where it was killed, and why the hide was missing. Anything that affects the risk will be written into the contract, I said. The exact hunting method is my trade. One eyebrow rose. She appeared to take my refusal as a challenge. You err, do not neglect a guest. A middle-aged man emerged from the main hall. He had a square face, short beard, and placed slightly more weight on his right leg than his left, but his back remained straight. He introduced himself as Wu Santong, chief of Dai Escort Agency. The tall, thin man in a scholar's robe beside him was Advisor Ji, who managed valuation, routes, and contracts. Wu Santong first apologized, then ordered the ox cart moved into a sealed storeroom. Advisor Ji opened the outer wrapping and inspected the skull, spine, limbs, and medicinal parts one by one. I had kept the hide, and one forepaw was missing because it would be used to treat Li Long. The rest of the skeleton was complete. If we find the right buyer in Tianyong City, 3,000 taels is a reasonable floor, Advisor G said. But valuable, heavy cargo requires expert escorts, payments at checkpoints, and risk from price changes and robbery. The spearwoman was Wu Xiangyue. Standing beside the storeroom door, she examined the county approval again. At last, she accepted that the goods had a legal origin but still did not believe I had personally killed the tiger. The document proves only that you delivered a tiger. The wounds, weapons, and surviving hunting team can prove the rest. I looked at the spear in her hand. But I came to discuss business, not demand your admiration. She did not respond to the refusal with a reckless test. Instead, she demanded to inspect the packing order, missing parts, and the county's reward closure. She pointed out that if tiger bone remained pressed against a damp cart floor for 10 days, it could mold and discolor. She recommended dry wood ash between layers and a new seal inspection at every transfer point. The advice directly protected merchandise worth 3,000 taels, so I accepted it immediately. She suddenly tapped the wet track on the floor with her spear butt. The left will cross the threshold first when you entered, meaning the load is heavier on that side. But the tiger bone is centered. Something else is hidden beneath the seat cushion. My heart tightened. Her conclusion was not entirely correct, but it showed extraordinary observation. What appeared to be recklessness was merely her habit of voicing suspicion directly. Wu Santong glared at his daughter and told Advisor G to continue negotiating. For the first time, I studied the escort agency seriously. If even the chief's daughter could detect an anomaly from one-wheel track, they might truly have the ability to deliver my cargo to Tianyong City. Advisor G quoted a commission of 10%. At a floor price of 3,000 taels, the agency would take at least 300. That amount could support an ordinary farm family for generations, but the number alone did not tell the whole story. 12 escorts, 5 carts, food and lodging, checkpoint payments, and negotiation with buyers all had to be paid from it. What if the final sale is below 3,000? I asked. We take 10% of the actual amount and may not first purchase the cargo ourselves at a suppressed price, Advisor G answered. If the goods are damaged through our fault, we compensate at the contract floor. If government troops requisition the shipment or war closes the road, both parties renegotiate. The terms were fair, but I still required 3 additions. Every transfer point needed 2 signatures. Bids had to come from at least 3 apothecaries, and payment should primarily use verifiable banknotes, so thousands of taels of physical silver did not attract attention. After hearing this, Advisor G looked at me again. Brother Liu, you do not sound like a man commissioning his first escort. I simply make a habit of deciding what to do if a plan fails. Wu Xiangyue had listened for a long time. She suddenly drew half the flexible whip from her waist. You claim you killed the tiger yourself. Take one move from me. If you stop it, I will waive 100 taels of commission. If you cannot, stop acting in front of my father as though you have calculated everything. Wu Santong immediately ordered her to stop, but she did not attack without warning. She retreated 5 paces, cleared the people around the training ground, and waited for my explicit agreement. One move is acceptable. I set down my tea. We are not wagering marriage, and we are not wagering our lives. Advisor G wrote the 100 tael reduction into a temporary wager, specifying that we would use training weapons, each accept responsibility for injuries, and no bystander interfere. Wu Xiangyue also replaced the whip tip with a blunt, and so a test would not become an uncontrollable private duel. My words left her speechless for a moment. Then she snapped the long whip open. The tip traced a half circle across the ground, while the true force coiled from the side toward my weapon hand. I did not grab it directly. I released my axe into a spin, sending the handle through the loop. Using the rotation, I transferred the force toward a courtyard post. The whip was pulled off course, and the axe blade lodged in a practice target fixed to the post. Wu Xiangyue's wrist went numb. She released her grip in time and was not pulled down. The yard went silent for an instant, followed by a burst of cheers. She did not become angry with embarrassment. Instead, she ran over to examine where the whip wrapped around the axe handle and repeated the direction of my movement twice. You knew I would target your wrist. Your eyes looked there during the opening motion. Again, that would be a second move and require a separate price. Wu Santong suppressed a smile and stepped in front of his daughter. He accepted that my ability matched the tiger documents and agreed to reduce the commission to 200 taels. But he imposed one condition. Before the bones departed, I had to describe recent bandit activity and predator routes around the northern mountains. The escort team would pass on nearby official roads, so that intelligence had real value. I agreed to provide a map and every known marker. After business was settled, Wu Xiangyue asked whether I was married. I answered honestly that the Moose sisters were my wives and now managed our ledgers, supplies, and yard defense. Then you should bring them here even more, she said. Giving someone one light crossbow is not enough. Loading a bolt in panic is completely different from practicing in a peaceful yard. Her observation struck the exact weakness the Wang Changshuan incident had revealed. Wu Xiangyue was direct, but not without restraint. She understood better than anyone how to guard a wagon, defend a gate, and withdraw from an encirclement during an escort. If she trained the sisters for several days, the lessons would suit them better than my attempt to copy combat experience from another life. I was about to ask her price when she turned and ordered the armory opened. Do not rush to sign the contract. She pointed to a long wooden case at the back. If you truly possess the strength to kill a tiger, try the old weapon of the Wu family that no one can wield. For escorts carried the wooden case onto the training ground together. When the lid opened, it revealed a dark red long halberd with cold light along the edge. Wu Santong said it was named Water Breaker, a weapon of cold-forged iron left by the Wu ancestors. The family genealogy recorded its weight as roughly 890 pounds. That number might not have been precise. Ancient records often exaggerated weight, and the weapon's balance was uneven. Even so, the carrying pole visibly bent while 4 men moved the case. Its true weight was certainly not light. Wu Xiangyue was not proposing a martial marriage contest. She referred to the Tianyong City martial gathering held after winter began. Dai used the event each year to recruit new members and meet other professionals. Anyone capable of performing one complete form with Waterbreaker would receive one major escort free of charge. If you succeed, the tiger bones travel without commission, she said. If you fail, we keep the 200 tael terms just negotiated. I inspected the shaft and blade for hidden cracks before gripping the middle. On my first attempt, I raised the halberd only 6 inches from the ground. Its weight far exceeded what my current body could control safely. The escorts did not laugh. Wu Santong told me to put it down before my old injury reopened. I did not stubbornly continue lifting. I studied the center of gravity again. Waterbreaker's crescent blade was extremely heavy, but a thicker iron cap weighted the tail. Raising it straight upward consumed the most strength. If I first kept the tail against the ground and guided the blade in an arc, footwork and momentum could share the burden. On my second attempt, I turned my waist first, then drove through my shoulder. The iron cap scraped a semicircle across the ground, lifting the blade. Once the center of gravity passed my waist, I changed hands and pushed forward. The halberd finally left the earth and completed one horizontal sweep before me. The rush of air blew back the onlookers' clothes and lifted dust from the yard. I never allowed the halberd to pass in the direction of the crowd. Wu Santong had cleared more than 20 feet in advance and placed stakes on either side to mark the safety boundary. Even so, my arms were numb after the single form, and the old wound at my waist throbbed. I performed only one form and stopped immediately. The ability to lift a weapon did not make it suitable for battle. In my current condition, a second form might strain my waist and back. On a battlefield, no enemy would stand still while I used the ground to create momentum. It is a fine weapon, but not for the person I am now. I returned the halberd to the case. A spear is faster and consumes less strength. Wu Santong remained silent for a long time. In his youth, he had entered the military examinations, but an arrow wound to his leg ended that path. Waterbreaker was a keepsake from his father. He had trained with it for 20 years and could only raise it, never complete a full movement. My single form made him believe for the first time that the ancestral weapon was not destined to remain forever inside its case. Advisor G revised the contract on the spot. The tiger bones carried a floor price of 3,000 taels. Dai would transport them and solicit bids from at least 3 apothecaries. The base commission for this trip was waived. The agency would receive only 10% of the portion above the floor as a negotiation reward. The structure was more reasonable than simply calling the service free. If the agency merely delivered the goods, it received fixed travel expenses. If it achieved a higher price, both parties benefited. That also prevented them from suppressing the value merely to sell quickly. I pressed my thumbprint to the contract and prepaid 50 taels for travel and checkpoint payments. The hide remained at home. One forepaw went toward Li Long's medicine, and the rest of the bones were sealed that same day. Crouching beside the wooden case, Wu Xiangyue suddenly asked, "Will you attend the winter martial gathering?" If war has not begun at the border and the village is secure, I will. Then it is settled. She extended her palm. Next time, you do not get to lift it once and stop. I want to see you learn the second form. I met her palm with mine. The promise had nothing to do with marriage, but it opened another road to Tianyong City and made Dei Escort Agency regard me for the first time as a potential long-term partner. Dei gave the tiger bones 2 layers of disguise. The real sealed case was hidden beneath a cart of medicinal herbs. For other carts carried ordinary hides and empty wooden boxes. Chief Escort Wu Santong personally led 12 escorts. Advisor G left one day early to contact apothecaries in Tianyong City. Wu Xiangyue remained in Wenhuang County to oversee the horses, carts, and messages from the road. Before departure, she handed me a wooden token carved with the word Dei. If the team returns early, they will send a fast rider first. With this token, you may enter at any time and ask for news. Advisor G gave me copies of the contract, packing list, and receipt for 50 taels of expenses. The names of the 12 escorts, visible cargo on all 5 carts, and 3 planned stopping places were recorded. The copy I carried did not reveal where the true goods were hidden, preventing stolen documents from becoming a route map. She also reminded me that the county town was investigating the pawnshop case aggressively. My ox cart carried uneven weight. A careful officer might discover that the things beneath the cushion were not safe. I used an empty room at the agency to reorganize everything and divided the deeds into 3 sets. I sealed the originals in a waterproof leather pouch carried against my body. Copies went into a hidden compartment of the ox cart. I entrusted the secret pawnshop ledger to a reliable clerk Mu Xiaoyang knew and asked him to copy it privately. If one set was taken, another would still prove the facts. When I left the agency, Wu Xianyue walked with me all the way to the street entrance. You must attend the winter gathering. First, bring my tiger bones safely back as silver. She smiled, patted the wooden token, and turned inside. I had just led the ox cart onto the road when I encountered an exhausted Mu Xiaoyang. The pawnshop had been emptied. The county magistrate ordered the office to solve the case by a deadline. Constables questioned people day and night, but no one would identify a leader. The victims said only that they had gone to recover their own belongings. Ask who opened the first door or took the ledger, and every person suddenly knew nothing. Did the pawnshop truly belong to the magistrate's family? I asked with feigned surprise. His nephew operates it in name, Mu Xiaoyang whispered. Trading houses, lending, and grain warehouses all over the county belong to his relatives. The lost secret ledger is the worst problem. If it records things that should never have been written, the magistrate is more anxious about that than the missing silver. I did not answer and simply handed him a flask of water. He also said Chief Constable Wang interviewed the injured and confirmed that the guards attacked first and the clerk deliberately destroyed tickets. By law, the pawnshop itself was guilty. Chunbai therefore blocked mass arrests and required only the recovery of stolen property and the missing ledger. That meant I was temporarily safe, but could not immediately use the deeds to change household registrations. I needed to wait for the case to cool and then formalize each parcel through proper redemption documents. Mu Xiaoyang rode on the cart for part of the journey to rest. Before climbing down, he remembered my Solomon seal wine. Do you still have the wine from last time? I have been working through every night. I want to take some home. You may have some, but drink only a little, I said. It is not a miracle medicine, and liquor cannot replace sleep. If you continue investigating without rest, nothing you drink will help. He laughed and cursed me once, but promised to visit Siwa village on his next day off. On the road home, I arranged the next matters in order. Li Long's condition needed continued care. The tiger bone payment would wait for day. The deeds had to remain sealed. House construction and the brick kiln had to start before the ground froze. Wang Chongxing had lost Wang Chongshuan and watched villagers become less dependent on him for food. He would never observe quietly. The sky had already darkened when the ox cart entered Siwa village. Tian Laoba waited at the entrance with more than 20 villagers willing to work. Brother Feng, we selected the clay pit and kiln site, he said. We need only your wage decision, and work can begin tomorrow morning. I put away the Dei token and looked toward the barren land at the foot of the mountain. The long-distance business had been entrusted to the escort agency. What I needed to do now was make this famine village fit for people to survive. We selected the eastern slope outside the village for the brick kiln. A natural bluff there meant digging the kiln chamber downward could eliminate most of the wall construction. A small stream beside it provided both water and silt. The ideal brick mixture was not yellow earth alone, but yellow soil screened free of stones, fine silt, and chopped rice husks. soaked through and trampled repeatedly until uniform. I divided the workers into 4 groups. Tian Laoba led the kiln excavation and flue construction. Wang San managed soil screening and brick molding. Yang Guizi led the firewood crew. Straight, sound timber was reserved for the houses, and only branches and rotten wood went to the kiln. The village women prepared rice husks, cooked meals, and recorded hours. Every worker earned 10 copper coins a day and 2 filling meals, lunch, and dinner. Men and women received equal pay for equal work. Someone asked how much profit the bricks would bring. "We are not selling the first 2 firings," I said. "First, we build the heated beds, stoves, horse troughs, and public granary. Only the remaining bricks go into the new homes." Each kiln held roughly 5,000 green bricks and needed uninterrupted fire for 4 or 5 days. With the current workforce, we could complete 2 firings before the ground froze. With only 3 or 5 people, the first batch might not be ready even by the following spring. In addition to wages, I established injury compensation. Cave-ins while digging the kiln, falls while cutting timber, and night fire watches could all cause accidents. A worker with a minor injury still received that day's pay. The project account covered medical costs for serious injuries. Attendance was called twice per shift. At least 2 people guarded the kiln mouth together, and no one could enter a chamber that had not cooled. On the second day, Wang Chongxing arrived at the foot of the slope with servants. In front of everyone, he calculated that 10,000 mud bricks were worth only 10 taels, while I kept spending money on daily wages, grain, and firewood. He mocked my lack of business sense and asked whether the villagers would still work for nothing after my silver ran out. I did not argue with him. He is correct that the bricks themselves are not worth much. I turned to the workers. That is why wages are settled daily and the granary opens every day. No one is required to gamble on me. The day I cannot pay, everyone may leave immediately. Tian Laoba received the first payment. The others were paid one by one according to the list. Wang Chongxing stood there for a while, failed to see anyone leave, and finally brought a chair and sat at a distance to watch. 4 days later, the kiln chamber was complete, and the first 5,000 green bricks had dried in the shade and been loaded. At ignition, I did not pursue a fierce fire. We used a low flame to drive out moisture, then gradually added wood. If the bricks heated too quickly, trapped steam would crack the entire load. Meanwhile, the old courtyard walls around the new house had been demolished. Broken stone formed access roads. We preserved the old tree beside the main gate. A side gate led to the cattle shed and carriage shelter, while the rear yard had a separate chicken house, wood shed, and enclosed stable. The residents used 3 earthen and timber rooms with chopped straw in the walls and windows on the southern side. All 3 heated clay beds shared one flue. I did not have time to build a house merely because it looked beautiful. In winter, the true killers were drafts, smoke flowing backward, and dampness. We raised the foundation, lengthened the eaves, left clean-out ports in the flue, and separated animal stalls from the bedrooms. I drew a simple plan for each element, then asked villagers who understood carpentry to improve it. Wang Chongxing came every day. At first, he watched only the kiln. Later, after discovering villagers also laying foundations for me, he finally asked, "Do you truly intend to keep paying wages until the ground freezes?" "As long as unfinished work remains, I will keep paying." He slammed the lid onto his teapot and walked toward the new yard. At the time, I assumed he wanted to find faults and did not follow. Only that evening, when Wanqing reported a freshly broken branch beneath the tree outside the yard, did I realize bricks and houses were not his true concern. Inside the reinforced rear shed stood the black stallion I had brought from the mountain. After Wanqing noticed the broken branch, she did not investigate outside alone. She first cocked a light crossbow, called Wang San from next door, and observed from within the yard. 2 sets of footprints marked the ground beneath the tree. The wear pattern on one pair of shoes matched Wang Chongxing's. No one had pried at the stable wall, but someone had climbed the tree and looked inside over the roof. "He may have decided it is a military horse," I said. When the stallion entered the county town, Shunbai inspected its shoes, brands, and origin and registered it with the warden's office as an unclaimed feral horse captured in the mountains. The paperwork was valid, but if Wang Chongxing reported me directly to the magistrate, the government might arrest first and examine the record afterward. Wanqing checked the seal on our copy again and discovered that the horse inspection witness list lacked addresses for villagers along the route. She asked Wang San to add the households of the first 2 people who had seen the stallion and invited them to press thumbprints on a separate page. Even if someone removed the official file, testimony outside the village could still reconstruct the discovery route. I told Wanqing to place the registration copy, capture account, and witness list in one leather bag. Without waiting for instructions, she added the Tiger Reward approval, day contract, and our expense ledger for the previous month. If someone asks where the money came from, these can explain that too. Her reaction was far calmer than during the last attack. At noon, horse bells sounded along the village road. Wu Xiangyue returned early with 2 escorts and Advisor Ji. The 4 did not arrive with a grand procession. They guarded only one locked, ironclad chest. Lu Feng, the goods are sold. Wu Xiangyue swung down from her horse. 3 apothecaries competed, and the last offered 3,350 taels. Do not thank only my father. Advisor Ji negotiated through the night to obtain that buyer. I invited them into the unfinished courtyard and reconciled the account in front of Advisor Ji, Wanqing, and Xinger. The total sale was 3,350 taels. The amount above the floor was 350, and Dai received the agreed 35 tael share. The 50 taels I had prepaid for travel were recorded separately and not deducted again. Therefore, the banknotes and loose silver delivered to me totaled 3,315 taels. The numbers, issuing banks, and seals all matched. I pressed my thumbprint on the receipt, then offered 20 taels as a hardship payment for the 12 escorts. Advisor G refused, saying the contract was settled. I converted the amount into an order for tack, medicine, and winter messenger service instead, with the agency invoicing everything at market rates. It was not a casual tip. It was advance payment toward the next partnership. The black stallion was the first thing Wu Xiangyue noticed inside the yard. She did not rush to mount. She first inspected its teeth, hooves, and top line, identifying a 5- or 6-year-old stallion with obvious northern blood but no military brand. A fine horse, she said, but you keep it too openly. Once it gains another layer of flesh, even someone who knows nothing about horses will call it a military mount. I told her how Wang Changsheng had climbed the tree. Advisor G immediately recommended boarding the stallion at the escort agency. I refused to move it. The county had already registered it. Hiding it now would make me look guilty. The correct response was to prepare the evidence and record every entrance and exit from the stable. Wanqing and Qinger brought hot tea. This was their first time receiving formal business partners. Their movements were a little stiff, but they made no mistake with the ledgers, tea, or seating order. When Wu Xiangyue saw the 2 light crossbows beside the table, she asked whether they had ever truly used them. The sisters shook their heads. Then do not practice loading alone. She set down her cup. While there is daylight, I will teach you how to withdraw through the rear door, how to cock the string when your hands are shaking, and when you must never shoot. What reassured me more than the banknotes worth over 3,000 taels was that they did not interpret protection as taking control of someone else's choices. They wanted to teach every member of the household how to survive. Wu Xiangyue arranged 3 simulations in the yard. In the first, escorts made noise at the main gate. The sisters took up their crossbows as planned, but both were drawn toward the sound and forgot to watch the rear window. In the second, one man pretended to be injured and begged for help. Qing nearly opened the door directly. The third took place at dusk. This time, they confirmed the signal first and withdrew through the rear gate to the agreed position. A weapon is not courage, Wu Xiangyue said. True defense is knowing when to open a door and when to run. Wanqing wrote down every mistake and established 2 escape routes through the yard. Qinger requested a practice every 3 days, with third Aunt Huang and the laborers also learning the alarm sound. Advisor G studied the frame of the new house and became particularly interested in the 3 heated clay beds. I used a stick to draw the flue on the ground. Stove heat first passed through chambers beneath the beds, then exited through an outside chimney. With the proper slope and sealed joints, one cooking fire could leave warmth in the masonry all night. It consumed less firewood than charcoal braziers in each room and avoided poisoning in enclosed spaces. If it truly performs as you say, the agency is willing to buy the plans, he said. We have not heated the first one yet, so it is too early to discuss a price, I answered. After testing it through winter, we can decide whether it can be promoted. That evening, 3 ledgers lay side by side on the table. The first covered the tiger bones, sale price, commission, travel expenses, and payment had all closed. The second covered the brick kiln and new house. Wages, grain consumption, timber, and brick counts were recorded daily. The third contained household spending, managed by Wanqing, while Qinger performed the physical inventory. During her first count, Qinger discovered that 2 baskets of rice husks recorded at the kiln had never entered storage. The investigation revealed no theft. Wang Sen had used them temporarily over standing water in the cattle shed and forgotten to issue a material slip. The amount was small, but it proved that ledgers without procedures could still become inaccurate. That night, we added a rule. Emergency materials could be used first, but the record had to be completed before noon the next day. I divided and sealed the banknotes worth 3,000 taels. 500 went to emergencies and land redemption. 300 was reserved for house construction, horse feed, and medicine. Another 500 went towards seed grain, irrigation, and wages for the following year. The remainder would not be disclosed in the village or hidden together in one location. Wan Qing asked whether we should prepare an expensive gift for Wu Xiangyue. She brought back our silver and taught you to defend yourselves. Of course we should thank her, I said. But do not turn a debt of gratitude into a marriage arrangement she never accepted. Give her fitted protective equipment at the usual instructor's rate. Then let her choose anything else she needs. When Wu Xiangyue heard, she chose the lightweight rope snare I had made and a map of northern mountain routes. The agency has armor. These two things are more useful when we encounter bandits in the mountains. Before leaving, she examined the stallion again and warned me that northern horses ran well but suffered from sudden feed changes. In winter, we also had to prevent cracked hooves. As part of the tax service, she promised to find an old groom who understood breeding after returning to town. After seeing the guests off, I did not turn the table into a celebration feast. Banknotes could keep people alive, but they could also attract enemies more difficult than Wang Changshuan. The magistrate's family controlled the pawnshop. Wang Changxing watched the stallion. War approached in the north. Every sum had to correspond to something lasting. Houses, granaries, irrigation, tools, or reliable people. That night, the sisters and I reconciled the final ledger page together. From now on, all three of us review these accounts, I said. If anyone finds a number wrong, say so directly. If anyone believes an expense is too dangerous, she has the right to demand a stop. Qing'er placed the written alarm procedure inside the ledger. No one at the table needed to be pampered until she lost the ability to judge. What would truly keep this family standing was that all of us knew where the silver went and from which direction danger might come. Wang Changxing's accusation arrived faster than I expected. The next afternoon, Mu Xiaoyang came to the worksite with 6 constables. He did not draw a weapon and presented a warrant signed by the county magistrate. Someone had reported that I privately concealed a military horse and suspected my wealth was connected with the pawnshop case. The order required me, the horse, and the ledgers to be taken to the county office for inspection. The stallion has already been registered with the warden's office, I said. I know. Mu Xiaoyang lowered his voice. The magistrate sent Chief Warden Chun to inspect the granaries today, and his advisor has withheld the registration ledger. Brother-in-law, resistance now would only confirm that you are fleeing guilt. Come with me. I promise they will not search your home without limits. I read the warrant and decided to cooperate. The constables did not place me in a heavy kang, using only wooden restraints on my hands. Mu Xiaoyang searched within the agreed scope, led away the black stallion, and sealed the ledger copies I voluntarily surrendered. The original banknotes, deeds, and pawnshop's secret ledger had already been distributed elsewhere and were not in the yard. I verified every seal one by one. Wan Qing recorded on the spot which constable led the stallion, the number of ledgers taken, and whether the wooden restraint left injuries. Mu Xiaoyang could not show favoritism openly, but he invited 2 village elders to witness on the back of the warrant. That at least prevented stolen silver discovered in the search from appearing from nowhere after we reached the county. Qing'er went pale when she saw my hands locked, but did not rush forward and struggle. She and Wan Qing followed the steps Wu Xiangyue had just taught them. Inspect the warrant, record each constable's name, check the seals, then retrieve the stallion registration copy, tiger bone contract, and payment receipt. Take the old gentleman's sachet, I reminded them. Find Chunbai first, then go to Dei Escort Agency. Do not carry silver and enter the county office alone. They nodded. The black stallion followed behind as the ox cart entered town. It bore no military brand and no standardized horseshoes. Bystanders saw only an excellent horse. In the county courtroom, the magistrate did not inspect the registration first. He called Wang Changxing to testify. Walking with a limp, Wang Changxing admitted he climbed the tree outside my yard to spy inside, then insisted that the stallion belonged to the Northern Barbarian Army. When I asked which army he had seen or what brand he recognized, he could answer neither question. He repeated only that ordinary commoners cannot own such a fine horse. The physical evidence stands below this court. The magistrate struck his block. How did a military horse come into your hands? I described the bandits in the mountain, the unclaimed stallion, the witnesses along the route, and Chun Bai's registration after inspection. I demanded that the warden's office record be produced. The magistrate refused. Wang Chongqing immediately changed the subject to the pawnshop. He said I had transformed suddenly from a penniless drunk into a man able to fire bricks, build homes, and defeat armed guards, making it likely I led the incident. The magistrate was visibly more interested in that accusation than the military horse. Where did the money come from? He asked. Game, the tiger bounty, and the consignment sale of tiger bone. The Dei contract, bidding records from 3 apothecaries, and payment seals can all be verified. Mu Xiaoyang tried to submit the copies, but the magistrate's advisor pressed the papers into the corner of the bench without even looking. The magistrate announced that the 2 accusations would be tried together and ordered me held by the warden's office for sentencing the next day. This was not an investigation. He needed a criminal who could be blamed for the pawnshop's losses and whose property could be confiscated. The military horse was merely a door. The pawnshop was the true crime he wanted to place on me. As the hearing ended, I saw Wan Qing and Qinger arrive outside the courtyard with Wu Xiangyue and Chun Bai. Chun Bai accepted the yellow sachet. One glance at the pattern embroidered outside made his expression turn grave. He did not open it and walked straight toward the courtroom. I knew that before the magistrate's block struck again, he would have to answer why an already registered record had been withheld. Chun Bai placed the black stallion registration ledger on the judge's bench. The registration date, coat color, discovery location, and inspection result were all clear. The horse bore no Dali military brand. Its shoes did not follow this county's pattern, and it had been provisionally registered as an unclaimed northern horse captured in the mountains. Chun Bai's signature stood at the end beside the thumbprints of 2 constables and Mu Xiaoyang. If my lord believes this record is false, all 3 officials who handled it may be tried, Chun Bai said. You cannot seize the ledger first and then claim it never existed. The magistrate's expression darkened, but he continued clinging to the pawnshop case. I submitted Dei's receipt and the tiger bone sale record. Wu Xiangyue testified in court that the price of 3,350 taels could be verified with 3 apothecaries in Tianyong City. At minimum, the source of the funds used for my house and kiln was clear. Robbery could not be presumed merely because I had suddenly acquired money. Chief Constable Wang also submitted his scene report. The injured guards gave contradictory statements. Wet tickets had indeed been scattered across the counter. Several victims previously complained that pledged property was sold early. The report did not prove I had nothing to do with the chaos, but it proved the magistrate's attempt to convict me that day on one inference fell far below the standard for guilt. Wang Chongqing still tried to identify my build. Chun Bai asked whether he had been at the scene. No. Did you see the leader's face? No. Then without a witness, stolen goods, or consistent testimony, on what basis can a death sentence be issued today? The magistrate struck the table and interrupted him. But the advisor whispered that the embroidery on the yellow sachet bore the old mark of the Yingchuan Qin clan. The sword pattern was reserved for direct line tokens. Its bearer was not necessarily a Chun, but if the sachet were opened and the man killed without reporting upward, the clan could demand a prefectural review. Only then did I understand what the old gentleman meant by using it only when life and death were at stake. It was not an imperial decree that could command officials, and it did not prove my innocence. It merely pushed a case the magistrate wanted quietly concluded inside a small county to a level he did not dare control. Chun Bai held the sachet closed and allowed no one to view its contents. Once this is opened, responsibility falls on the person who reads the message, he said. If my lord still intends to sentence him, seal the prisoner, records, and token together and send them to the prefectural government. The magistrate remained silent for a long time. Sending the case upward meant the pawnshop ledger, withheld records, and lending businesses run by his relatives might all be investigated. He could hate me, but he did not dare gamble his official hat merely to kill one villager. Evidence in the military horse case is insufficient. The charge is dismissed in court, he finally said. The pawnshop matter will be investigated separately. Lu Feng is not listed as a criminal at this time. The wooden restraints opened, and I moved my numb wrists. Still kneeling in the hall, Wang Chongqing tried to explain that he had acted only out of loyalty to the court. Seeking to recover his dignity, the magistrate turned on him and convicted him of false accusation and trespass. Wang Chongqing lost the position of village chief and received 20 strokes. The punishment was not exaggerated into something necessarily fatal, but it would prevent him from managing village affairs for some time. I did not celebrate his beating. The magistrate's decision to release me did not make him a friend. On the contrary, he now knew I possessed more than 3,000 tails and might hold evidence the pawnshop could not allow into daylight. As I prepared to leave court, the magistrate suddenly mentioned the provincial governor's horse breeding order. The Yuzhou frontier lacked horses, and every county had to rehabilitate injured mounts and breed stronger stock. Wenhuang County held more than 300 official horses, but chronically lacked fodder and staff. I had restored a northern feral stallion to good condition and understood feed and hoof disease records, making me a suitable person to manage the horse farm. It sounded like a reward and like an unsalvageable mess being pushed onto me at the same time. The fodder, horses, and illness lists must first be inspected openly, I said. Monthly funding must be written into the appointment, as must rewards for successful breeding and recovery. If an existing horse dies from an old injury, it cannot be charged to me. The magistrate intended to impose the assignment with a word, but Chunbai immediately demanded that it follow the provincial governor's official order. At last, the magistrate pressed his red brush to the appointment document. Very well. He stared at me. Since you claim to understand horses, show this official that you can keep more than 300 military mounts alive. The county horse farm was worse than its paperwork suggested. More than 300 horses crowded into damp stables, most with ribs clearly showing. The feed troughs contained only moldy straw. Several injured horses had rotting hooves, but still stood among healthy animals. Chunbai's face darkened at the sight. The provincial governor's office had indeed ordered every county to rehabilitate injured mounts and breed warhorses, but Wenhuang County allocated only 30 tails each month. That was not enough for concentrated feed, much less grooms, medicine, and transport. By giving me the horse farm, the magistrate was not granting a profitable post. He was pushing years of shortages onto me. I did not accept custody on the spot. First came a count, then a health inspection, and only then transfer. Every horse had to be registered by coat, teeth, hoof disease, and old injury. Those near death, carrying contagious disease, or merely underfed were separated. The county's existing stable officer also had to sign the list so losses that occurred before transfer could not later be placed on me. The first inventory took the entire day. Most horses retained a sound foundation and suffered only from long-term lack of feed. More than 40 had obvious saddle sores or hoof disease, and over 10 required quarantine. Old horses that could never return to battle might still breed or carry light loads. They could not remain falsely listed as warhorses merely to claim subsidies. I randomly selected 10 horses and rechecked their teeth and injuries. The old ledger falsified age in at least 3 places and omitted illness or injury in 5. If those entries were not corrected on the transfer date, natural deaths several months later would become the new farm's responsibility. The stable officer first refused. Chunbai ordered a clerk to write pre-transfer condition beside every old entry, and only then did he sign. I proposed 3 conditions. The county would continue allocating the 30 tails required by the official order each month and would place its stored straw, bean cake, and rights to autumn pasture in the transfer document. Each military horse restored to qualified condition and accepted would earn a 30-tail reward. Each healthy foal that survived 1 month would earn 10. Every death, transfer, and acceptance required signatures from the stable office, warden's office, and horse farm. The magistrate was unwilling, but could not delete terms already established by the provincial governor while Chunbai watched. We did not drive every horse into the village at once. First, I moved the 120 animals with the lowest infection risk to a temporary pasture on Siwa village's eastern slope. The others remained at the county stable for treatment in batches. 30 soldiers and 3 constables accompanied the herd as guards. A 9th-rank stable officer managed the official register, while Tian Laoba organized grass cutting, while digging, and shelter construction in the village. Almost no one in the village slept the first night. The sheds needed ventilation without leaking rain. Water troughs had to be separated so sick animals did not contaminate healthy ones. Dry grass could not be piled directly on the ground. Damp hay could heat internally and even ignite. I had wooden racks built to raise it and used defective bricks from the first batch, which had not entered the kiln, to line drainage ditches. The stable officer sent by the magistrate disliked the crude shelter and returned to town after one night. Before leaving, he tried to take the account ledger. I gave him only a signed copy. Wanqing kept the original daily record. The old groom Wu Xianyue found was surnamed Zhou and was over 60. He felt the black stallion's hoofs first, then examined the gums of the sick horses. He pointed out that I could not increase the beans in their rations suddenly. Starved horses had to recover slowly on soft grass and warm water, or they would gorge and bloat. I added the warning to the procedure immediately. Dei also helped purchase fodder, wheat bran, and bean hulls from Chishui County. Every shipment was priced by cart. Horse farm subsidies entered a separate public account and could not be mixed with my tiger bone money. Half a month passed, and the frost descent solar term arrived. The first kiln opened on the same day. Of the 5,000 green bricks, more than 4,300 fired successfully. Bricks cracked along the edges could still line drainage. At last, the new house, heated beds, and horse farm all possessed useful building material. Standing at the kiln mouth, I saw red-hot brick walls on one side and a herd gradually recovering its spirit on the other. The magistrate had handed me a losing deck. But if every horse, every pound of grass, and every copper coin had an assigned purpose, the deck no longer belonged only to the county office. After the first bricks left the kiln, I built the heated clay beds before anything else. The main stove connected to flues beneath all 3 rooms, with winding heat paths inside the beds and a chimney through the outer wall. Mu Xiaoyang happened to arrive at the horse farm with a rotation of constables, so I pulled him into carrying bricks. He walked around the clay platforms several times and still refused to believe one stove could warm 3 rooms. Once we light it, the first 2 days are only for driving out moisture, I warned. If smoke leaks from the flue, extinguish the fire and rebuild immediately. We are not suffocating an entire family for the sake of warmth. During the test, smoke exited correctly through the outer wall, and the surface of each bed warmed gradually from the stove into the far side. A water jar in the middle could provide warm water, but it was not boiled drinking water. I wrote that warning beside the stove so children would not drink directly from it. The frame of the new house was also complete and would be roofed within 3 days. Timber and furniture removed from the old thatched hut would remain in use. The following spring, we would convert the old site into a granary, cellar, and tool room. At dinner, Mu Xiaoyang did not discuss only the heated beds. The horse farm is too conspicuous. He set down his wine bowl. 3 major bandit groups operate near Wenhuang County. Heaven Beyond Heaven to the north, Galu Peak to the west, and the river stockade at the 7-water confluence downstream. The first 2 have passage arrangements with the escort agencies. The river stockade is the hardest to negotiate with. The river stockade occupied wetlands at the border of 2 counties. While the waterways remained open, its people fished and collected passage tolls. Once the river froze, they attacked villages and grain convoys. As the famine worsened, they had progressed from stealing supplies to raiding entire settlements. How many men do they have? No one knows for certain. At least several hundred, Mu Xiaoyang said. The county office tried to suppress them once. The boats entered the reeds and immediately lost the channel. If they learned Siwa village has more than 300 horses, 50 new soldiers cannot hold them. He was not exaggerating. Most soldiers sent to the farm were new recruits who did not even grip blades consistently. The constables rotated every 2 weeks and never learned the village roads. During an actual attack, a panicked herd might trample more people than the bandits did. The next day, I called Wang Dian, Zhang Hongda, and Li Long, who had recovered enough to move. Li Long could not yet draw a heavy bow, so he recorded commands, trained beginners, and inspected equipment. I selected 6 young laborers and combined them with the 3 veterans into 3 teams of 3. Each had observation, ranged attack, and rescue positions. If any member left the other's site, the entire group contracted immediately. This was not a private army for me to order at will. They still hunted and worked normally. Only during wildfire, predator attacks, or bandit danger would they provide warning and escort villagers to safety. Wages came openly from horse farm guard payments and hunting shares. The discipline was written: no searching homes under the excuse of patrol, no private seizure of property, and no violence against villagers. Training began with the most basic matters. They learned to identify tracks, relay hand signals, change night watches, treat damp bowstrings, and decide which gate to open first if the herd panicked. A 3-person formation merely allowed mutual support. It was not a miraculous formation that guaranteed victory once learned. I also arranged one unannounced night drill. The first watch found strangers and chased them outside the fence together, leaving the stable gate unguarded. The second watch struck the wrong gong and made the residential area believe there was a fire. Afterward, I did not punish them with running. We repeated each procedure until everyone could explain the meaning of every alarm. Wang Dian asked whether we should attack the river stockade first. We do not even know which waterway they used to emerge, so what attack are you discussing? I said, first, survive the winter and establish observation posts and withdrawal routes. When intelligence is insufficient, Bravery only saves the enemy work. Mu Xiaoyang drew the river branches he remembered from participating in the earlier suppression. Wu Xianyue also promised to gather information from escorts about the customs and recent movements of each bandit stronghold. The danger had not truly appeared, but for the first time it had a definite shape. 3 bandit groups, more than 300 horses, and 1 newly formed team of 9. I did not want to wait for an enemy to arrive and then risk lives in a burst of courage. I wanted Siwa village to stop looking like an undefended granary before the bandits ever reached it. On the second day of training the 9-man team, the fodder account went into the red. According to the contract, Day should have delivered 12 carts of dry grass and wheat bran from Chishui County the previous day, but the convoy had not arrived. Tian Laoba's count confirmed that, at normal feeding levels, the existing reserve would last only 2 days. We could not suddenly reduce the ration for recovering horses or substitute moldy straw. I was preparing to ride Wuzhue into the county town when a damaged convoy appeared outside the village. The covers of 3 carts were torn, blood marked the shafts, and the lead escort wore a temporary bandage around his arm. They had encountered an enormous bear at a mountain pass. The bear overturned the lead cart first. Panicked horses forced another cart into a ditch. Wu Santong blocked a close-range blow to save an escort pinned beneath the wreckage and suffered multiple injuries to his chest, abdomen, and arm. Wu Xiangyue led the others in driving the animal back, escorted her father to the county town, and ordered the lightly wounded men to deliver the usable fodder. An escort handed me a stack of banknotes. The chief said the shipment was delayed and future service cannot be guaranteed, so he returned every transport fee already collected. The agency will bear the loss. I did not take them. The goods are only 1 day late and still arrived. The wounded were injured protecting the shipment, I said. The freight is paid as agreed. We will suspend and renegotiate later service. First, unload and inventory the cargo, then eat and change your dressings. Only 8 of the 12 carts survived, and 3 of those were damp. We stored the dry fodder separately and immediately spread the wet grass to ventilate. Anything trampled by the bear or stained with blood or mud would not be fed. 8 carts bought only several days. A new supply line had to be found immediately. Tian Laoba reweighed each cart. The usable fodder was only 65% of the planned amount. Old groom Zhou revised the rations. Healthy horses kept normal portions, while recovering animals received smaller, more frequent meals. Training and unnecessary transport stopped. The plan would last 5 days, not the 8 suggested by a superficial account. Wanqing led people in cooking meat porridge, while Qing'er recorded the wounded and lost cargo. I took a side of wild boar from storage for the convoy to carry back as food for the injured. I also gave Tian Laoba the names of 2 local grass suppliers Old Groom Zhou had recommended so short-distance carts could replenish us first. Once the horse farm was arranged, I rode into town with the convoy. The courtyard of Dei Escort Agency smelled of medicine. Uninjured disciples boiled water and decocted herbs beneath the corridor. Advisor G had divided the wounded among rooms by severity, with each name and dressing time posted at the door. Wu Santong lay unconscious on temporary boards in the main hall. Wu Xianyue's eyes were red, but her saber still hung at her waist. She said she returned to the mountain pass that morning to search for the bear. With too few people, she only confirmed it remained nearby and did not pursue into the forest. The bear must be dealt with, but we do not rush out now for revenge. I checked Wu Santong's breathing first, then asked the 2 physicians beside him, "Have the wounds been washed? Is he still bleeding? When did the fever begin?" The abdominal injury was the worst. No organs were visibly exposed, but he already had a high fever. The physicians stopped the bleeding and bandaged him, but all the wounded shared 1 basin of water, and the old cloth had only been rinsed briefly. I immediately separated the instruments and required boiled water, cooled before use, for washing hands and equipment. The physicians would re-examine the wounds and still decide the medicines. If Wu Santong deteriorated, we needed a more experienced doctor in town, not faith that 1 herb could create a miracle. What about the fodder? Advisor G asked. Short-distance purchases have been arranged. Suspend long-haul work and keep everyone able to walk here caring for the wounded. I pushed the returned banknotes back toward the accounts desk. The contract is suspended, not canceled. We will calculate losses after the people are saved. He held the banknotes and remained silent for a long time. I looked toward Wu Xianyue. The bear at the pass has begun treating people and carts as prey. It will attack the next convoy. Once your father's condition is stable, we will confirm its position. But whenever a physician says he needs you here, you remain. She nodded and did not speak again about dying together with the animal. First, care for the living. Then deal with the beast that caused the danger. That order could not be reversed. Wu Santong briefly regained consciousness that evening. He recognized his daughter and advisor Ji, but the abdominal pain prevented him from sitting up. After another examination, the physicians confirmed there was no continued major bleeding from the primary wound. The greatest dangers were fever, contamination, and deterioration over the next 2 days. I did not pretend to be a physician and prescribe a miraculous remedy. I explained only the wilderness first aid principles I knew. Drinking water had to be boiled and cooled. Hands had to be washed before and after treating wounds. Clean cloth remained separate from contaminated cloth. Every dressing change required a record of temperature, awareness, urine output, and wound odor. The physicians selected honeysuckle, forsythia, and other herbs available in that era. I required only that they record the doses and not force medicine into him every 30 minutes out of panic. Every wounded escort was recorded under the same standards. Wu Santong was chief, but could not consume all clean cloth, hot water, and manpower. If ordinary escorts went without dressing changes to save him alone, Dei would collapse even if he awakened. One young escort repeatedly claimed he had suffered only a scrape. The recorder noticed he gave his own name incorrectly 3 times within half an hour. A new examination revealed a head injury requiring separate observation. If wounds were ranked only by visible size, that kind of injury would be easily missed. Advisor G immediately organized groups. 2 people only boiled water, 3 washed cloth. Physicians inspected the gravely injured, and the lightly wounded cared for one another. Wu Xiangyue guarded her father all night. I made her eat at least 1 bowl of porridge before we discussed entering the mountains. The next morning, the fever had not risen further, and Wu Santong could swallow a little warm water. The physician said he remained in danger but did not need to be moved for the moment. Wu Xiangyue entrusted him to her mother and advisor Ji, then showed me the previous day's route map. She had not become calm merely from exhaustion after crying. She marked the bear's location, the wind, the order in which the carts overturned, and the position of every injured person. The bear charged the convoy once, then returned from the side slope when the escorts tried to recover scattered cargo. That meant it had not fled in simple alarm. It regarded the roadside grain and wounded people as easy food. The mountain pass was also essential for transporting fodder from Chishui County. Closing it would affect the horse farm, nearby villages, and the escort agency at once. "Are the 2 of us enough?" she asked. "Not for a frontal encirclement," I said. "But everyone else capable of fighting is injured. Gathering untrained people now would only increase the casualties. We first establish traps and observation points, and confirm the bear remains there. If conditions are wrong, we return immediately and ask the county to close the road and send men." She brought her long saber, short bow, rope, and whistle. I carried the heavy crossbow, 3-edged spear, axe, and first aid kit. To avoid reducing our responses by sharing a horse, she rode the agency's chestnut and I rode Wuzhui. Both animals would stop outside the forest. Before departure, I verified the signals again. A closed fist meant stop. 2 fingers toward the ground meant tracks. 1 short whistle meant withdraw. Only 3 consecutive blasts meant release the snare. If either of us could not see a signal clearly, we were not allowed to guess. Wu Xiangyue repeated everything, more serious than during our contest in the training yard. "If we truly encounter it, I will follow your judgment." "And I will follow yours," I said. "You know the attack site. If my conclusion is wrong, point it out immediately." Cooperation did not mean one person always commanded while the other always obeyed. We would face an adult black bear that had injured more than a dozen escorts and understood ambush. Confidence could not stop a bear's paw. Only a clear understanding of what each of us could do offered a chance to return alive. The 2 horses passed through the county town's northern gate. The wreckage of the fodder carts still lay at the mountain pass. Every footprint made before the previous night's wind and snow waited for us to read it again. After reaching the pass, we did not enter the forest immediately. Wu Zhui could lower his head and smell the grass beside the ruined carts, but the chestnut snorted constantly. Wind blew from the dense woods toward the official road. The horses smelled what lay inside before we did. We tied them behind thick trees downwind with quick-release knots that could break under enough force, ensuring they would not remain trapped in true danger. Turnips, bean hulls, and wet grass still littered the scene. The bear had eaten only some vegetables. It smashed most of the bamboo baskets without consuming them. Paw prints crossed the mud in both directions. In one set, the hind paws angled slightly outward and the right forepaw landed shallowly. Wu Santong's saber might have wounded it, or the animal had an older injury. The tracks entered the northern forest slope. We did not follow. We selected a trap location beside the official road. The enormous bear was too strong for an ordinary rope snare. Our goal was to restrain it for only an instant during the charge, creating a stable angle for the crossbow and spear. I selected a young blue sandalwood tree that curved outward. The main line combined 2 strands of hemp rope twisted with vine bark. Its load path wrapped around a thick root, so all the force did not fall on one point. The running loop lay beneath leaves and covered only the route along which I intended to draw the animal. Wu Xiangyue controlled the release line. She had to wait until both forepaws crossed the white stone marker before cutting the fixed knot. We used a fallen log to simulate the bear's weight and tested the trap once without an animal. The first time, the loop rebounded too high and might strike a person's waist. On the second, the fixed knot was too tight and delayed the release by almost a full beat. After a third adjustment, the tree sprang in the planned direction. A successful test did not guarantee reliability in a real encounter, but at least eliminated the most obvious structural defects. If you cannot see the white stone, do not release it, I made her repeat. Both forepaws crossed the line, 3 consecutive whistles, then release. We established a second withdrawal route and left a split bag of turnips and dried fish upwind. We did not expect bait to fool the bear into the snare. We wanted it to pause and raise its head, giving us time to confirm its position. Less than an hour later, a branch broke inside the forest. Wu Xiangyue hid on the side slope, while I waited behind the snare. When the huge bear rose between the bushes, it was even larger than the previous day's description. Dried blood stained one shoulder. It smelled the bait first, then immediately turned toward my location. I raised the heavy crossbow. My first bolt had been aimed at its head. When the bear swayed from side to side during the charge, I changed to the shoulder. The short bolt entered flesh and failed to stop it, but drew its full attention to me. I withdrew along the planned route. The bear passed the first black stone and stepped left of the white marker. But its right forepaw angled outward because of the old injury. Instead of entering the loop, it brushed past the edge. The conditions for the trap had not been met. I did not whistle. I raised a closed fist toward Wu Xiangyue, signaling her to keep waiting. The bear's roar drowned every sound in the forest. From her angle, Wu Xiangyue could not see its right forepaw. She saw that I stood only 1 step from the snare and believed I had no time to call. Afraid of losing the only opportunity, she swung her saber and cut the fixed knot early. The sandalwood tree snapped upright. The loop missed the bear and swept my ankle from beneath the leaves. The enormous pull hoisted me upside down, and the heavy crossbow and spear slid from my back together. As my vision inverted, the giant bear reached the foot of the tree. This was not a failure of courage. Our observation angles and backup signals still contained a flaw, and one flaw was enough to deliver the decoy into the bear's paws. Once the snare hauled me upside down, I protected my head and neck first. The loop tightened around my left ankle rather than my throat, but the inversion sent the spear and heavy crossbow sliding away at the same time. The bear had already reached the tree. If I simply cut the rope, I would fall headfirst from more than 10 feet above the ground. Do not charge over here, I shouted to Wu Xiangyue. Shoot its right eye. She had already drawn her saber and left cover. Hearing the command, she stopped immediately. At this range, her short bow could not pierce the frontal bone. The eye, nose, and open mouth were the only targets. Her first arrow skimmed the bear's face. The huge bear reared to swipe at me in the air. Wu Xiangyue's second arrow entered beside its nose. It turned its head in pain and bought me half a breath. I trapped the short axe hanging near my waist between my legs, cut through the bindings around my calf first, then sliced the main line. As the rope broke, I curled and fell sideways, striking the rotting leaves on the slope with my shoulder and back. Agony shot through my right shoulder, but I heard no bone crack. The bear turned and charged downhill. My spear had fallen between its forepaws. I had no time to stand. I could only seize the butt and drive the point toward the thinner flesh of its chest. The bear's weight bent the shaft and pushed the 3-edged head into its body, but the wound was not immediately fatal. Pull the sideline. Wu Xiangyue rushed behind the young sandalwood tree and grabbed the restraint rope we had prepared as a backup. The main loop had missed, but the sideline still passed outside the bear's right hind leg. She tightened it around the tree trunk and forced the enormous animal off balance to the left. I rolled out from beneath its forepaws and took hold of the spear again. Wu Xiangyue's third arrow entered the eye socket. The bear jerked its head upward. I seized the exposed underside of its throat and thrust the spear from below. It struggled 2 more steps, struck a fallen tree, and never rose again. We waited a long time. First, we touched it with a long branch and watched for breathing. Only after confirming the danger had completely ended did we approach. The spearhead was wedged between bones and could not be removed. The weapon that cost 3 taels had been reduced to a cracked wooden shaft. I am sorry. Wu Xiangyue stood beside the severed rope, her voice hoarse. I could not see its right paw and thought you had no time to whistle. I share the responsibility. I examined my ankle. I knew your position had a blind spot, but still established only one visual condition. When the roar drowned the whistle, we had no backup signal either. She did not use fear to excuse herself, and I did not turn her mistake into an excuse to demand compensation. We rewrote the rules on the spot. The person operating a trap had to see its trigger point clearly. The decoy alone possessed release authority. If the operator could not see or hear, the default was never to release. A strip of red cloth would signal emergency rescue instead of relying on guesses. I also marked our exact fields of view on the sketch. Wu Xiangyue could see the left side of the white stone, but a leaning pine blocked the right. I had believed the closed fist was clear. In reality, my body overlapped the bear from her perspective, and she saw only one flash of my arm. Only after reviewing that much detail did the error become more than releasing one step early. Before returning, I treated my shoulder while she inspected her palms, which had been torn by the rope. The bear was too heavy for 2 people to transport. We left a day mark on a tree and returned to the county town for help. Wu Xiangyue rode her own chestnut, instead of crowding onto Wu Jue behind me. As we rode side by side out of the pass, she suddenly said, "Next time, I will not guess your command for you. And next time, I will not give you a plan that requires guessing." There was no perfect cooperation in this hunt worth boasting about. We survived because, after the error, we could still hear one another and were willing to admit the plan itself had a flaw. The bear was transported to Dei Escort Agency that evening. Advisor G first sent men to notify the villages along the road and the county office that the dangerous animal was dead. Only then did he arrange skinning, ball extraction, and weighing. Every saleable part entered the ledger. Compensation for the wounded and convoy losses would be deducted first, and only the remainder belonged to me. I did not experiment with the supposed miracle medicine inside the agency. Whether Wu Santong awakened depended on his injuries, wound cleaning, care, and physical condition. No bottle of garlic juice could guarantee recovery. Mu Linfeng was invited to consult with the 2 physicians and jointly decide the dressing and fever treatment. My role was limited to enforcing wilderness procedures that reduced contamination and continuously recording changes. Early the next morning, Wu Santong finally awakened. His first question was whether every injured escort still lived. Only after learning there had been no further deaths and the fodder reached its destination did the tension in his expression ease slightly. Wu Xiangyue recounted everything at the pass from beginning to end, including releasing the snare early, leaving me hanging upside down, and how we ultimately killed the bear together. She did not give me all the credit or conceal the consequence she almost caused. Wu Santong was silent for a moment. The agency had not lost a major shipment in years, so I decided experience was enough, he said. I knew there were predator signs at the pass and still sent the convoy through in its usual formation. I underestimated the danger first. Your survival and recovery do not make that initial decision correct. On the spot, he removed the old banner that declared, "No major shipment lost in over 10 years." It had once attracted clients, but now it discouraged people from reporting danger, as though injuries and narrow luck did not count as failure if the goods arrived. The new rules required every mission to record and review near misses even when no property was lost. He instructed Advisor G to suspend all long-distance escorts and review each problem. The advanced scouts were too close to the main force. The carts were too tightly spaced. No unified direction existed for moving the horses after an attack, and first aid supplies were inadequate. Long-haul service would resume only after every item was corrected. I delivered the returned freight payment to the account desk again. This service was not completed, and the remaining contract is suspended. Transport already performed, casualty compensation, and damaged cargo will be settled at actual cost. No one takes payment for nothing, and no one swallows every responsibility alone. Advisor G issued an interim settlement accordingly. Dei bore the cargo loss caused by formation errors. The horse farm paid freight for the 8 carts safely delivered. Income from the bear materials compensated every injured escort. Before leaving the county town, I ordered a replacement spearhead and a batch of arrowheads from the blacksmith, then selected a Cudranius stave suitable for a bow from a lumber dealer. The horse farm now had official authorization, so guard weapons could be forged according to its register. But every item needed a serial number. Protecting the horses could not become an excuse to hide private weapons. I also drew a map of the bear's attack route, the ruined carts, and the trap's blind spot, and left it with the agency for training. After studying it, Wu Santong thanked me solemnly. You saved my life and preserved the agency's reputation. The physicians saved the wound. Your men delivered the carts. Xiang Yue and I killed the bear together, I said. Describing what each person actually did matters more than calling someone a life-saving benefactor. For the first time, he did not look at me as though evaluating a future son-in-law. We were simply two people who had barely recovered our lives from a mistake. That clarity was a better foundation for the next partnership than any verbal attempt to arrange a marriage. When I returned to Siwa village, Wanqing and Qing'er were not waiting in the cold wind. As agreed, they remained inside the new house. The heated bed was only gently warm. My travel record and that day's horse farm account lay beneath a weight on the table. They opened the door only after hearing the agreed signal. Qing'er inspected my ankle first, while Wanqing recorded Wu Santong's condition in the correspondence log. The county office later delivered a temporary appointment. Wang Changxing had been removed for false accusation. Until a new village chief was formally elected, I would act as Siwa village's administrator, primarily responsible for the horse farm, winter grain, and security. The position did not automatically grant me anyone's land or allow me to use public authority to force a purchase of Wang family property. Yet Wang Changxing sent someone to find me first. After receiving 20 strokes and becoming able to leave bed, he decided to leave Wenhuang County. Most Wang laborers had found other work, and the pawnshop case prevented him from collecting loan accounts. He needed cash and safe passage and was willing to sell the vacant residence, river paddies, and several hillside parcels. I did not enter his bedroom alone to negotiate. We held the transaction in the village ancestral hall with Tian Laoba, 3 village elders, and a county clerk as witnesses. Wang Changxing produced each deed first. The clerk then checked the pawnshop marks, unpaid taxes, and tenancy relationships. For any land subject to a tenant's right of redemption, the original farmer had to be asked whether he wished to buy it back. Wang Changxing asked 500 taels. I did not exploit his injuries to reduce the price to 50, and I did not accept his first demand. After a preliminary calculation, I paid a 50-tael deposit for a 15-day inspection period. The final price would be determined after deducting invalid title, unpaid taxes, and attached debt. If a deed was false, the deposit would be returned in full. If I withdrew without cause, he would keep it. The clerk sealed the 50 taels in a numbered pouch, and Wang Changxing verified the banknotes in person. The 3 village elders attested only that both parties signed voluntarily. They did not guarantee the validity of any deed. If the inspection found that land belonged to a tenant or had been pledged twice, it could still be removed from the transaction. You are actually willing to follow written procedure? Wang Changxing asked. Because I am purchasing land that can be used for years, not one promise you made while afraid, I said. Anything taken today through threats can be taken tomorrow by a larger blade. His hand still trembled when he signed, but he never claimed he was being forced. The residence was sealed temporarily. Servants and the elderly cook could choose severance pay or continued employment. No one could remove property that did not belong to the Wang family during the inspection period. I also left the Wang plaque hanging over the gate. A wooden sign did not decide who controlled a village. The real change was that Wang Changxing could no longer use the chief's title to force people into day labor. Whether I acquired the paddies would be decided by accounts, deeds, and the original farmers. After arranging the deposit, I asked which route he intended to take. There is war in the north and bandits along the southern road. He smiled bitterly. I want to join relatives in Lianshui County, but I fear being robbed along the way. I remembered heaven beyond heaven, which Wu Xiangyue had mentioned. The mountain stockade collected passage fees but followed established rules with Dei Escort Agency. Buying a safe passage document and creating a channel for messages might be steadier than waiting for them to target the horse farm first. The 50 taels had already been paid to Wang Changxing. My next step was not to turn the money into bait for his murder. I needed to ensure he and his servants could leave alive and determine which people around Siwa village were actually willing to conduct business by rules. Heaven beyond heaven's messenger arrived one day earlier than agreed. As I passed the old tree outside the yard, I first noticed a shallow new mark cut into the bark. The next moment, a short man dropped from a side branch. His steel saber did not press against my back. He held it horizontally between us. Heaven beyond heaven flies into the little village. Smoke rises from earthly stoves, and the door stays open," I answered with the password Dai had provided. Only then did he sheath the blade. He introduced himself as Wang Dinglu, a runner and messenger for heaven beyond heaven. His clothes were old, but his soles were reinforced with 2 layers of leather. He carried only a water bag and dried rations at his waist, truly suited for mountain travel. "What business does Brother Lu want to discuss?" "3 matters," I said. "First, Wang Changxing's household may take the southern road within 15 days. I will pay a fair passage fee for you to ensure that he and his servants cross safely, without a sudden price increase or theft. Second, Siwa Village, the horse farm, and Dai's transport route do not interfere with one another. Third, I want the river stockade's boat count, operating routes, and winter food sources for the past 2 years." The first request surprised Wang Dinglu greatly. "Did he not nearly cause your death? The county has punished him, and his property is being transferred under contract," I said. "If I now hire killers to ambush him, how am I different from Wang Changshuan entering my home?" The messenger did not promise anything on behalf of his chief. Heaven beyond heaven could provide escort and intelligence, but the horse farm was wealthy. They also needed to confirm I would not use county soldiers to lure the stockade into suppression. "Begin with one small transaction," Wang Dinglu said. "We charge 10 taels to bring the Wang household through safely. Basic information about the river stockade costs 20. Its internal layout costs more. Mutual non-aggression requires the leaders on both sides to meet and swear." The prices were high, but far cheaper than one conflict. I paid a 5-tael earnest deposit, with the remainder due after the people and intelligence were delivered. I required the safe passage document to state the number of travelers, date, and goods that could not be touched. Wang Dinglu agreed to carry back the terms. To prevent either side from telling a different story, the earnest money did not go directly into his pocket. It was sealed inside a wooden case witnessed by Dai. After the Wangs reached the boundary safely, Wang Dinglu could collect the payment with the delivery token. If any person, cart, or item was missing, we would inspect the escort record before deciding whether to pay. After he left, Tian Laoba returned from the mountains with 3 carts of sweet potatoes. The wild patch was not large. We did not dig up every root. Some small tubers and vines remained to preserve seed for the following year. We sorted damaged sweet potatoes for cooking that day. Intact roots went into a dry corner of the new house and were covered in alternating layers of sand to protect them from freezing. We would not merely eat all the sweet potatoes and be done. The following year, I intended to divide part of the hillside into test plots and record the slips used, yield, and drought tolerance per acre. The paddies would preserve the staple grain, while sweet potatoes raised the minimum survival level of dry fields. At the horse farm, Wu Jue and 2 tall, sound-legged maras occupied neighboring paddocks. Old groom Zhou refused to let me breed them based on imagination. First, he would observe the maras' cycles, condition, and bloodlines before deciding whether they should join the same herd. Northern speed plus local height was only a target. The offspring might not inherit both advantages. I recorded that warning in the breeding file as well. At dusk, Wang Dinglu gave one short whistle from a distance, indicating that the terms had reached the mountain. Cooperating with bandits never meant trust. It merely placed the blade on the table for the moment and used one small, verifiable transaction to test whether both sides could honor their words. Wanqing received a reply from Tianyong City. A childhood friend of the sisters invited them to reunite during the major snow solar term. Each year after the first snowfall, Tianyong City held a market, grain rites, and a martial gathering where Dai also recruited escorts. It was the same gathering Wu Xiangyue had invited me to attend. We did not accept immediately. Whether the horse farm could be left, the Wang transaction completed, and the bandit situation changed would all be judged before departure. I asked the sisters to write back with our circumstances and prepare a list of travel expenses, guards, and people needed to remain behind. Afterward, I carried sweet potato porridge and warmed wine to visit the old gentleman on the hillside. Thick fallen leaves covered the entrance, and there was no charcoal fire inside. The old gentleman lay in his rocking chair. His teacup had gone dry, and his breathing had stopped long before. His expression was peaceful, without any sign of struggle or injury, as though he had known he would leave on that autumn day. I did not summon the entire village for a noisy funeral. According to his request, I invited Mu Lin Feng to confirm the cause of death, with Tian Laoba and 2 village elders as witnesses. The old gentleman had prepared his own coffin, and the burial location was written behind the deed. We buried him at the northwestern corner behind the house, and raised only an unnamed stone. While organizing his belongings, I discovered a short dagger. Its workmanship far exceeded ordinary iron, and the edge bore no rust. I did not chop against my own axe. That would damage a tool without proving the metal. Instead, I tested it on scrap iron. The dagger easily shaved away a layer, showing unusual steel and tempering. It might belong to the same unrevealed thread as the Chun clan sachet and the old gentleman's judgment about my identity. I sealed the dagger, the old man's paper scrolls, and the unopened sachet separately and entered each into the estate inventory. Since the courtyard and medicinal fields now belonged to me, Third Aunt Huang would inspect them daily. She would continue caring for herbs she recognized and never dig or taste plants she could not identify. Most scrolls recorded solar terms, herb plots, and the movement of water around the village. Several pages, however, marked directions in the western mountains using old symbols I could not read. I did not invent an interpretation. I copied the shapes and asked Mu Lin Feng to identify them. The originals remained inside a dry wooden case to prevent damage from repeated opening. When I returned to the new house, the heated beds had dried completely. Wan Qing draped an outer coat around me. Qing'er placed the old gentleman's untouched sweet potato porridge beside the stove. The three of us said little. We recorded the location of the unnamed grave and the date of its annual visit in the family register. The old gentleman had left more than an acre of land and a sharp blade. He gave me a chance to survive the county courtroom and left a greater question. Why had a token of the Yingchuan Qin clan reached Siwa village? And why was one old man living alone so certain that I was no longer the Lu Feng of the past? The cold wind outside the window strengthened. Holding the dagger, I did not rush after answers. The immediate priorities were reinforcing the horse farm, securing winter fodder, and determining whether the river stockade would come upstream. Some secrets could wait. This winter could not. As soon as Wu Santong's condition became somewhat stable, he accompanied a new convoy of fodder to Siwa village. He did not credit me with everything that allowed him to awaken. On behalf of the agency, he thanked me for organizing care at the most chaotic moment, closing the fodder shortfall at the horse farm, and eliminating the bear at the pass with Wu Xiangyue. The bear materials had already been sent to Tianyong City for consignment sale. This transaction still followed the contract. The agency charged no base transport fee. Auction proceeds would first compensate the wounded, damaged vehicles, and villagers along the route. Only the remainder would be sent back. Gratitude did not erase accounting. It required an even clearer ledger. After discussing the bear, Wu Santong unfolded a map of the waterways. The horse farm could never survive winter on grass from around Wanhuang County alone. War had closed the northern road. Any southern fodder or grain shipped by water had to pass the seven-water confluence. The river stockade seized boats and detained crews there. 3 small merchant convoys had disappeared in the previous 2 months. I placed the first intelligence Wang Dinglu delivered beside the map. The river stockade had roughly 100 armed members, in addition to coerced boatmen, families, and prisoners. It possessed more than 40 boats and guarded 2 deep channels. Its winter grain was insufficient, making an attack on upstream villages highly likely. The report marked the dates of 3 raids. Each occurred about half an hour after low tide, proving the bandits understood the shallows instead of merely rowing out to stop travelers at random. 2 released boatmen also said the stockade used 3 gong rhythms: assembly, approaching boat, and government troops. To make a surrender call heard, we first needed to control the gongs and docks instead of turning the entire reed marsh into a sea of fire. Wu Santong originally planned to use the horse farm as bait, draw the river bandits ashore, then ask heaven beyond heaven to seize the stockade. I rejected it. Using more than 300 government horses that might stampede as bait meant one leak would destroy Siwa village first. Letting another bandit group occupy the river stockade would only replace the person collecting passage fees. We need a suppression warrant from the county, and we need to separate those forced to remain in the stockade, I said. The goal is not to burn an island clean. It is to seal the boats, break command, and leave a route for surrender. The plan had 4 steps. First, Dei would use an ordinary merchant boat to confirm channels and guard posts. Heaven beyond heaven would provide only an outer screen to cut off reinforcements and could not enter the stockade to loot. Chief Constable Wang would receive prisoners with the official warrant. My 9-man team and escorts who swam well would disable the boats and weapons. Wu Santong pointed to the narrowest branch channel. What if every river bandit escapes through here? Let them escape to the prepared surrender bank, I answered. A sealed encirclement makes everyone fight to the death. Give them one path without an ambush and require the weapons to remain in the water. Then they have a reason to lower their blades. The county had previously offered 1,000 taels for eliminating the river stockade. Chunbai quickly reviewed the old cases, required the magistrate to issue the warrant, and listed rescued prisoners, recovered stolen goods, deaths, and injuries separately in the acceptance terms. The magistrate did not want to deploy troops, but was willing to let us solve the problem. He sent only Chief Constable Wang and 12 constables to supervise. Before departure, Wu Santong and I confirmed the rules again. No burning the reeds, no pouring oil on the water, no attacking anyone who lowered a weapon. The county would seal all property, with original owners given the first opportunity to claim it. This was not the easiest plan, but it prevented us from harming innocent people exactly as the river bandits had, all in the name of protecting commerce. The operation was scheduled for a moonless night 2 days later. No one on the 9-man team could strike every target at 100 paces. I reassigned roles based on the 3 most recent training sessions. Wang Dian handled direct emergencies. Zhang Hongda scouted and relayed messages. Li Long, not yet fully recovered, remained behind to observe the surrender bank. The other 6 supported in pairs and could not leave formation to pursue. We had 600 arrows, but carried only 180. The rest remained at the horse farm for defense. Excess ammunition slowed the operation and encouraged the illusion that victory required shooting every arrow. Each man also carried rope, a whistle, styptic cloth, and a small wooden identification tag bearing his name. At dusk, we reached the reed marsh where the 7 waterways met. Wang Dinglu delivered Heaven Beyond Heaven's reply. They charged 40 taels for intelligence and outer security, guarded only 2 mountain approaches, and took no share of captured property. Wang Chongqing's group had already traveled safely through the southern road with its pass, completing our first transaction. After nightfall, 3 escorts from fishing families slipped toward the docks. Their task was not to sink every boat. They would remove visible oars, loosen selected mooring lines, then use a long chain to block the narrowest exit. The boats would still float, and coerced workers would retain means of escape. But the bandits could not launch all 40 into the main river at once. Zhang Hongdao returned from the east with an important change. The stockade was distributing grain, and the number of guards was almost twice the report. A row of locked wooden rooms stood beside the main hall. Coughing and pounding came from inside, suggesting prisoners were held there. We delayed the dock operation by 15 minutes. Chief Constable Wang worried about missing the tide. I still insisted on confirming the wooden room exit first. A failed attempt to seal boats could be repeated. If the prisoners were moved or silenced, there would be no second chance. I changed the sequence immediately. Rescue the locked rooms, then seal the hall. Otherwise, once fighting began, the bandits might take the captives as hostages. Wu Santong resented remaining behind, but his wounds had not healed. He could only command the escorts and constables from the surrender bank. I led Wang Dian's group along the rear of the embankment toward the wooden rooms. The gatekeeper detected movement and drew a blade, leaving no chance to remain hidden. I knocked away his weapon with the spear shaft. Wang Dian and his companion pinned him, gagged him, and tied him. The key was not on his body, so we broke the lock with the back of the axe. 17 people were imprisoned inside. They included boatmen, merchants, and 2 boys abducted from a downstream village. Most were weak and could not fight. I directed them toward the surrender bank along white cloth markers and told them clearly, if they encountered an escort wearing red cord, say, "The wooden rooms are open." They were not to run blindly in the dark. The first group had barely left when a gong sounded near the main hall. The bandits had noticed the abnormality at the docks. Torches quickly formed a chain of light. Some men rushed toward the main river, some toward the wooden rooms, and others began stealing grain sacks from inside the stockade. I gave 2 long whistles and 1 short. Lanterns placed across the water lit at once. Chief Constable Wang loudly read the suppression warrant. Anyone who discarded weapons and came ashore on the northern shallows would first have his identity registered without immediate punishment. Only those who continued armed attacks would be intercepted. The river stockade did not surrender immediately. Several arrows came from the dark and struck the door panel behind us. Wang Dian raised a shield over the evacuating captives, while Zhang Hongda's group and I withdrew to the second position. The iron chain had already dropped across the docks. The true contest was not about who lit the first fire. It was whether the people still holding blades believed the northern route would truly let them leave alive. The first person to drop his blade was a boatman. He threw the weapon into the shallows and approached the northern bank with both hands high. As promised, Chief Constable Wang allowed the constables only to search and register him, without applying restraints immediately. A second and third soon followed. Some wore stockade clothing but claimed they had been abducted to repair boats. The true bandit chief tried to stop them. He ordered archers to fire at the surrender bank and led more than 20 men toward the wooden rooms to recapture the prisoners. We withdrew behind the earthen embankment and sealed the narrow opening with shields and crossbows. The first volley targeted only the legs and shoulders of armed men. When some fell and still held their blades, Wang Dian led a team forward to disarm them. The confused battle lasted less than an hour. The boats could not leave the harbor in formation, and signal fires from heaven beyond heaven frightened away outside reinforcements. More and more people saw that there was no slaughter on the northern bank and discarded their weapons. The bandit chief finally withdrew into the main hall with his trusted men and tried to burn the ledgers and stolen property. Zhang Hongda discovered them through a rear window. We did not throw fire inside. Chief Constable Wang called for them to lower their weapons. They answered with arrows, and only then did the final short clash occur. An arrow struck the chief's shoulder. Once he could no longer resist, he was captured alive. Some of the others died or were wounded, and some surrendered. At dawn, the river stockade was under control. The rear yard was harder to bear than the battlefield. Outside the granary lay stolen boat flags, children's clothes, and bloodstained cargo chests. 7 sick people lay inside a low shed, the youngest not yet 10. More than 20 women, children, and elderly people also remained. They had not participated in raids, but the chief controlled their grain and left them no boat with which to depart. Mu Linfeng arrived with the support convoy and immediately separated the wounded by severity. Prisoner, constable, or river bandit. Once a person stopped resisting, the bleeding was treated first. Clerks recorded the location, clothing, and identifiable features of the dead. We could not burn away the evidence in one fire. The women, children, and elderly were moved to open ground far from the armory and received water and blankets before female clerks interviewed them separately. Some were relatives of the bandit chief but had never joined a raid. Others appeared to cook yet had actually drugged captured boatmen. Guilt could not be judged from clothing, and an entire family could not be convicted together. Rescued boatmen identified 3 leaders who regularly killed and explained which people merely guarded boats or cooked. Chief Constable Wang recorded each testimony separately so everyone could not shift responsibility onto someone else. I entered the main hall. The bandit chief still demanded to know why we had blocked his path to survival. Because you turned other people's path to survival into your own grain, I said. The charges will now be determined by the county and victim's testimony. I will not pronounce your death here. He was escorted onto a boat without fighting me in a duel. The operation did not produce the elegant victory we had imagined. 4 of our people were wounded. 2 river bandits died in the fighting, and several others were gravely hurt. But 17 captives were rescued. More than 60 people lowered their weapons, and the women and children were not burned in the reeds. Looking at the stolen goods and weakened people covering the ground, I finally understood that destroying a stockade was only the easiest phrase to speak. Distinguishing guilt, returning property, and keeping the coerced alive through winter would be the truly difficult conclusion. The county office, Day Escort Agency, and 3 victims jointly inventoried the stockade property. There were more than 5,500 pounds of grain, over 200 taels of physical silver, cloth, medicine, tools, more than 40 boats of various sizes, and a group of damaged weapons and armor plates. It looked substantial in a ledger, but divided among more than 100 mouths and years of victims, it was not abundant. Items with clear marks were handled first. The county posted notices for the boat flags, merchant signs, and deeds. Goods whose sources could be confirmed were returned intact. Unidentified grain first supported the rescued and wounded through winter. The physical silver was sealed in the county vault until testimony and claimant registration were complete. The more than 40 boats could not simply be counted as spoils. 12 had traceable registration numbers. 6 were confirmed to have been built by the stockade. The rest required a joint notice from both counties. A claimant had to describe patches on the hull, hidden compartments, mast holes, or other details. Saying only, "I lost a boat," was not enough to take one. The 1,000 tael government reward also could not be delayed by one word from the magistrate. Chun Bai inspected every acceptance condition in the suppression warrant. The chief and principal leaders captured, prisoners rescued, channel reopened, and stolen goods inventoried. Expenses and casualty compensation for Chief Constable Wang, Dei, Heaven Beyond Heaven's Outer Watch, and Siwa Village's 9-man team were openly listed against the reward. Several brick and timber buildings and one dock remained usable inside the stockade. I did not announce that it now belonged to Liu. The waterways connected two counties. Its most reasonable purpose was a joint relay station and rescue warehouse. Li Hui had long led men in cutting grass and worked steadily. I placed him in charge of villagers helping with repairs, but every removed board, brick, and piece of iron had to be recorded. No one could empty the stockade under the name of cleanup. The brick kiln truly needed a new warehouse nearby. The county agreed to value broken timber that had no identifiable owner and was unsuitable for the damp stockade and transfer it to the village as part of the transport payment. Li Hui would build the warehouse under only two essential requirements: moisture resistance and fire prevention. Wanqing added locks, ventilation, and grain platform height to the plan. Advisor Ji turned his attention to the other two bandit groups. Heaven Beyond Heaven was willing to follow rules and could be negotiated with for now. Gaolu Peak occupied an old military stockade on the land route to Tianyong City and had much stronger equipment than the river bandits. The county offered 1,000 taels for the stockade and another 500 for its chief, but repeated government campaigns had inflicted only superficial damage. The truly rich meat may lie elsewhere, I said, closing the ledger. But a higher reward usually means a higher cost. Dai paid Gaolu Peak more than 100 taels in passage fees each year, while merchant losses were impossible to total. Eliminating it required first understanding the old fort's water source, supply route, and relationship with officials. One victory did not justify an immediate attack. The greatest result of the river stockade battle was not 200 taels of silver. It was more than 40 boats, a reopened southern waterway, and a flawed but executable system of cooperation. The horse farm could finally receive a sustained fodder supply from the south. For the first time, Siwa village also possessed a low-cost route to ship bricks, wine, and mountain products outward. I ordered the 9-man team to rest for 7 days. The wounded would be treated first. Every piece of equipment would be inspected. Each man would write one error he had observed. Chief Constable Wong and clerks from both counties would handle the stockade follow-up. We retained only transport and repair roles. However tempting Gaolu Peak's reward, it came after winter grain, the horse farm, and living people. After reopening the waterway, I entered the county town to search for blacksmiths and carpenters. Most weapons captured at the river stockade had rolled edges or broken handles and could not be issued directly to guards. Iron ore was also controlled, making a private blast furnace unrealistic. The most practical solution was a properly registered repair workshop that recycled scrap iron with government permission. Blacksmith Song was rushing to produce 1,000 sets of horseshoes and 10,000 arrowheads. The county supplied the ore, constables guarded the process throughout, and finished goods and scrap were all weighed. Blacksmith Song's 2 apprentices were already working through the night and could not possibly move to Siwa village in the short term. Do you know anyone more skilled than you who could accept long-term work? I asked. After hesitating, he gave one name, Zhang Tiechue. Zhang Tiechue had once worked as a blacksmith in Tianyong City, skilled at alloying steel, tempering, and repairing old armor. 1 year earlier, he returned to Wenhuang County to visit family and spent his savings trying to buy the freedom of a woman named Ruhua at Yihong House. He later discovered she was not the childhood friend he remembered and that many earlier promises were intended only to keep him paying. Does he still forge iron? His hands still work, but his spirit is gone, Blacksmith Song said. He waits outside Yihong House all day and sometimes repairs a kitchen knife in exchange for liquor. If someone could make him leave, his skill is better than mine. As proof, Blacksmith Song produced an old horseshoe nail. Its thickness tapered gradually without cold cracking at the load point. Zhang Tiechue had made it casually several years before. Anyone who controlled even a small item so consistently was valuable not for brute strength, but for heat judgment. I did not blame his deception simply on women, and I did not imagine every person in a brothel was the same. Sale contracts, debt bonds, fraud, and voluntary transactions mixed together. No one could judge by hearing one side. I was recruiting a blacksmith, not presiding over anyone's romance. I soon found a disheveled man outside Yihong House. 2 servants were pushing him through the entrance. Inside, a woman with bright makeup spoke plainly. The silver you gave is long gone, and I never promised to leave with you. Stop blocking the door. The man fell below the steps, climbed up again, and demanded an answer about their old vows. She said only that he had mistaken her for someone else. Zhang Tiechue, I called. The first thing he did after turning was ask to borrow 10 taels. When I refused, he actually reached for my money pouch. I locked his wrist and pushed him away. Using the force, he countered with a kick. He still possessed a foundation, but long hunger and drinking had destroyed his balance. I blocked 2 moves without knocking him unconscious. "Blacksmith Song sent me," I said. "I have a workshop, a large supply of scrap iron, and government orders for horse tack. If you can still forge, prove it with 1 ruined blade. If all you want is money to remain outside this door, I will leave now." Zhang Tietue stared at me as his breathing gradually settled. Ruhua also came to the doorway. Recognizing that I was not an ordinary spectator, she volunteered to explain the old account inside, but required Zhang Tietue not to cause another disturbance. I asked each side to bring 1 witness and speak openly in the front hall. A relationship that had already destroyed 1 person could not continue on guesses. If Zhang Tietue was to take up his hammer again, the first step was not paying to redeem anyone. It was allowing him to hear a clear answer. The front hall of Yihong House was not a proper courtroom, but it was safer than a secret conversation behind closed doors. Ruhua brought the madam as her witness. Zhang Tietue invited Blacksmith Song's apprentice to sit beside him. I first stated that my only role was to provide the opportunity for conversation. I would not decide whether either party stayed or left, and I would not pay to purchase anyone. Zhang Tietue asked first, "Are you actually Li Ruhua?" "No," she answered immediately. "My real name is Li Xianglian. Ruhua is only the name used in this house. I have never met the woman you lost 10 years ago." Zhang Tietue went pale, but continued asking about the details of their old hometown. Li Xianglian admitted she remembered most of them from the stories he repeatedly told. In the beginning, she said he had mistaken her for someone else, but Zhang Tietue refused to believe it. Later, he continued bringing silver, and she began building on his words. She had never signed a marriage agreement or redemption contract, but she had indeed used the false identity to receive many gifts. Where did more than 1,000 taels go? The madam produced the house ledger. Part paid for Li Xianglian's clothes, food, room, and the house's share. Part was spent by Zhang Tietue himself on long-term lodging and drink. Several hundred taels were recorded as gifts in her name. The ledger might not be completely trustworthy, but it proved that a 100-tael sale contract could not erase every issue. I allowed them to examine only pages relating to Zhang Tietue instead of using the opportunity to invade the privacy of other women. The song apprentice copied the dates and amounts, while the madam stamped each page with a small seal. If the county later demanded the account, at least this proved that the version seen today had not been replaced afterward. "Are you willing to leave with him?" I asked Li Xianglian. "No." She looked at Zhang Tietue. "I deceived you, and that was wrong. But I do not owe you a marriage, and spending money on me does not require me to leave with you." Those words silenced Zhang Tietue completely. I required her admission of assuming the false identity to be written and witnessed by both sides. Whether gifts could be recovered would depend on the records and separate negotiation. I could not use violence to enforce emotional promises without evidence. Li Xianglian also imposed one condition. Zhang Tietue could no longer block the entrance, force his way into the courtyard, or harass her. She was willing to return 50 taels from her own accessible savings as compensation for the explicit lie, but it was not a redemption payment or a purchase that erased the dispute. Zhang Tietue stared at the 50 taels and did not take them. "When I gave you the money, I truly did so voluntarily," he said. "I hate that you lied about who you were, but spent money is spent. I only want to know whether she is still alive." At last, when he said she, he no longer meant Li Xianglian before him. The conversation did not suddenly transform anyone into a good person. Li Xianglian had exploited his obsession. Zhang Tietue had also imposed his fantasy on someone unwilling to accept it. Both had to answer for what they did, but neither lost the right to choose a future. Before leaving Yihong House, I placed a trial work contract for the repair workshop before Zhang Tietue. "I can ask Day to search its routes for the real Li Ruhua," I said. "But first, prove that you still deserve to be called a blacksmith." Zhang Tietue did not sign immediately. He sat on the steps for a long time before telling the entire story. 10 years earlier, routed troops at the border separated their 2 families. He promised to escape with Li Ruhua, but missed their meeting when he returned for ancestral tools. Afterward, he searched several provinces and turned his guilt into a vow to marry no one else. When he saw a woman with the same name at Yihong House, he had already noticed that her appearance and details did not match. But admitting the mistake meant acknowledging he had failed to find her after all those years and facing again the fact that he had not kept the meeting long ago. He preferred to spend every coin maintaining a false answer. "What are your conditions for helping me find her?" he asked. "Work a 3-month trial first." I read the contract term by term. "You receive housing, meals, and fixed monthly pay. Workshop orders provide additional per item shares. You have the right to leave, but must give 10 days notice and turn over government materials and tools. If we find Li Ruhua, whether she meets you or comes to Siwa village is her own choice. I would not demand lifelong service from a person I had just met, and I would not exchange a search for lifetime loyalty. Zhang Tietue read the right to leave clause twice, then finally pressed his thumbprint. Using the old registered hometown, family names, and separation route he provided, Dai created a missing person notice. Wu Xiangyue divided the search into 3 levels: Wenhuang County, Tianyong City, and northern refugee camps. They would inspect migration records first and ask traveling escorts second, rather than search an ocean using one vague portrait. The trial began with repairing a chopping blade, whose edge had curled. Blacksmith Song lent him the forge. Zhang Tietue washed his hands and became a different person at the anvil. He first judged that the old blade's carbon content was uneven, ground open the damaged section, forge-welded local steel, then controlled the tempering color. The result was not a miraculous sword that cut iron like mud. It simply regained a proper edge and toughness. He placed the spine downward against a stump and pressed it to test whether the blade returned true after bending. Then he chopped hardwood repeatedly to check whether the repaired section cracked. Only after every test passed did he carve a small personal mark inside the handle, accepting responsibility for the work. One glance made Blacksmith Song nod. You have not lost the craft. I gave him the inventory of scrap iron captured from the river stockade. Broken blades, armor plates, arrowheads, and chains had to be sorted first. Reparable pieces would be repaired, and only unusable metal returned to the furnace. Government-controlled military equipment remained sealed separately and could not be altered without written permission. Zhang Tietue said the workshop required 2 furnaces, bellows, and a dry material shed, and had to stand far from the granary and horse shelters. I allowed him to draw his own plans, but the budget, fire use, and night watch would be reviewed with Wang San. On the road home, he again asked what would happen if Li Ruhua already had a family, then confirmed that she is safe and respect the life she has now. He remained silent for a long time, then stored the trial contract inside his clothes. A deceived love did not disappear because someone said, "Let it go." But he had finally separated the wish to find someone from the obsession with possessing her. He also had one thing in front of him that he could begin doing well that very day. As I left the Hong house, I saw someone familiar. Wang Changxing's former wife was wiping tables beside the rear yard entrance. Her clothes were rough and worn, and injuries marked her face. A supervisor beside her urged her constantly to work faster. She also saw me. Her first look held resentment, then turned evasive. A servant said she had nowhere to go after being repudiated and returned to Yihong House as a laborer because of old debt. The establishment recorded her food, lodging, clothes, and interest in a labor bond. The more she worked, the more she owed, and she could no longer leave freely. This was not retribution, worth watching for amusement. She had helped Wang Changxing suppress rents and collect debts and had to answer for that. But debt servitude and beatings were not a sentence imposed by the county court. I asked Mu Xiaoyang to check whether the bond bore an official seal. I also entered her name on the related page of the pawnshop secret ledger and gave it to Chief Constable Wang for the record. She did not ask me to save her. I did not pay for her release on the spot. I told the supervisor clearly that if she suffered coercion or the contract was false, she could testify before Chief Constable Wang. The pawnshop case remained under investigation. Any debt document connected with the Wang family or magistrate's relatives might become evidence. Madame Wang finally spoke. She asked only that I carry one statement to Mu Xiaoyang. She knew which tenant deeds Wang Changxing had delivered to the pawnshop and would exchange her testimony for an opportunity to have her own bond inspected. I did not promise to erase her past responsibility. I promised only to repeat her words exactly. That statement at least made the supervisor lower his raised hand. After watching everything, Zhang Tietue quietly asked why I did not simply pay and take her away. Rescuing a person does not mean exchanging one master for another, I said. First, confirm that she wants to leave. Then determine what she truly owes. Otherwise, we pay today, and the house produces another account to seize her tomorrow. At Dai Escort Agency, we completed the missing person commission, then took Zhang Tietue to inspect Siwa village. I did not give him a permanent deed to the land. He received a 3-year right to live in an empty house, use of roughly 0.8 acre of public farmland, and a defined wage. After passing the trial, he could purchase a home site at the county's registered price. Villagers would pay separately for farm tool repairs. Working for me did not force him to serve them for free. After seeing the horse farm, brick kiln, and scrap iron from the river stockade, Zhang Tietue chose a site downwind. It stood near enough to the stream for water in a fire, while remaining separated from the homes and fodder sheds. After 3 months, if I am dissatisfied, I can truly leave? He asked. Once you return government material and repay any advance, of course. Then I will stay. Tian Laoba took him to choose his lodging, while Wang San would coordinate the workshop construction. When Dai next traveled to Tianyong City, it would accompany him to recover his old tools, preventing a man who had only just regained stability from facing former creditors alone. When I returned home, the new house was ready for formal occupancy. The sisters did not ask who was beautiful at Yihong House. They read the trial contract and debt bond copy first. Wanqing proposed a public employment ledger for the village. Whether a blacksmith, carpenter, or refugee came to work, the wage, term, and departure conditions would be written clearly. That was precisely the lesson Madame Wang's situation should teach. A desperate person was most likely to accept any condition. At exactly such a moment, a contract must not protect only the party providing money. We did not rush to celebrate the first night in the new house. I inspected it room by room. Whether the roof leaked wind, the doors could open from inside, the chimney backdraft, and the heated beds warmed evenly. After a low fire burned in the stove for an hour, the far end of the bed slowly warmed, and the indoor temperature rose about 9 degrees Fahrenheit above outside. That difference was enough to spend the night, but not a reason to seal every door and window. I left ventilation gaps in the windows and hung a fine feather beside the stove. If it drifted in the opposite direction, the flue might be backdrafting, requiring the doors to be opened and the fire extinguished immediately. During the first closed-door night test, a faint smoky smell did appear in the western room. Inspection found cracked clay around the cleanout at the far end of the heated bed, not a complete failure of the flue design. We sealed it again, ventilated for an hour, and retested before the odor disappeared. If we had gone to sleep simply because the room felt warm, that small crack could have caused real danger. Wanqing and Qing'er laid out the bedding and moved every usable wooden chest, rack, table, and chair from the old, thatched hut. The new home contained no luxurious furniture, but for the first time, leaking rain, cold wind, and hunting tools did not crowd all the living space. The food box I brought from the county town carried Yihong House's name. When the sisters saw it, they asked directly. I explained the search for Zhang Tietue, Li Xianglian's admission of impersonation, and Madame Wang's bond from beginning to end. I did not block their questions with, "You only need to trust me. When you go somewhere like that on business in the future, could you leave word first?" Qing'er asked. "Yes," I promised. "If the decision is sudden, I will record the purpose and who accompanied me at Dai or the county office. Not because anyone must approve, but so the family knows where to look if something happens." Wanqing was more concerned about Madame Wang. She harmed many tenants before, but if a debt bond truly traps her, the government should investigate it. We decided to wait for Chief Constable Wang's verification. If she wanted to leave, the village could offer temporary housing tied to paid work. If she refused, we could not carry her away under the name of rescue. After dinner, the county clerk handling the Wang transaction delivered the final inspection. The valid house and land were valued at 320 taels. Unpaid taxes, unpaid labor wages, and refunds owed to tenants totaled 120, leaving a net price of 200. The 50-tael deposit had already been paid, so 150 remained due when the deeds transferred. Some villagers chose to redeem their original fields, and that acreage was removed from the purchase. Every number reconciled. Wang Chongqing signed the document and would leave the village that evening. Heaven Beyond Heaven also sent a safe conduct pass bearing the stockade's hidden mark, promising escort to the border of Liangshui County without touching any traveler or property. I did not secretly follow them. I sent only Wang San to inspect the transfer list at the village boundary. He confirmed the 2 servants and elderly cook voluntarily traveled with Wang Chongqing, and each had received unpaid wages. Lying face down on an ox cart padded with thick cushions, Wang Chongqing never looked back. On the same day our new home was completed, Siwa Village's former chief departed. There was no need to connect the 2 events through bloody revenge. Whether a house truly became a home was not determined by what happened on its first night. It depended on whether the people inside were willing to place money, destinations, dangers, and decisions in the open. Wang Chongqing's party safely reached the border of Liangshui County according to the pass. Early the next morning, Wang Dinglu personally returned the delivery token. Heaven Beyond Heaven charged only the agreed 10-tael fee and never overturned the cart to search for wealth. Wang Chongqing also signed beside the boundary stone, confirming that all 4 people, the ox cart, and baggage were present. Do you truly not want to know where he goes next? Wang Dinglu asked. Once he leaves the county boundary, his life is his own, I said. As long as he does not return to hurt anyone, I will not cross the border to hunt him. That was the end of Wang Chongxing's role in Siwa village. He lost the position of chief, sold property that passed inspection, paid outstanding taxes and wages, and left with the remaining silver to seek relatives. No one erased what he had done, and no one needed a corpse to prove I had won. Wang Dinglu also brought an invitation from the chief of Heaven Beyond Heaven. After the river stockade operation, every mountain stronghold was reassessing Siwa village. Heaven Beyond Heaven was willing to negotiate formal non-aggression, trade routes, and refugee settlement, but its leader wanted me to come to the mountain personally. I will wait for you at the village entrance at noon tomorrow, Wang Dinglu said. If you fear a treacherous banquet, bring 2 people. I did not immediately agree to attend alone. I first requested an exchange of the stockade's headcount, weapon boundaries, and meeting location. Real cooperation could not depend on one claim of honor, and one successful escort could not eliminate every precaution. Before I finished speaking, irregular footsteps came from outside the village. 26 refugees approached along the official road, 16 men, 6 women, and 4 children. The oldest was only in his 30s, and every person was severely thin. A woman leading them with a wooden staff introduced herself as Lin Xiaoxi. She said they had fled from the old and new border cities and heard of Siwa village from day escorts on the road. When someone saw Heaven Beyond Heaven's saber, the group immediately began to retreat. Wang Dinglu voluntarily stepped aside and explained he was only delivering a message. The action carried more force than any promise and at least prevented the refugees from scattering at the village entrance. I did not accept them on the spot or receive declarations such as, "Give me 1 meal and my life belongs to you." First, we registered names, places of origin, relationships in the group, and health. Mu Linfeng then checked for contagious disease and emergencies. People starved for too long could not suddenly consume large quantities of thick porridge. The kitchen first prepared thin rice water and salt water, served in several small portions. One child began stuffing food into his mouth and nearly choked. Lin Xiaoxi immediately steadied the bowl, divided one large serving into 4, and gave each portion after an interval. Her ability to maintain that rule while equally hungry explained why more than 20 people had followed her throughout the journey. Wanqing opened an empty room in the new warehouse for temporary shelter, separating men, women, and families. Qing'er recorded distributed bedding and tableware to prevent mixing. The 9-man team maintained order only. They did not search bodies or confiscate private bundles. Only after finishing her first bowl of porridge did Lin Xiaoxi ask, "Chief, what can we give in exchange?" "Survive tonight first," I said. "Tomorrow, we will discuss your skills, what the village needs, and who wants to remain." Among the crowd, a tall man had continuously studied the beams of the new house and the joints in the stable. Lin Xiaoxi said his name was Zhuzi, and he had worked as a carpenter. I had just found a blacksmith. Now a possible carpenter had arrived at the village entrance. More important than his trade, however, was that these 26 people were not laborers conjured out of nowhere. Each had a reason for fleeing all the way here and the right to decide whether Siwa village was the next place where they could stop. After the refugees rested for one night, I registered their skills again. Of the 16 men, 9 had farmed, 3 had tended livestock, 2 could repair wagon wheels, and 1 understood basic herbs. The 6 women did not know only sewing. 2 had managed granaries, 1 had delivered babies, and Lin Xiaoxi could read, calculate, and knew several resettlement points near the border. The 4 children received only light tasks and literacy lessons and were not counted as laborers. Zhuzi had indeed worked as a carpenter. I gave him a wooden lock used at the horse farm and did not require him to break it open on the spot. He probed the internal catches with a thin sliver of wood, drew the structure he inferred, and said a working copy would require at least half a day. "Why not claim you can make it immediately?" I asked. "Selecting wood, drying it, and fitting the joints all take time," he answered. "If I rush merely to deliver, the lock may hold the first time and split on the second." That answer was more reliable than a display of cleverness. The next afternoon, he produced a wooden lock with the same mechanism and tighter dimensions. He also pointed out that the original easily swelled and jammed in rain. He recommended a layer of oil and wax over the bolt and a drainage groove. I offered him the same 3-month trial contract as Zhang Tiechue. Housing, food, and monthly pay were provided, while workshop tools were checked out through a register. Ordinary furniture and farm tools paid by item. Controlled goods such as bows, crossbows, and horse farm locks required an order number. Juzi could refuse dangerous work outside the contract and could leave under the turnover clause. Will there be enough food to fill my stomach? That was his greatest concern. The amount increases gradually during recovery, I said. You have all been hungry too long and cannot damage your stomachs in the first few days. Once your body stabilizes, anyone working receives a fixed but filling ration. Lin Xiaoxi did not agree for everyone to remain. I posted the jobs on a wall: horse farm, brick kiln, warehouse, kitchen, mending, woodworking shop, night watch, and waterway repair. Each person chose two before trying the work under the responsible supervisor. A woman who could not cook did not have to enter the kitchen. Anyone who understood livestock could go to the horse farm. A man willing to mend clothes received the same pay. The first day did not pay the full skilled piece rate. Instead, each worker received a base daily wage and a trial record. Lin Xiaoxi wrote down the choices for those who could read. Anyone who could not stated the choice aloud before witnesses. After 3 days, each could change positions once, preventing people from accepting work they could not perform merely from fear of losing shelter. Of the 26, 22 chose to try working, for wanted only to recover before continuing south. The village gave them 3 days of rations and a heaven beyond heaven travel pass without detaining them in the name of aid. Lin Xiaoxi chose the night watch and grain ledger. Her ability to keep more than 20 people organized on the road proved leadership. But I did not place every former companion under her as a private group. New arrivals and established villagers were mixed into 4-person shifts led by rotating members. The night watch could only raise alarms, fight fires, and guide evacuations. It had no authority to search homes, interrogate people, or punish anyone. Are you not afraid that after we eat our fill, we will turn your home into ours? She asked directly. That is why the rules apply to everyone, I answered. You cannot use your numbers to pressure villagers, and established villagers cannot bully you as outsiders. If conflict occurs, names are recorded openly and both sides are heard. After reading the employment ledger, she pressed her thumbprint beside her name. Siwa village had gained 22 temporary residents, not 22 lives belonging to me. Only by making shelter into a life people could leave and whose accounts they could inspect might they truly become willing to defend the village together. With more refugee positions, the original 3 ledgers were no longer enough. Wanqing and Qing'er had always managed household, kiln, and horse farm expenses, but they possessed only recording authority and not independent approval. Anyone collecting a bundle of grass or buying a peck of grain still had to wait for my confirmation. That delayed work and concentrated every risk in one person. I placed the new general ledger seal on the table. Beginning today, the 2 of you jointly manage 3 classes of account: village labor, the horse farm, and workshops. Normal expenses below 5 taels can be approved directly within budget. Above 5 taels, at least 2 people verify. Land deeds, government material, and military horses require a third-party witness. Qing'er's eyes widened. Husband, is this real? You have already done the work for more than a month, I said. Now we are only writing down the authority that matches your actual responsibility. Wanqing did not celebrate immediately. She first asked who reviewed an account if they approved it incorrectly, whether they could refuse if I insisted on spending, and what happened if they disagreed with each other. Those questions proved I had chosen the right people. We established cross-inventory at the end of each month, with Advisor G auditing once per season. Either sister could suspend a payment whose source was unknown or whose amount exceeded budget. I would have to produce supporting evidence before proceeding. When they disagreed, the funds were sealed first. Husband decides could not bypass the procedure. No one person controlled the first general ledger seal. Its body and handle were separated and locked inside 2 boxes. A normal payment required both women to retrieve and assemble it. One could issue a note for emergency medical expenses, but the other had to review it the next day. After arranging the accounts, I prepared to visit heaven beyond heaven. Wang Dinglu arrived at the village entrance as agreed with the chief's only chestnut horse. I did not take its owner's mount. I rode Wuzhuai and brought Wang Dian. Although the meeting place was inside the mountain stockade, we had completed only 2 small transactions. There was no need to climb alone. Heaven beyond heaven lay several miles from the village. Along the way, Wang Dinglu described the stockade's boundaries and laws. No stealing poor families' food, no private fighting inside, and all passage fees entered a monthly account. But that was one person's claim and needed to be examined on site. The mountain gate was cleaner than expected. Buildings followed the slope, with drainage, firewood stacks, and livestock areas separated. The gate guards dressed plainly, but showed no drunkenness or fighting. Before anyone entered the main hall, they required muddy shoe covers to be changed and inspected fire-starting materials, clearly a long-established fire rule. The chief, Wu Jiang, was a pale young scholar. The second leader, Zhai Rang, was older and powerful. The third, Zhai Shanchuan, knew northern trade routes. Wang Dinglu carried messages on foot, and Zhang Shun managed the stockade guard. Their responsibilities were sharply divided, though that did not mean they never disagreed. When wine and food reached the table, I did not drink first. The Wang escort and river stockade intelligence were both completed as agreed. I said, we can discuss larger business today, but first, if cooperation involves Siwa village, military horses, or the government, I must know the full risk. Wu Jiang ordered an imprisoned northern barbarian scout brought forward. The man showed no obvious signs of torture and had only his hands bound. Another scout had been killed by an arrow while resisting capture. From the survivors' statements and mountain patrol signs, Zhai Shanchuan concluded that more than 100 elite northern soldiers hid in the western valley, possibly tasked with cutting Yozhou's grain route. The discussion at the table suddenly changed from passage fees to a border war. I first asked Wang Dian to examine the prisoner. Red clay and crushed moss clung to his boot soles, matching the western valley. His belt carried northern military fittings, and his dried provisions did not resemble an ordinary merchant's. At minimum, his identity as a scout was credible. Zhai Shanchuan understood some of the northern language, but we still had to treat the confession carefully. The prisoner admitted only that he scouted roads and refused to identify the camp's strength or purpose. The claim of over 100 elite troops and equipment for 1,000 came mainly from Wang Dingliu's distant observation. More than 100 horses in the valley, at least 5 cooking fires at night, and bundled armor plates and long weapons inside store sheds. Did you enter the camp? I asked. Only the outer edge, Wang Dinglu said. We saw the weapons through gaps in the shed boards. There were many. Double sentries stood farther in, so we did not risk it. That answer made the report more credible. Wu Jiang proposed that the northern troops were using the valley as a supply node. Small teams could first seize grain and fodder nearby, then wait for more scouts to gather. If the force expanded, the rear road from Wenhuang County to Tianyong City would be threatened. I did not agree to attack immediately because of a grand appeal to country and duty. First, the intelligence remained unconfirmed. Second, the military supplies might be bait. Third, Heaven Beyond Heaven was still a stockade unrecognized by the government. If both sides conducted an armed operation, the county could classify everyone as bandits. Send the report to Chunbai first, I said. At the same time, conduct one non-contact reconnaissance to confirm numbers, entrances, sentry posts, and withdrawal directions. Without those facts, discussing how to fight is only drinking for courage. Wang Dian also asked where the prisoner collected water. If the valley had one source, the camp boundary would be easier to judge. If it held an underground spring or several small trails, the distant fires might deliberately mislead. Wang Dinglu had seen only one water detail. We marked that item separately as unconfirmed, instead of treating it as fact. Zhai Rang was dissatisfied. He believed that once the government learned the news, the magistrate might seize credit or leak it. Wu Jiang agreed to send one sealed intelligence report by Dei courier directly to the warden's office, bypassing the county's ordinary document room. We also discussed Heaven Beyond Heaven status. If the operation proved they prevented northern attacks, Wu Jiang hoped to exchange it for government amnesty or at least a temporary halt to suppression. Not all of the stockade's more than 100 people wanted to remain bandits. Many had no household registration or land and would be arrested even after leaving the mountain. I cannot promise amnesty on the magistrate's behalf, I said, but I can submit records of your escort work, intelligence, and outer security at the river stockade. Whether you keep your agreements will be judged by what you do next. Zhang Shun worried that Siwa village would use government soldiers to surround the stockade. Wang Dian asked in return who would answer if Heaven Beyond Heaven descended and stole horses while we inspected the valley. Both sides finally left one liaison and agreed not to move large forces across the boundary during reconnaissance. Siwa village would not bring county soldiers up the mountain, and Heaven Beyond Heaven would not enter a 3-mile perimeter around the horse farm. It was not complete trust, but it placed each side's greatest fear of betrayal inside a boundary that could be checked. Only at the end of the meeting did Wu Jiang ask the kitchen to heat the food again. Chief Liu, can you drink a bowl now? Once the cooperation terms are settled, of course. Before the wine touched my lips, I was still looking at the valley sketch on the table. The river stockade consisted of undisciplined bandits. This time, we might face genuinely trained enemy soldiers. The methods that worked in our previous battle could not simply be copied. The first matter was not how to divide spoils, but who bore the reconnaissance risk. Heaven Beyond Heaven discovered the camp and knew the western trails best. Wang Dian's group from Siwa village had experience reading signs and observing from a distance. Each side would send 3 people. Wang Dinglu guided the route. Zhang Hongdao recorded, and no one could approach campfires or capture sentries without authorization. The second matter was ownership of intelligence. 3 identical original records would go to Heaven Beyond Heaven, Siwa village, and Chunbai. Numbers and stores not confirmed by 2 independent forms of evidence would be labeled only estimated and could not be exchanged for a reward as fact. Only the third matter involved benefits. Northern military equipment and horses were wartime materials and, in principle, had to be inspected and accepted by the government army rather than divided privately. If the government paid a reward for captured material, casualty compensation and actual expenses would be deducted first. Siwa village and the cooperating team would then divide the remainder 70-30. Heaven Beyond Heaven lacked winter grain and could use its 30% first toward food, clothing, and lawful resettlement costs. Wu Jiang initially believed I wanted 70% of all property and immediately changed expression. Once he understood that military goods were surrendered and only the legal reward divided, he recalculated. Heaven Beyond Heaven did not need a room of armor it could never use openly. It needed a way for more than 100 people to survive winter and obtain legal identities. 30% is still too low, Zhai Shanchuan said. The intelligence and mountain roads are ours. That is why reconnaissance expenses are divided equally, I answered. If fighting becomes necessary, I am responsible for contacting the warden's office, horse farm transport, evacuation of wounded, and preventing leaks. The risk does not exist only at the front. If the regular army takes full control, none of us is entitled to claim 70% first. Wu Jiang finally accepted. The written terms also stated, no attack without joint confirmation. A prisoner's account could not be the sole evidence. Anyone who lowered a weapon would not be harmed. No looting nearby villages under cover of the operation. And if the target proved to be refugees or merchants, the operation ended immediately. Casualties and equipment losses were also budgeted in advance. Each person registered privately owned weapons before the operation, and damage would be compensated at their recorded value. Injuries received advances from the common fund rather than waiting for a government reward. Personal losses caused by leaving formation without orders would not be reimbursed publicly, but rescue still came first. Wang Dinglu read the terms aloud to leaders who could not read, and everyone pressed a seal one by one. Before we left the stockade, a fast AE rider brought Chunbai's reply. He required the camp to be identified without alerting it. If the northern force exceeded 100, he would report to Tianyong City's garrison and request regular army leadership. The magistrate did not yet know the full details and received only a brief report stating, suspected scouts in the western mountains. The arrangement relieved me. Against more than 100 elite soldiers, the best plan might not be for us to win personally. It was to ensure that capable troops arrived in time. Siwa village could provide roads, horses, and logistics, but should not impersonate an entire frontier army for the sake of spoils. When I returned to the village, Wu Xiangyue was waiting in the yard. She brought pastries from Tianyong City and Dai's latest news. 2 small northern escort teams had also found unfamiliar hoofprints, both leading toward the western mountains. Evidence from different sources was beginning to confirm itself. I concealed nothing from her. Heaven Beyond Heaven discovered a suspected northern camp. We conduct reconnaissance tomorrow morning and do not engage. She immediately wanted to accompany us, but stopped herself before I spoke. My father is injured, and the agency still needs to recover. What do you need me to do? Organize the hoofprints and cargo movement seen along the northern roads. Then prepare 2 relief horses, I said. If the reconnaissance team does not return on time, carry this sealed letter to Chunbai. This time, I did not exclude her with a cold expression. She received a defined task that would affect whether everyone returned safely. Wu Xiangyue placed the pastries on the account table and immediately began organizing the escort agency's records. Wanqing and Qing'er had learned to use the general ledger seal. After hearing the valley intelligence, they did not ask only whether I would win. They first confirmed who would cover reconnaissance expenses, who remained at the horse farm, and who provided emergency support. This is more dangerous than the river stockade, I said. The people inside may be trained scouts. Tomorrow, we observe and do not fight. If discovered, Every supply and piece of intelligence can be abandoned. The people returned first. Wanqing wrote 6 departing members, 2 relief mounts, the latest return time, and 2 backup routes on the operation page. Qinger sealed 3 maps, 1 to carry, 1 to remain at home, and 1 for Wu Xiangyue. The drawing I made on another sheet was not an offensive tank. It was a wheeled wooden shield cart, using thick boards to protect people carrying wounded across open ground. It had no projecting blades and could not be pushed by a few people through a military formation. Its real purpose was merely to stop some arrows and buy time for withdrawal. After studying the plan, Juzi pointed out that 4 small wheels would easily jam on mountain ground, while a heavy body could not be pushed uphill. He proposed 2 large wheels and removable skids beneath the frame, allowing it to roll on level ground and be dragged over mud. Zhang Tiechue had not yet recovered his tools, so the first cart could be reinforced only with wooden joints and rawhide. We could not pretend it was impervious to blades and arrows. Lin Xiaoxi added that during the flight from war, she had seen elderly people and children thrown into ditches from wheelbarrows. The cart therefore needed cloth straps securing wounded passengers, and the wheels had to be quickly removable from outside. Qinger drew both into the second version, changing the prototype's primary role from blocking arrows to evacuating wounded. Build 1 reduced-scale prototype first, I said. Until it passes load, slope, and arrow tests, we do not build a second. None of those preparations were intended for the next morning's reconnaissance. They were a backup for the worst case. If the northern camp truly expanded, Siwa village needed casualty carts, roadblocks, and evacuation tools, not a strange weapon improvised from memory after battle began. Lin Xiaoxi managed the village night watch, but had no authority over the horse farm soldiers. With Wang Jian accompanying me, she assumed only alarm duties. Tian Laoba guarded fodder and the herd. Wang Sen inspected the fences. Yang Guizi watched the new house and warehouse. Each person knew only his assigned part, and the complete route was not disclosed in the village. Wu Xiangyue returned after organizing the hoofprints and confirmed that all 3 records pointed to the same valley. She tied the relief horses at the western forest entrance and verified the overdue signal with Qinger. If you do not return, I will not charge into the mountains alone, she said. I send the letter first, then take people who know the trails to the support point. That is a plan. Late that night, only the valley sketch, Chun Bai's reply, and the old gentleman's dagger remained on the table. I placed the dagger beside my boot, but did not carry the heavy crossbow. Reconnaissance depended on being light, quiet, and able to withdraw. Carrying every weapon would only tempt observers to turn the mission into an attack. This chapter ends before the departure. At dawn, we first had to determine how many people and horses truly occupied the valley and whether enough equipment to arm 1,000 men actually existed. Any battle had to come after the answers.